In a dimly lit room, Lei Zhe sat before his computer, diligently manipulating the controls. He observed the ever-shifting images on the screen, meticulously correcting any errors or unsatisfactory elements that emerged. As the visuals finally stilled, Lei Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. The music video was nearing completion. Lei Zhe, a well-known figure within the realm of otaku, was often referred to as the Hermit. Just days prior, while engaging in idle chatter on a forum, he stumbled upon a post by a Japanese individual. This poster derided the Chinese otaku community, claiming it lacked talent and was filled with mere pretenders, incapable of standing shoulder to shoulder with their Japanese counterparts, and proceeded to list numerous reasons, seemingly inviting a barrage of counterarguments. Instantly, the forum fell silent. It was true that the Chinese otaku scene had a later inception and fewer tech-savvy individuals. However, this did not imply a lack of talent. Thus, the usually reclusive Lei Zhe emerged from the shadows and wagered with the Japanese poster, aiming to demonstrate that the Chinese otaku community indeed possessed talent, albeit reluctant to showcase it. The wager entailed creating a music video entirely by himself, from composition to editing and animation. The two would then compare their works to see which garnered more acclaim. In pursuit of this project, Lei Zhe had sacrificed several nights of sleep, vowing to unleash a calamity upon the Japanese otaku community, aptly named the Wind of Destruction. As he lit a cigarette, Lei Zhe gazed at the girl on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He was convinced that this music video would be of the highest caliber, difficult to surpass. What is this? Am I seeing things? Lei Zhe suddenly noticed the computer screen distorting into a vortex. Rubbing his eyes, just as he was about to utter a word, he was drawn into the whirlpool, vanishing from his room. In the darkness, he floated in a haze, unaware of how long he had been adrift until he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Desperate, he drifted toward it, reaching out for the brilliancy and intensely blinding radiance. The line of light, in a dimly lit chamber illuminated by torches, a massive round table was encircled by 10 humanoid figures, or rather, beings resembling humans. This assembly possessed features akin to those of humanity, yet bore distinct and peculiar traits. Wings, horns, 3 eyes, tails, scales, 3 mouths, 4 legs, 5 chests. Let us disregard the latter. These 10 individuals were the 10 demon lords of the Tower of Babel, each governing 100 floors. Presently, they convene for the infamous Demon Lord Conference, rumored to culminate in the destruction of a nation or the onset of natural disasters upon the continent. What are your thoughts on this matter? The leader, a man with flowing silver hair and crimson eyes, adorned with a pair of black wings, inquired. Clad in an opulent black robe lined with gold, he bore an array of exquisite ornaments, his red gaze emanating a chilling and frenzied aura. This man was Wells, the demon lord of the 1000th floor, the most formidable, cold-hearted, and ruthless among the 10. He cast a scroll upon the table, and inscribed upon it was a lamentable advertisement that it is rumored that within the central spire of the continent, known as the Tower of Babel, dwell 10 formidable demon lords. Whispers abound that this tower, which bridges heaven and earth, is the most nefarious entity to exist in this realm. Legends speak of the unimaginable riches housed within the tower, artifacts of unparalleled might capable of obliterating the very fabric of reality, and an array of exquisite maidens from myriad races. That it is said that these maidens await the arrival of brave souls to liberate them. Moreover, those valiant enough to ascend to the pinnacle of the tower shall be graced by the goddess, ushered into the divine realm, and bestowed with an opportunity to realize their every desire. With such tales swirling in the air, what do you linger for? Arm yourself, don your armor, and seek out your comrades to conquer this malevolent edifice. Wealth beckons you, artifacts lie in wait, and countless maidens yearn for your salvation. Come forth now, you are the next hero, destined to conquer the Tower of Babel, and to become the sovereign of the world. Wells, humanity has gone too far. Let us cast aside the pretense of any rules and eradicate them directly. The first to respond was Khan Bloodhoof, the demon lord of the 800th floor, possessing spiraled horns, hooved feet, a bovine visage, and a robust physique. In response to the absurd utterance of this demon lord, whose appearance and temperament resembled that of a bull, the other demon lords opted for silence. Eradicate? With what means? The humans of today are no longer the primitive barbarians of yore, who wielded mere wooden clubs and donned animal skins, easily intimidated by a mere roar from a demonic creature. Just days ago, an adventuring party breached my domain, spoke Mikasha, the demon lord of the 100th floor, a striking woman adorned with 3 eyes and a figure both voluptuous and scaled, her tongue flickering like a serpent's. I end that confrontation. I encountered the Zaft Empire's new weapon, a colossal war puppet. What was it called? Zako. It was formidable. Had it not been for the opponent's misstep, I might not have survived to attend this meeting. She recalled that earth-shattering battle. Mikasha shivered, swiftly banishing the image of that immense green figure from her mind, reluctant to reminisce. Humans are advancing, and what are the demons? They too are evolving, albeit sluggishly, hindered by the myriad regulations of the tower. Escon articulated, the demon lords are bound to these rules, unable to leave the Tower of Babel, which undoubtedly constrains their freedom, yet in a sense, it also safeguards them. Were it not for these constraints, the unfortunate ones would be these demon lords, rather than the humans. The meeting descended into an awkward silence, as none could conceive a viable solution. At that moment, Wells, who had remained quiet, suddenly erupted into a cry, scratching his head incessantly. "Light it up!" With his exclamation, the dim chamber was instantly illuminated, the crystal chandelier casting its glow throughout the space. "I have warned against convening in such an atmosphere. You fools." Wells pointed at all the demon lords present and exclaimed, "I am merely a recluse. Do you comprehend what it means to be a recluse? I have never committed any wrongdoing since birth, merely inheriting the name of my ancestors. Those wretched humans, for what absurdity, assault the Tower of Heaven daily with their nonsensical rumors. I find their relentless efforts tiresome. Every day, individuals come to me in tears, lamenting that they have not watched a new anime episode in 2 whole months. In a fit of exasperation, Wells discarded his opulent black attire and exquisite adornments, revealing a loose-fitting white t-shirt emblazoned with an image of a magical girl, or perhaps a magical ant, wielding a wand and clad in a short skirt. All I desire is to peacefully embrace my reclusive existence. I implore you, esteemed predecessors, do not trouble me any further. Wells, the Fallen, undoubtedly possessed the most formidable power among all demon lords. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the rank of the Lord of the 1,000th floor, reigning over the Tower of Heaven and instilling fear in all beings. However, that was the Wells of the past. The current Wells, while inheriting the full might of his ancestors, was nothing more than an unrepentant otaku. His greatest aspiration was to indulge in anime until death, and nothing more. Alas, as the heir to a demon lord, his modest wish remained perpetually unfulfilled. "I have made my decision," Wells declared as he rose, a piece of ancient parchment suddenly materializing in his hand. The sight of it left the other demon lords in stunned silence, and a wave of dread swept over their hearts. "I shall use this to summon him." "Little ancestor, are you out of your mind? Wasn't this destroyed? Where did you find it?" Khan's head appeared cautiously from outside, his voice trembling with fear, while the other demon lords were oblivious to when he had escaped the conference room. The other demon lords, akin to mice spotting a cat, hastily distanced themselves from Wells, as if he were a foul-smelling pile of refuse. "I discovered this in the chamber of my late father. I intend to use this scroll to summon him. He bore no name, for history dared not record its such trepidation endured across 6 epochs. Lasting an entire 300,000 years, he, the fabled destroyer, appeared whenever an epoch was on the brink of conclusion, annihilating the current era with his own hands. Legends say that this very tower was constructed by him to provide a haven for monsters. According to lore, he ascended to the divine realm and scattered the gods like leaves in a storm. The beauty of this world is nurtured by the blood of deities. Ultimately, this demon lord provoked the Father God, who fragmented him into 7 parts, sealing them in different realms, with the keys being 7 scrolls dispersed throughout the world. The scroll in Wells' possession was one of these 7. It was believed that these artifacts had been destroyed, so why had they resurfaced? 2 millennia ago, the slumbering dragon known as Deathwing suddenly awakened, bringing terror and calamity to the world, leaving even the gods powerless against this formidable beast. That in the end, a celestial deity utilized one of the 7 scrolls to summon a fragment of his essentia remnant soul, or a mere shard. With a single strike, the once arrogant dragon was cast into the volcanic fires of doom, plunging once more into slumber and remaining dormant to this day. If Deathwing embodies terror and ferocity, then he signifies annihilation, demise, and darkness. Young ancestor, do you intend to bring about the world's destruction? Furthermore, This artifact can merely summon a fragment of his soul. It does not herald his true arrival. Khan continued to perform Wells' duties, endeavoring to dissuade him from this foolish notion. Unlike Wells, the other demon lords had participated in the battle against her 2 millennia ago, thus deeply appreciating his formidable power with merely a wave of his hand. An overwhelming sense of shifting skies and rending earth enveloped them that I care not. These humans deny me peace, and I shall obliterate them entirely. If it comes to it, we shall all perish together. I am Wells, who do I fear? Wells' demeanor exemplified the typical mindset of an introverted individual, recklessly impulsive and heedless of the consequences. The demon lords silently cursed this victim of otaku culture, yet they could only accompany him with forced smiles, attempting to counsel, "Young ancestor, let us consider other alternatives. We need not resort to this scroll, that I will heed no one but you." With that, Wells violently unfurled the scroll in his grasp, leaving the other demon lords no time to intervene. At the instant the scroll was opened, a vast and tumultuous surge of magical energy erupted forth, overturning the furnishings within the room and penetrating the walls to spread across the entire continent. In that moment, every creature possessing even a modicum of power turned their gaze towards the location of the Tower of Heaven, as an icy dread or perhaps fear pervaded their hearts. The magical energy soared into the heavens, breaching the barriers of space and reaching the divine realm. The heavens of the divine realm grew dim, shrouded in ominous clouds, which coalesced into a massive, indistinct visage, while the thunderous roars reverberated like the man. Laughter echoing throughout the divine realm. Many deities who had endured the previous epics stared blankly at the sky, tears streaming down their faces in profound sorrow and indignation. That demon has returned. In every corner of the continent, countless beings and powerful entities ensnared in slumber from legends began to awaken, acutely aware that chaos was imminent and the impending calamity would spare no one. That a certain little girl observed her grandfather, who appeared lost in thought and wore a grave expression, and she looked at him in confusion. The elderly man gently patted her head, for the first time feeling that her adorable visage was somewhat disconcerting. "And why, dear child, how I wish you were an ugly girl." The old man sighed heavily, his countenance steeped in sorrow. The little girl gazed at her grandfather in bewilderment. How could a grandfather wish for his granddaughter to be unattractive? "Child, quickly accompany Grandpa home and find a place to hide. For the next 5,000 years, you shall not leave the house. And even if you do, you must conceal your face, understand?" "Grandpa, why?" the little girl inquired, puzzled. "Because he has returned." Such foreboding words echoed in many places. Meanwhile, within the Demon Lord's conference chamber, a complex magical array materialized, flickering with a faint luminescence. The fabric of space began to fracture under the strain of magic, and soon a man appeared before them, or rather, he was unceremoniously cast forth. The man appeared to be around 25 years old, with a pallid complexion, disheveled hair, and worn-out clothing. Initially, he gazed in bewilderment at the ornate yet chaotic room before shifting his attention to Wells and the other demon lords lurking nearby. A hint of bashfulness and a complex smile emerged on his face as he inquired, "Pray tell, are you hosting a masquerade ball?" "Me, a demon lord?" Rise exclaimed, pointing incredulously at himself. The other 10 demon lords nodded in unison, their voices harmonizing. "From this day forth, you shall be the 11th demon lord." Rise scrutinized the peculiar beings before him, each claiming to be a demon lord, his expression earnest as he pondered whether they were jesting. Demon lords indeed. He considered himself merely a reclusive individual. "Are you certain you are not playing trick on me? Is today not April Fool's Day? I have been summoned to this world due to a magical scroll, and you are informing me that I am to become the 11th demon lord of the Tower of Babel?" Rise sought confirmation once more, only to be met with nods from the 10 demon lords, prompting a smile to break upon his lips. "Could you possibly be more shameless?" Rise, previously calm, suddenly erupted. He pointed at Khan, exclaiming, Khan Bloodhoof? How long have you been playing Warcraft? Do you idolize Karen Bloodhoof that much? How do you know my ancestor's name?" Khan scratched his head, bewildered. "And you?" Ignoring Khan's response, Rise directed his attention to the snake woman, Mikisha, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, if you were to masquerade as Medusa, at least adorn yourself. With a full head of serpents, and how can you even open your eyes? Lastly, you..." Rise turned to Wells, his expression filled with confusion as he scrutinized the magical girl emblazoned on his t-shirt. "Pray tell, which anime character is this? Pointed ears, an elf?" And what of that demonic tail? Not to mention those bizarre bird-like wings and sparkling, oversized eyes. My good sir, who was the imbecile that designed this magical girl? What? Wells replied, utterly perplexed, clearly unaware of Rise's commentary. Human, do you underestimate us? Mandrill, resembling a toad, rose to his feet, his bulging eyes fixed on Rise, an aura of coldness emanating from him. Though you were summoned by the Forbidden Axis, to us, you are but an insignificant insect. Faced with such a demeanor, Rise immediately softened. He had accepted the surreal notion of traversing worlds and becoming a demon lord, yet he felt an urge to vent his frustrations. Thus, he unleashed a torrent of words upon the assembled demon lords. Once he had sufficiently aired his grievances, he recalled that these peculiar beings before him were, indeed, demon lords. Oh, Mandrill, do not frighten Rise. Wells interjected as a peacemaker, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Rise. It seems you had quite the opinion about Eliza earlier. Eliza? What Eliza? Lei Zhe replied wearily, his mind in disarray as he instinctively responded to Wells' words. This is Eliza, Wells exclaimed, pointing at the absurd magical girl depicted on the t-shirt. Never mind. I'm too exhausted to critique. Is this truly the magical girl of your world? Attributes? Don't even mention those wings, tail, ears, and those bizarre large eyes as her attributes. Lei Zhe felt a surge of nausea. Was this truly a magical girl? She looked no different from an old woman. Attributes? Light and water, and her skills are. Stop. Lei Zhe immediately interrupted the game-like description of the character's attributes and, counting on his fingers, asked, what is it about this character that you find appealing? The elf lineage? The demon tail? The angelic wings? Or perhaps those ridiculous large eyes? Attributes refer to what distinguishes her from other characters sunder? Healing? Proficient? Sharp-tongued? Scheming? Or perhaps the long black hair, the natural airhead? Never mind. Your expression tells me you know nothing. Why the end? Lei Zhe wore a look of disdain for the apparent ignorance, sinking back into contemplation. Summoning, demon lords, alternate worlds. Indeed, he was utterly at a loss. This was truly frustrating. His music video was only halfway through production. He genuinely wondered what expressions those little devils would have upon seeing the music video he created. Regrettably, he would not witness that day. Hey, what you mentioned earlier about Sundara and healing, what do they mean? He'll tell you when there's time. Do you think demon lords have nothing but leisure? Don't you discuss how to plunder wealth or destroy kingdoms? Lei Zhe observed the seemingly idle demon lords before him, bemused. Though their appearances were somewhat unconventional, surely a demon lord must be busy with their own duties, seizing wealth, abducting princesses, awaiting the challenge of Harrow Esrint. These the tasks befitting a demon lord? What nonsense are you spouting? We haven't left the Tower of Babel in tens of thousands of years. Micah stuck out her tongue and lifted a cup of red tea. You must be thinking we should be seizing wealth and abducting princesses, right? Wells, shedding his playful demeanor, regarded Lei Zhe earnestly. At the dawn of this era, 30,000 years ago, the celestial deities and the 10th generation demon lord of the Tower of Babel, my father Wells, formed a pact. Within this era, all demon lords and creatures of the tower are forbidden to leave. If any creatures from the outside enter the tower, no matter their past misdeeds, they shall be forgiven. However, they can never leave this high tower for life. A pact? Do even gods enter into contracts with demon lords? Is this tower akin to a villain's lair from another world? What is your impression of a demon lord? A villain? That is not the case. The demon lords and many creatures within the Tower of Babel have scarcely left this place throughout their lives, let alone engage in burning, killing, or plundering. Those are merely notions imposed upon us by humans, due to our strength and peculiar appearances. Wells shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident in his voice. Due to various rumors, humanity now frequently visits the Tower of Babel in search of treasure. Indeed, we possess a plethora of riches, but these have been amassed over several epochs. There are a few artifacts as well, yet they too have been handed down by our ancestors. As for the claim that ascending to the 1,000th floor grants divinity, that is pure nonsense. If it were true, I would have ascended to the divine realm long ago. As he concluded, Wells bore a melancholic expression, fixing his gaze upon Rise. Thus, I resorted to the Forbidden Axis to summon you here. Henceforth, you shall be the 11th demon lord within the Tower of Babel. Wait a moment. According to your assertions, what can I, as a demon lord, actually do? I cannot leave the tower, cannot rob homes, cannot abduct maidens. What, pray tell, is the purpose of being a demon lord? With each word, Rise grew increasingly despondent. Is this what it means to be a demon lord? You shall soon discover the pleasures of being a demon lord, Wells replied, a flattering smile gracing his face. You may sit upon your throne, watching as those foolish heroes are tormented by you, and capture beautiful female adventurers to add to your harem, doing with them as you please. And furthermore, in summary, from this day forth, Wells rose, joined by the other 9 demon lords, proclaiming, "You are the 11th demon lord of the Tower of Babel, your domain being the first floor. Demon Lord Rees, it is your duty to thwart the avaricious humans and safeguard our final sanctuary. Being a demon lord is a sacred, glorious, and magnificent vocation." One by one, the other 9 demon lords departed, leaving only Wells and Rees in the conference room. Tell me about this world. I am utterly ignorant of it. Accepting his reality, Rees exhibited the resilience of a seasoned otaku. Since returning was not an option, pondering it further served no purpose. Thankfully, he bore no attachments in his previous world as an orphan. He was indifferent to the differences between realms. His only regret lay with the half-finished music video. He had wagered with several young adversaries that the works of his compatriots were no less impressive than theirs. Alas, it seemed he was destined to lose. Wells, unaware of Rez's musings, produced a remote control, pressing a button that conjured a television of at least 50 inches before Rees. I must say, your technology is remarkably advanced. You possess televisions? Do you have computers and internet access? If not for the pair of black feathered wings on Wells' back, Rees would have been convinced he was in the home of some affluent otaku. The computer is in my bedroom, and we do have internet fiber optics at that. Do you not wish to understand this world? Just watch CCAV.c. Rees was rendered speechless. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Wells' wings from his back and inquire whether he was being targeted by some adversary intent on tormenting him. CCAV. Really? Good evening, esteemed viewers before the television screens. Welcome to tonight's mainland news program. I am your host, The Beast. A green-skinned figure clad in a suit spoke on screen, his deep and resonant voice captivating. Yet his appearance was undeniably disconcerting. And that absurd name, did you not traverse from Earth like me? First, we shall broadcast a brief announcement. It is rumored that the 11th Demon King has emerged from the Magic Tower. It is said that this Demon King was summoned by the Forbidden Axis, and he is the ultimate harbinger of destruction, having obliterated numerous epochs. It is rumored he shall ascend as the Demon King of the first level of the Celestial Tower, guarding the High Spire. It is said that should one defeat him, they would be granted an audience with the great Father God, and under his personal coronation, become the sovereign of the divine realm. Rumors abound. Ignoring the continued speculations from the Beast host on television, Lei Zhe's expression was quite vivid as he glanced at Wells, who was torn between laughter and restraint. His smile strained. Is this Demon King among the rumors? Truly you? I believe so, Wells replied honestly, suppressing his amusement with a nod. What a farce. How on earth did you manage to keep this under wraps? I've only been in this world for a mere hour, yet even this Beast is aware of it. You cannot possibly be conspiring against me. Lei Zhe was utterly speechless regarding this cadre of demon kings, or rather, the quintessential offspring of the affluent. This is not our fault. The magical energy emanating from Scroll, not only the human realm, but even the divine realm must have sensed it. Therefore, your arrival is no secret. Anyone with a modicum of power on the continent can feel that surging magical force. Wells cautiously explained, astonished that the power generated by the use of the Forbidden Axis could impact 2 different realms. To be singled out by everyone upon my arrival. What sort of Demon King is this? By the way, as a Demon King, how many minions do I possess? If I have many, I shan't fear them. Oh well, this. Wells' crimson eyes darted around, hesitating to provide an answer. Seeing his demeanor, Lei Zhe grasped the implication. I see what you mean. I have no minions, do I? Exactly. Wells nodded vigorously, his face a mask of sycophancy. Curse it! Lei Zhe seized Wells' black wings, pulling them apart forcefully, his expression contorted with frustration. Not only did you summon me to this world, but you also subjected me to this pitiful magical girl saga, and now you tell me I am without even a single subordinate? How am I to confront the entire world alone? This is not an RPG, this is not a mindless slaughter fest. I am neither piloting a strike freedom nor wielding Excalibur. How am I to face the world? How? This is unbearable. It hurts, it hurts. Lei Zhe, ease up, or I shall break. Wells' cries mingled with a hint of pleasure, creating a peculiar sound that caused the 2 sentinels outside to exchange bewildered glances, shivering in response. Where Wells actually, Lei Zhe sat on the ground, panting heavily, while Wells lay curled up nearby, his t-shirt riddled with tears. He wrapped his wings around himself, quietly sobbing, his face flushed with embarrassment. Stop crying. Mate, it's not like I assaulted you, Lei Zhe said, though he felt he had gone a bit too far, stubbornly refusing to apologize. They'll never get married now, Wells murmured, wiping his tears as he stood up. I'm going to change my clothes. All right, Lei Zhe replied. After a brief interval, Wells returned to the conference room. Now dressed appropriately, the ridiculous t-shirt replaced. He took a seat across from Lei Zhe and said, "Don't be disheartened, everything will turn out fine. How can I not be troubled? You tossed me to the first level. And for what you said, adventurers will come and challenge me every day, right? Without power and no minions. How can I fight them? Aren't you just toying with me?" Lei Zhe felt devoid of anger, realizing his financial prospects were grim. Dear viewers, the Holy Dragon Knights of the Dragon Kingdom have once again made headlines with news of a collective divorce. SNL. I must lament that while the Holy Dragon Knights are formidable, their lifestyle leaves much to be desired. As a certain powerful knight once remarked, by day they ride dragons, by night they are ridden by dragons. What's this? Lei Zhe asked, lifting his head at the last phrase, intrigued by its profound implications. That's a scandal from the Western Dragon Kingdom. It is one of the continent's powerhouses, with the ultimate military force being the Holy Dragon Knights. The Holy Dragons are exceptionally powerful beings that thrive by absorbing their master's magical energy and can enhance their combat prowess by restoring their dragon form. Curiously, the Holy Dragons of male knights are always female, while those of female knights are always male, and both are strikingly handsome. Thus, over time, in close proximity, you understand, Wells concluded with an ambiguous smile. Indeed, love is truly magnificent, Lei Zhe mused. How so? Factors such as race, gender, and age cannot hinder the march of love. Speaking of which, how does one become a Holy Dragon Knight? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm merely asking a critical question. Dear viewers, the largest ride in the history of the Undead Kingdom has now entered its third day. Just moments ago, we received news that the Lady of the Undead, Sylvanas Windrunner, along with her loyal followers, has left the Undead Kingdom and infiltrated the Dark Forest. Currently untraceable. Before the human journalist could finish her statement, a skeleton snatched the microphone and shouted into the camera, "We are the Forsaken. We are the Forsaken. We demand better treatment and a 2-day weekend every week." Lei Zhe spat out the water in his mouth, wiping it away as he stared in astonishment at the skeleton on the television, who was fervently proclaiming, "We are the Forsaken," his face a mask of incredulity. What world has I truly traversed to? Is it the realm of Warcraft? Azeroth? No, that cannot be right, for Azeroth possesses no such tower of transcendence. The imagery on the television shifts once more, revealing a world adorned in silver. The chilling winds howl, and snowflakes descend gracefully as the camera zooms in. Lei Zhe beholds a figure standing upon the precipice of a cliff, clad in bluish-gray armor, with cascading snow-white hair. This being wields the artifact known as Frostmourne, which is all too familiar to Lei Zhe at this moment. The character, typically regarded as the villainous overlord, points her sword skyward, striking a pose. Is she not cold? Moreover, is she clad in a swimsuit? A school swimsuit, no less? What manner of world is this? As Lei Zhe articulates his bewilderment, the figure amidst the blizzard presents a slender silhouette, her delicate shoulders draped in heavy pauldrons. Yet her body is adorned in a black school swimsuit, complemented by black stockings that encase her slender legs, and a pair of irresistibly cute dog ears quiver in the frigid breeze, while a fluffy tail wags excitedly behind her. Before him, the petite Lich King plants Frostmourne into the ice, summoning forth a colossal ice dragon that erupts from the frozen ground, roaring menacingly at the undead below. Countless undead, akin to dragons, join in a cacophony of howls directed at the enchanting figure upon the cliff. Though she may be diminutive in stature, Lei Zhe can sense an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from her through the television screen. That is Alsace, the sovereign of the undead realm, the Lich Queen, and one of the two foremost vocalists of the continent. Today marks the Lich Queen's Gratitude Festival concert. I truly wish to witness it live, muses Wells, oblivious to the profound impact his words have on Lei Zhe. The Lich Queen, a concert, a vocalist. Lei Zhe stares vacantly at the television, watching as the Lich Queen Alsace performs Hatsune Miiku's renowned song, the world's first. Princess amidst the tempest, observing the frenzied undead, humans, elves, and orcs below, he gazes at the frost dragon that serves as a spotlight, its eyes aglow. Suddenly, Lei Zhe recalls the opening cinematic of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion in World of Warcraft, and his memories begin to fracture like glass, splintering further, until they are utterly shattered. Return my Lich King to me, restore my innocence, get back my memories. Were those absurdly adorable ears and tail? What manner of world is this? In the Northern Empire of Zaft, the new war puppet Zaka shines brilliantly in the monster subjugation campaign. For the sake of the pure blue continent, Zaft has resolved to equip its entire army with Zakus, proclaiming that even more formidable war puppets are in development. Soon, breaching the Tower of Transcendence will no longer be a dream. In the Southern Elven Kingdom, a love story between lilies that has endured for millennia continues to unfold. Due to the axis of taboo, the elven druid Malfurion Stormrage awakens from the Emerald Dream, prepared to continue her timeless romance with the elven priestess tyrant. Whisper Wind. Suddenly, the Doomsday volcano erupts, and experts declare that the slumbering shadows have awakened. Once more, the world shall be engulfed in darkness. The notorious elf criminal Illidan Stormrage has escaped from the elven dungeons and is now on the run across the continent. Warden Mayev Shadowsong is relentlessly pursuing him. If you possess any information regarding Illidan Stormrage, please notify us, and a generous reward shall be bestowed. The Goblin Nation has unearthed ancient weaponry while excavating a certain relic. Currently, the Goblin Nation is fervently working to decipher its secrets. According to an official spokesperson from the Goblins, this discovery will change the world. We have named it Black Technology. Let us await the results with anticipation. The renowned gaming company, Stormwind, is developing an online game set against the backdrop of the entire continent. Mr. Hoodman, the president of Stormwind, remarked, "I believe this game, titled WM, will become a milestone in the gaming industry, an insurmountable peak. We aspire to elevate Stormwind to the forefront of the gaming sector, establishing it as a leading enterprise." As this absurd news program concluded, Reese found himself in tears, droplets cascading onto the floor. Wells inquired about his distress, and Reese wiped his tears, his expression a blend of confusion and frustration. To what extent must this world collapse before it is satisfied? Through this ridiculous news program, Reese gained a rudimentary understanding of the world. In summary, he thought, this is a world of chaos, absurdity, gender bending, and utter nonsense. With an abundance of points to critique, Reese was at a loss for words. The gender-bending aspect alone was already outrageous. Why did the Zaku and Zaft have to intrude? The Goblins have astonishingly discovered black technology. Moreover, what about Malfurion and Tyrant? After thousands of years of their relationship, where does that leave the unfortunate Illidan, even in his transformed state? Be it gender-bending, absurdity, or sheer nonsense. After a minute of deep contemplation and intense inner conflict, Reese accepted it all. But if anything could be said, it would be that the most shameless and carefree of all was Reese. But the absurdity continues. Gazing at the desolate land, Reza's lips twitched as he addressed Wells. Is this truly my territory? Indeed, this is the first level of the Magic Tower, which is your domain. Wells noted Reza's signs of distress and quickly added, each level of the Magic Tower represents a world, and this is the first formed world, thus still at its rudimentary stage. The world will evolve according to your strength, ultimately transforming into what you envision. I could see the conclusion of his explanation. Wells chuckled awkwardly, pointing toward a dilapidated and small village in the distance. That is your true domain. Do you see that black battle flag? That is the Demon King's banner. The flag will also grow in power as your strength increases, expanding its influence. Within the range encompassed by the flag lies your territory. Is that so? So, with power, both the territory and the world will undergo transformation, correct? Although these Demon Kings were lackluster, with 9 caretakers and 1 homebody, Reese still found them to be rather intriguing. Thus, he remained unfazed by the nature of his territory and its rules. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. Equitable exchange is one of Reza's guiding principles in life. The 300-flayer Demon King, Kunsuo Yinga, pointed into the distance and remarked, though this may not be the appropriate time for such discussions, adventurers have already appeared, numbering approximately 2,000. After speaking, Kunsuo scratched his chin and continued, Rise, this is a grave crisis. What will you do? Following Kunsuo's gaze, the other Demon Kings surveyed the horizon where a vast throng was advancing towards the small village. The sheer number of individuals stirred up dust, obscuring their figures and rendering them somewhat ethereal. They are merely ordinary folk, easily dealt with, I presume. Perhaps they have been blinded by greed, Mikasha remarked. Her tongue playfully protruding as a dismissive smile graced her face. Such trivial characters should pose little challenge for you, Rise. Lord Rise, what course of action do you intend to take? Shall we eliminate them all? I would relish witnessing your bloody and ruthless methods. He, the deep, resonant laughter of the great toad Mandry echoed, exuding an aura of chilling menace. The other demon kings echoed their agreement, eager to observe Rise's cruel and ferocious tactics. Oh, you genuinely wish to see me fail? Rise mused, sensing their desire for his downfall. Surely any one of these demon kings could vanquish the foe without his intervention. Wells offered a resigned smile, producing a box from his hand. It is not that we are unwilling to assist, rather, there exists a rule within the magic tower. A qualified demon king must independently address territorial matters, with no interference from others, lest they face punishment. Therefore, you must strive on your own. Upon opening the box, 3 items were revealed: a cloak, a golden scepter, and a silver crown. This is the Demon King's regalia, the Demon King's scepter, and the Demon King's crown. The regalia signifies our authority, accompanied by a magical skill. The scepter serves as a conduit to communicate with the magic tower, while the crown symbolizes the throne. A.S. Wells concluded. The 3 items levitated from the box and adorned Rise's form. The cloak transformed repeatedly before settling into a sleek black Zhongshan suit. The golden scepter morphed into an unassuming golden ring upon his right middle finger, and the crown astonishingly turned into a pair of frameless glasses. What is this? These artifacts adapt to suit the user most appropriately. You appear rather dashing now indeed. One is often judged by their attire, Wells observed, nodding approvingly at Rise. Now, off to your village. The war is about to commence. Hey, are you truly not going to assist? 1 against 2,000. Do you think I am Superman? What will happen if I fail? Death, Wells replied succinctly, his playful demeanor replaced by a calm resolve, an aura even colder than Mandry's emanating from him. Humans do not show mercy towards monsters. Even if you have committed no wrongdoing, they will perceive you as a trophy to boast about to their friends, showcasing their prowess. Thus, from the moment you were summoned to this world, you ceased to be human and became the 11th Demon King of the Tower. Rise. Do not show leniency. I certainly wish to stand firm, but I would never jest with my own life, yet a mere spit from my opponent could drown me. Let fate take its course, Wells remarked, and with a wave of his hand, Reza vanished from view, only to reappear atop the rudimentary defensive wall of the village. The expedition team, targeting the Celestial Tower, halted 100 meters from the village, their collective gaze of over 4,000 eyes fixed upon Reza, who stood solitary on the wall. A heavy silence enveloped both parties. Reza swallowed hard. He nearly succumbed to the ground under the weight of 2,000 stares. The sensation was most unsettling, especially with the avarice reflected in their eyes. In their perception, he must have appeared no different from a lamb destined for slaughter. The members of the Demon Tower expedition whispered among themselves. Is that the legendary? Ah, it is he. But he looks like an ordinary human, doesn't he? Is he truly the prophesied destroyer? I say we should charge. He seems devoid of any imposing presence, perhaps merely a bluffer. Reza overheard their murmurs, contemplating whether he should utter anything at all. Observing the eager adversaries, he inhaled deeply, and a formidable aura erupted from his being. This overwhelming pressure compelled several members of the expedition to stagger back several paces. This was the demonic etiquette's innate manifestation, his sole ability. Demonic might. A deep, hoarse, resonant voice accompanied the rolling demonic aura, echoing through the heavens. At that moment, the demon lords standing at a distance believed their eyes deceived them, for behind Reza, a shadowy figure loomed, indistinct in form, save for its 2 crimson eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. I have been imprisoned for 50,000 years. Breaking free from my confines, I return to this decayed and fallen world. Now, you dare intrude upon my domain. You are courting death. Unbeknownst to him, this theatrical proclamation was broadcasted worldwide by a reporter accompanying the expedition team. In that instant, the continent quaked, and many formidable beings who had lived through a certain era murmured in astonishment. It is he even repeats his lines upon every entrance. He has truly returned. Gazing upon the stunned silence of over 2,000 individuals, and then at the 10 demon lords who appeared both charred and tender from Reza's display, a profound satisfaction welled within him. Silence reigned as both sides locked eyes. Indeed, the Demon Tower expedition was visibly shaken by Reza's earlier words, particularly by the overwhelming demonic, might many felt their legs tremble and breaths constrict. I wonder, is the demonic etiquettes might truly that formidable? Mikish mused, inhaling deeply before addressing the nearby demon lords. Upon hearing her words, the other demon lords shook their heads, while the werewolf Kunsuo, somewhat perplexed, habitually rubbed his chin and remarked, I might have been seeing things, but I could have sworn there was that figure behind him. Are you dismissing the observations of so many of us? Mandrill, with a frog-like head, shot Kunsuo a glance before falling into silence. The shadow imbued with magic is undeniably no illusion, nor is it merely an effect of the enchanted skill known as demonic might. In other words, that figure emanates directly from Rees himself. Wells, shall we truly refrain from intervening? Although he was summoned by the forbidden axis, surely he cannot contend with this alone. Can he? And as for the punishment, isn't it merely a matter of composing 100,000 words of contrition? Karu Manster, the octopus-headed 400th floor demon lord, expressed his concerns, his 8 tentacled appendages writhing restlessly, seemingly eager to assist Rees. Feel free to write the contrition. While I take action, how does that sound? Wells retorted with an exasperated glance at the octopus head. Forget I said anything. Karu chuckled sheepishly, retracting all his tentacles into his voluminous robe, adopting an air of indifference as he smiled at the standoff in the distance. TSK, coward, growled Kunsuo the werewolf, who seemed at odds with Karu, dismissively snorting. What did you say, you mangy cur? Are you looking for trouble, you tentacled freak? As the 2 demon lords appeared ready to brawl, the others stood by with carefree indifference. The Minotaur Khan even shouted, Old wolf, get in there. Show that tentacle monster a thing or two. This time, I'm betting 10,000 gold on your victory. Setting aside the betting frenzy among the demon lords, Rees found himself in a dilemma. If you lot aren't going to fight, then leave swiftly. If you are, then act decisively. Why linger about? He mused inwardly, convinced that if he were in peril, the other demon lords would not abandon him. Yet the real issue was that this motley crew remained stagnant, leaving him feeling increasingly uneasy. This silence endured for over 10 minutes, until the leader of the Magic Tower expedition, a robust man clad in heavy knightly armor, turned to his companions and commanded, Bring me my bow. Well, what a booming voice you possess. 2 lackeys approached, carrying a bow taller than themselves. The armored man scoffed at their incompetence, then effortlessly lifted the longbow, which required 2 to maneuver. Release. Amidst Rez's mounting terror, the armored man bellowed, drawing the bowstring, which was as thick as a finger, taut, and knocking an iron arrow aimed straight at Rees. Perish, demon lord, the armored man roared once more, releasing the string with his right index and middle fingers, sending the iron arrow hurtling towards Rees with a piercing whistle that tore. Through the air, the fierce wind grazed Rez's cheek, slicing a wound upon it, while his slightly longer hair was severed in part, scattered by the gale. Rees stood frozen in place. 10 seconds passed. Yet he remained unmoved. 20 seconds. 50 seconds. That a full 2 minutes elapsed before Rees suddenly gasped for breath, perspiration instantly soaking his garments, his trembling form realizing just how perilously close death loomed. I'm still alive. Rees removed the glasses transformed by the demon lord's crown, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Were it not for him leaning against the rudimentary city wall, he might have collapsed to the ground. He must persevere if he were to display any sign of weakness. His adversaries would surely strike him down. The armored man, upon observing that Lei Zhe was unharmed, clicked his tongue and cast his longbow to the ground, the heavy bow stirring up a thick cloud of dust as it landed. The reason he refrained from loosing another arrow was his utter exhaustion. Even the act of posturing required strength, and such a formidable bow could only be drawn once before. Its wielder was spent. With his right hand, he drew the sword from his waist, while his left arm suddenly extended to reveal a shield. The armored man pointed his longsword forward, and a resonant voice echoed, Warriors, the nefarious demon king lies ahead. History shall remember this moment, for the legendary destroyer shall fall beneath our blades. The gods stand with us. With a flourish, he unsheathed his sword. The archers readied their arrows, and the mages began to gather their magical energies as the warriors commenced their slow yet deliberate march forward. Their pace was unhurried but remarkably synchronized, each step resonating with conviction and courage, for they aimed to vanquish the malevolent demon king and restore light to the continent. The war correspondent, lost in fervor before the camera, exuberantly exclaimed, Behold, these are the warriors of humanity. The fabled demon king shall meet his end at their swords. Lei Zhe, observing the advancing foes, felt a pallor wash over his face, yet he was simultaneously overwhelmed by the urge to scoff. What was the source of his disdain? Really now, Zagu? With all this advanced technology, you still wield swords and bows? Why must you resort to such primitive means of combat? Indeed, this was the crux of his incredulity. He simply could not fathom why. In an age of advanced technology, these individuals clung to such archaic fighting methods. It was evident that this world had truly descended into chaos. Lei Zhe concluded that, aside from an ocean of chaos, there was no other explanation to be found. As the enemy drew ever closer, he instinctively took a step back. Had he not been the Demon King, he would have fled long ago. Engaging in a real-life PK with 2,000 people was a scenario he had never even contemplated. Gazing at the 9 Demon Kings observing from afar, a murderous intent brewed within him. He certainly did not wish to end up dismembered and fed to dogs. Alone, I inquire, why do you trespass upon my domain? Suddenly, Lei Zhe bellowed, his voice amplified by an unseen force, reaching the ears of all present. The Demon Kings who Weihai's actions compelled the members of the Magic Tower expedition team to instinctively take a few steps back, while the Demon Lords exchanged bewildered glances, speculating about the incantation he had employed and the nature of its power. The words of the spell sounded rather formidable, as the incantation concluded. However, everything remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any discernible change. The Demon Lords quickly surmised that this individual was merely attempting to bluff. The armored man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any alterations, and then turned to the still posturing Lei Zhe, remarking, "It seems your spell has failed." Lei Zhe maintained a dismissive smile on his face. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, questioning how long those wretched Demon Lords intended to wait before taking action. Would they truly only act once he was cleaved into 108 pieces? As Lei Zhe contemplated the possibility of surrendering, the sky abruptly darkened, a fierce wind howled, and thunder crackled, as if the apocalypse were upon them. A tremendous surge of magical energy erupted, tearing at the very fabric of space and annihilating all material existence. The rudimentary wall beneath Lei Zhe disintegrated into dust, yet peculiarly, he did not plummet but instead found himself suspended in midair. Behind him, a 9-pointed star magic circle materialized, towering over 10 meters high, its intricate and unfamiliar magical inscriptions leaving even the millennia-old demon lords in a state of astonishment. The shockwave of magical force radiated outward, stirring up dust and toppling all members of the Magic Tower expedition team to the ground. Crack, crack, the distinctive sound of spatial rupture echoed as a vast magic circle was rent by a pitch-black spatial fissure, unleashing an even more colossal and chaotic surge of magical energy. The intensity of this magic caused Wells to furrow his brow as a blood-red slender sword materialized in his right hand, his demeanor shifting to one of caution and vigilance. Suffering, pain. In the abyss, my hatred burns. Those humble realms shall tremble in my wrath. Ultimately, the entire continent shall be shattered, and all shall be consumed beneath the shadow of my wings. From the depths of the dark spatial tier came a deep, resonant voice. Upon hearing these words, the distant Demon Lords were momentarily stunned as fear began to creep over them, enveloping their beings. How had this formidable boss been summoned? Oh! A colossal dragon's head burst forth from the confines of space, roaring thunderously, followed by 2 dragon claws stepping into the realm. Scorching magma dripped from its form onto the ground, hissing ominously. With a hue of black and red, the dragon appeared to be clad in a molten armor. As it stood upon the earth, the ground was instantly transformed into a charred black-red wasteland, with lava emerging at the surface. Lei Zhe remained in his previous stance, his disdainful smile unwavering. Calm, what is this? What is this creature? Suffering, pain? All shall be consumed beneath the shadow of my wings. By the gods, these are the words heralding the arrival of Deathwing. Could this creature truly be Deathwing? Can the incantations I conjured so effortlessly summon such a being? Am I truly that formidable? Is it possible that I am indeed some grand overlord, commanding even Deathwing to heed my call? What a revelation! Had I known of my own prowess, I would not have feared them at all. My knowledge of spells extends far beyond merely the Dragon Breaker. What might I summon next? Sargeras? The Burning Legion? Or perhaps the Assault Freedom, the Zero Gundam? Even Saber could be enlisted. Rise, you are a homebody, a truly great and seasoned otaku. Deathwing is but a fleeting thought. Have you forgotten how many times you have bested it? Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Rise murmured to himself, yet the smile upon his face remained unwavering. Coupled with the colossal dragon beside him, exhaling flames with every breath, he appeared to all as a legendary harbinger of destruction. I once granted you all a chance, but alas, you squandered it. I warned you. This is a path to your own demise. Rise continued, coldly reveling in his bravado. Lowering his slightly tingling arm, he pointed at the stunned expedition team of over 2,000, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "My servants, annihilate them. My servants, annihilate them." To the members of the expedition team, Rise's words were nothing short of a death sentence. Many of the more timid souls fainted, while the armored man was reduced to tears. The accompanying journalist remained diligent, though paralyzed by fear. The camera never ceased its operation. Thus, the sight of the dragon's emergence was witnessed by many across the continent. Some were astonished, recognizing this man as the legendary figure he was, capable of summoning such a dragon. Conversely, others collapsed in sheer disbelief, those who had participated in or were aware of the cataclysmic battle from 20 millennia ago. With a body cloaked in molten lava, leaving only scorched earth and death in its wake. This was indeed the legendary Black Dragon, Deathwing. This seemingly insignificant man was undeniably he otherwise. How could he summon a creature that should still be in slumber? Rise was elated beyond measure. Deathwing. This was Deathwing. With such a powerful ally at his side, who could he possibly fear? At that moment, he was nearly inclined to declare, "I am invincible." Such foolish bravado. A searing breath enveloped him, and as he indulged in his daydreams, he turned to find the dragon staring directly at him, its eyes ablaze like burning flames, threatening to reduce him to ashes. Under such scrutiny, Rise was abruptly brought back to reality, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Surely, this creature does not intend to do something to me, does it? In the narratives of novels and comics, summoning a minion surpassing one's own strength often leads to tragic outcomes, usually resulting in backlash or even being devoured. I cannot possibly meet my end so soon, can I? The dragon, indeed, was Deathwing, and its appearance bore striking resemblance to that of its counterpart from WoW. Given the presence of the Lich Queen and Zaku, its arrival was not entirely unexpected after all. This is a world where chaos reigns supreme. Deathwing regarded Reese for nearly a minute before lifting a claw, its draconic digit bending and then snapping back with force. Reese was oblivious to the dragon's immense strength, yet he felt its impact keenly. When that claw, roughly the size of his own body, struck him, it was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, sending him flying over 20 meters before he finally came to a halt. This blow nearly claimed his life. Perhaps it was due to the dragon's restraint, as he merely found it difficult to breathe. "Human, do you dare to command me?" Deathwing's voice, laden with disdain, reverberated thunderously. Rising from the ground, Reese rubbed his chest, wiped away his tears, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and took a deep breath to suppress the myriad of inappropriate emotions. Surging within him, a conciliatory smile emerged on his face. "Ahem, esteemed. Esteemed. May I inquire your surname?" "My name. You may address me as Deathwing." The dragon paused momentarily, contemplating before articulating. Then, "Esteemed Deathwing, according to the pact, I have summoned you here. I am your temporary master. You shall assist me in vanquishing my enemies. Is there anything amiss?" Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Reese endured. "Pact? I have received no such covenant. How could the great Deathwing be constrained by such trivialities? Human, if I were to devour you, do you believe the pact would punish me?" Deathwing's voice carried a hint of mirth, albeit with a more sinister undertone. I don't know, why don't you give it a try?" Reese, without forethought, blurted out this remark, realizing too late that it was a grave misstep. "Then I shall indeed give it a try." With that, Deathwing's colossal head loomed before Reese, its scorching breath enveloping him and singeing his hair to a crisp yellow. As it opened its mouth, one would expect a viscous drool to greet Rese's gaze. Yet instead, what flowed from Deathwing's maw was a torrent of crimson, bubbling magma. "Hey, is this for real?" With the dragon's jaws drawing ever closer, Reese loosened his collar, feeling as though his time was up. "You wretched demons, how long must I endure this? If I am devoured, you won't even recover my remains, only dragon excrement." Magma trickled down Deathwing's tongue, and as the infernal appendage approached, Reese shut his eyes, resolutely resigning himself to his fate. However, after several agonizing seconds, the dragon's tongue did not make contact with his body. Cautiously, he opened his eyes a crack, peering at the colossal dragon before him. Bored, are we? Why do you not scream for help? Why do you not cry out? Why do you not beg for mercy? Deathwing observed Reese with a disinterested tone. Unlike its previous deep, resonant voice, this time it was light and melodious, even somewhat enchanting. After such a long time apart, I merely wish to frighten you a little, alas. You are far too dull. Deathwing's form began to diminish, shrinking down, until at last, before Reese stood a diminutive figure, no taller than 1 meter, with violet hair, a young girl, draped. In a form-fitting black ensemble, a pair of slender, exquisite legs were exposed to the air, with a delicate dragon tail swishing behind her. Her violet tresses cascaded almost to the ground, and dark crimson spiral horns stood proudly atop her head, while her orange-hued eyes sparkled with mirth. Ray, it has been ages. The lowly version of Deathwing remarked with a smile. Lei Zhe found himself at a loss for words, completely despondent in the face of this absurd and chaotic world. Indeed, if the Lich King could transform into a Lich Queen, and Malfurion could maintain a millennia-long romance with Tyrant, what else was impossible in this realm? Rubbing his aching forehead, Lei Zhe felt utterly bemused. The violet-haired girl approached him, lifting her slender right leg with a smile, and then delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Clutching his stomach and rolling on the floor, tears streamed down Lei Zhe's face. Did she not know how to show mercy? He felt as though his insides had been rearranged. Just as he contemplated losing his temper, the violet-haired girl straddled his chest, her large orange eyes glistening with tears, her expression a picture of utter dismay. Ray, you foolish idiot. You've been gone for so long. Do you know how much Nasha has missed you? Tears fell upon Lei Zhe's face, and the fury that had been boiling within him was instantly extinguished. As her fists pounded against his chest, he found her strikes surprisingly feeble. Gazing at the weeping little girl, his heart ached with empathy. He raised his hand to gently caress her flowing violet hair, a warm smile gracing his features. I'm sorry for worrying you, and I'm back now. Though he did not know this being named Nasha, also known as Deathwing, an inexplicable urge to comfort her stirred within him, as a voice deep inside whispered, "Do not harm her." Upon hearing Lei Zhe's words, Nasha wiped away her tears and smiled. Welcome back, R.E.I.A.T. That moment, Lei Zhe's expression twisted in discomfort as he chuckled softly at the sight of 9 demon lords kneeling obediently before him, akin to remorseful schoolchildren. Their heads bowed and refraining from meeting his gaze. Occasionally, one of the demon lords would furtively nudge another. Before them sat the violet-haired girl, her delicate legs crossed elegantly. You all have grown quite bold. Have you feasted upon dragon hearts or imbibed the essence of behemoths? She said with a playful smile, then raised her hand to deliver a sharp smack to Khan's head. No trembling. At that moment, the girl was not seated upon a chair, but rather upon the robust form of the demon lord Khan, who crouched with his head lowered, emitting a whimper as if he had just endured a great humiliation. Aunt Nasha. Wells began, but before he could finish his sentence, he vanished, his screams echoing from afar. Nasha retracted her right foot and stroked her chin thoughtfully. I just awoke and my ears are not quite attuned yet. What did Wells call me just now? He referred to you as sister. The enchanting serpent, Mikisha, offered with a charming smile, then nudged a handsome man beside her. Grey Wing, Lady Nasha is of your kin, dare you utter a few kind words. The man known as Grey Wing, whose once formidable dragon horns now seemed to droop as if softened, lowered his head and murmured, You are all aware of Lady Nasha's temper. It would be more prudent to seek him out. As Grey Wing spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Reese, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Instantaneously, the gaze of all the demon lords shifted toward Reese, and Khan's large eyes glistened with tears, his expression of resentment causing Reese considerable discomfort. In truth, Reese found himself devoid of anger with no pressing matters at hand. He was merely curious to observe the reactions of this peculiar assembly of demon lords. He found them rather endearing, their unconventional appearance surprisingly appealing to him. Little Wing, what are you muttering about? Nasha continued to smile, though her grin had begun to crack. Rising from her seat, she approached Grey Wing and delivered a kick to his face, subsequently trampling upon him repeatedly. Oh ho ho, what were you just saying, Little Wing? Nasha's laughter was filled with delight, while Grey Wing could only plead for mercy. The thought echoed in the minds of the other demon lords. The tyrant. How tragic it was for the 900th floor demon lord, the second most powerful among the 10, a formidable member of the Black Dragon clan, to be so humiliated by a little girl, unable to retaliate. What could be more tragic than such a fate? Nasha, that should suffice. Observing the little girl emit a queenly laugh, Reese felt a twinge of conflict within. He knew that failing to intervene would surely leave psychological scars on the other demon lords. Unbeknownst to him, those scars had already formed long ago. Upon hearing Rez's voice, Nasha, now increasingly exhilarated, suddenly froze. The joyful laughter and the cracked smile vanished, replaced by an expression of innocence, pure, unadulterated innocence. A dragon knight. Instantly, the other demon lords shared a silent understanding, all thinking of the same profession, the sacred dragon knights of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, the kind that rides dragons by day and is ridden by them at night. Reese, what do you intend to do about those humans? Do you require my assistance in annihilating them? The pure, adorable little girl gazed at Reese with eager anticipation, her expression seemingly pleading. Let me go, I yearn to obliterate them. Reese shook his head. Should he allow Nasha to proceed, he would bear the weight of infamy for a lifetime. This thought brought a mild headache. Despite the occasional annoyance posed by the demon lords and the absurdity of this world, he still held a fondness for it. Thus, he pondered how to cultivate a positive relationship with humanity, how to establish a distinctly different image as a demon lord. Approaching the expedition team, who were still quaking in fear, Reese scrutinized their pale faces and trembling bodies, feeling conflicted. Did these individuals truly intend to assault the magic tower and challenge a demon lord? Indeed, they were nothing short of a cannon fodder brigade. However, the armored leader delivered a rather impactful first statement that nearly caused Reese to double over. Little girl. Truly a timeless delicacy. The armored man's eyes widened in astonishment as he gulped repeatedly. Had it not been for Nasha's earlier dramatic entrance, he would have rushed forward to produce a lollipop. Curse it. It seems every world has its share of lowly enthusiasts, that he murmured softly. Ignoring the perverse behavior of the armored man, Lei Zhe contemplated for a moment and inquired, if I let you go, will you return? This statement not only left the expedition team in shock, but even the demon lords and Nasha were taken aback. Would any demon lord behave in such a manner? You are a merciless killer, after all. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Lei Zhe crouched before the armored man and said, You see, I was once a human, inexplicably brought to this place, and just as inexplicably transformed into a demon lord. To be honest, I had never even harmed a chicken before, so in essence, I still consider myself a good person. I, too, have no desire to be your enemy, nor to meet my demise at your hands. Therefore, if you can assure me that you will not return after leaving, I shall let you go, but this concession is only granted once. Should you reappear, Nasha will undoubtedly be delighted. With reason and emotion, Lei Zhe sought to persuade and threaten. The expedition team was not entirely foolish who in this day and age would willingly seek death. Engaging in a battle against the Deathwing was akin to inviting suffering. Against a formidable boss like Deathwing, even a raid of 2,000 players would fare poorly. A 200,000 strong army would be met with certain defeat. Ultimately, the expedition team departed the magic tower unscathed, with the entire encounter lasting precisely 25 minutes and 34 seconds. The attacking force, the Magic Tower Expedition Team, comprised 29 members, suffering 0 casualties. The defending Demon Lord Lei Zhe, on the other hand, had only 2 participants, also with 0 casualties. However, unexpectedly, the expedition leader, the armored man, chose to remain, exhibiting remarkable resolve that I will not leave, not even if it cost me my life. Even in death, I would find happiness. The armored man's face bore a resolute and determined expression, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the demon lord, embodying a spirit unyielding in the face of death. Ultimately, Lei Zhe retreated in defeat, and from that day forth, he found himself accompanied by a towering steward named Holian, who stood over 2.1 meters tall, weighed over 150 kilograms, was skilled in household tasks, and excelled in culinary arts. Thus, the being known as Deathwing gained a loyal servant, a steadfast follower who could be tormented and will yet remained ever joyful in his devotion. Many years later, Lei Zhe, in a moment of curiosity, asked Holian why he'd been so insistent from the beginning. Holian's expression mirrored the same steadfastness and determination as before. As a lowly enthusiast, what could be more enticing than a lowly with an almost eternal shelf life? Upon hearing his explanation, Lei Zhe, filled with gratitude, patted Holian's broad and sturdy shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Truly, you are a paragon among us, an exemplar. For all lowly enthusiasts. Then, in the gaze of numerous Lolas, the master and servant embraced, their bond radiating with fervent camaraderie. Chapter 043, the Book of Omniscience. The space in which they found themselves was infinitely vast yet felt exceedingly confined due to the surrounding darkness. A silvery radiance cascaded down from a source that was nowhere to be seen. A girl clad in a black cassock knelt upon the ground, her long hair cascading around her, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Rise. A staggering 100,000 tomes of arcane knowledge hovered in the air, revolving endlessly around the silvery column of light as if they would never cease their motion. You have finally arrived, Rise. The girl bore a resemblance to Index, yet her lack of emotion rendered her more akin to a machine or an exquisitely crafted doll. Her voice was light and melodious, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Rise's gaze remained fixed upon the girl, and a voice within him proclaimed that she was indeed the object of his quest. The Book of Omniscience. A tome that contained the truths of this world, a book that even the gods could not comprehend or possess. And he, or rather his former self, was the true master of this book? Though Rise remained silent, his heart raced with excitement. He yearned to understand the sensation of possessing ultimate truth. Would it elevate him to a realm of omniscience and omnipotence? Could it grant him the power to obliterate existence in an instant? Observing Rise's silence, the girl glanced at her own form before adjusting her black cassock. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her otherwise impassive face. Do you not find this appealing? I have tailored my appearance to your preferences, lowly nun, uniform cosplay, the girl devoid of traits. Are these not aspects that once delighted you? Has your reincarnation altered your tastes? As she spoke, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she were attempting to smile. Rise, who had been solemnly regarding the girl, was struck by a sudden bolt of realization, nearly collapsing to the ground. Surely, this book was malfunctioning. For how could it utter such words if it were functioning properly? How utterly absurd. It appeared that his past life had indeed been that of a lowly enthusiast, and a cosplaying one at that. No wonder the lowly dragon indulged in dress-up games. It was all a consequence of his previous life's peculiar predilections. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Rise forced a smile and replied, I cannot speak for my past self's preferences, but I genuinely appreciate this. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Rise. You are undoubtedly a pervert. Even in reincarnation, you remain unchanged. The girl's words struck Rise once more, leaving him feeling deeply wounded. Was it not her choice to assume such a form? He had never coerced her, had he? The girl chuckled softly and then raised her right hand. The 100,000 tomes of arcane knowledge emitted a faint glow, descending into her grasp, where they merged seamlessly. This process was fleeting, lasting only a few breaths. And soon the tomes vanished, replaced by a single, ordinary book with a black cover, impressively thick, measuring 4 fingers in depth. This was the Book of Omniscience. The black tome floated away from the girl's hand, hovering before Rise. Its iron cover bore no ornate designs, appearing quite ordinary. Yet it was inscribed with a line of white text. As time flows, what do we gain? Rise lifted his hand, brushing against the book reputed to contain the truth. His fingers experiencing the unique texture of steel. Marks of various kinds crisscrossed the surface of the cover, a tapestry of scars and traces. As Lei Zhe touched these marks, vivid images unfurled before his eyes, visions of his previous lives, traversing different worlds, engaging in battles. Each scar exuded a distinct aura, joyful, sorrowful, frantic, furious, regretful, and fearful. Tears streamed down his cheeks, though he could not comprehend the reason behind his weeping. An overwhelming sense of sadness enveloped him. Observing the myriad expressions that danced across Lei Zhe's face, ultimately culminating in tears, the young girl felt as though that person had re-emerged. Surfacing from the depths of oblivion after countless years, an indistinct memory flickered in her mind, a recollection long faded. The man had gently stroked her head, laughing, while before him stood countless formidable warriors. Yet he never faltered, even when his body bore the brunt of countless injuries, even when cornered with no hope left. His smile remained unwavering, brimming with confidence as he faced all adversaries, challenging the world itself. That battle was chaotic, the sky darkened, and the world shattered. Countless souls perished, their blood pooling into a vast crimson sea, staining the very fabric of existence. In that confrontation, the seemingly pathetic Otaku unleashed an unprecedented power, constructing a path to immortality from the corpses of his foes, step by step, advancing towards the being who had observed him with serene detachment from the very beginning. After that battle, he vanished, never to return, while she and her companions were cast into the chaotic currents of space, thrust into disparate worlds, embarking on an endless odyssey of drifting and waiting. Casting her gaze upon Lei Zhe, the girl sighed softly. Had he truly left everything for the next life? Was that right or wrong? For the sake of his grand design, he had wagered nearly everything. Was that justifiable? Was transcendence and immortality truly more significant than anything else, more than their very existence, more than the ones they held dear? Lei Zhe remained oblivious to her musings. Entirely absorbed in his own realm, profoundly attuned to the sensations this book evoked within him. Within its pages lay a compendium of over 1 million spells, techniques, formations, along with boundless knowledge and history. If wielded wisely, there would be no adversary left in this world. The girl spoke slowly, observing as Lei Zhe first lifted his gaze to meet hers, only to return his focus to the tome before him. As he opened the book, a torrent of information surged into his mind, chaotic and intricate, overwhelming him to the brink of mental rupture. Meanwhile, in the tangible world, Lei Zhe maintained his hand's position atop Index's head, all eyes riveted upon him. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up a spray of blood, splattering it across Index's pristine white robe, staining it crimson. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, as in the minds of many. This suddenly appeared man had already become akin to a ghost, for no soul could withstand the backlash of the forbidden tome. Such books were beyond the realm of human comprehension and possession. A few young maidens, upon witnessing Rise drenched in blood, yearned to rush to his aid, yet were ultimately halted by Shinkai. You must learn to trust him. He is not an ordinary individual. Despite Rai's disheveled appearance, his body soaked in crimson, Shinkai held firm in her belief that he would be fine, for that book was inherently his. He was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Within the realm of consciousness, the Book of Omniscience closed, a decision made by the maiden who feared Rise might spiral into madness if he continued to delve deeper. Although the knowledge contained within was originally his, he was presently ill-equipped to bear the weight of such memories. An excess of information could shatter his psyche. Rise knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, his pallor strikingly ghastly, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. After a prolonged moment, he gradually regained his composure and shakily rose to his feet. The influx of thoughts in his mind appeared intricate, yet the substance was surprisingly sparse and inscrutable, leaving him feeling as though the ordeal was not worth the toll it took on his very essence. An experience that nearly unraveled his spirit yielded such a meager outcome, which he found difficult to accept. The maiden seemed to sense Rai's turmoil and retrieve the tome, speaking softly. This was always yours, however. You were presently unable to wield it. Do you understand why? Rise nodded silently, overwhelmed by a sense of impotence he had never encountered before. The treasury lay before him, yet he could not access it. Such a sensation was utterly disheartening. It appears you still do not comprehend, she replied, shaking her head. Rising to her feet, she approached Rise, gesturing into the void, where another book materialized before him. This one, too, bore a cover of iron, its thickness akin to the previous volume, yet distinguished by its pure white exterior, inscribed with a phrase in black. The first step towards omniscience is the recognition of one's own ignorance. Rise was taken aback by this revelation. It was not that his power had faltered, but rather that he fundamentally misunderstood the contents recorded within. These were inherently his, thus should have posed no burden upon him. Do you grasp the meaning of this phrase? You inscribed it upon the book long ago, and it shall remain until you truly attain the realm of omniscience. I now return it to you. The Book of Omniscience is so named because it encapsulates your wisdom and experiences. As the two tomes merged in the maiden's hands, they radiated a soft luminescence, ultimately transforming into a single volume, its cover starkly divided into black and white. On the black side, a line of white text read, "What do we gain as time passes? Only wisdom." Conversely, the white side bore a line of black text. The first step towards omniscience is the recognition of one's own ignorance, and omniscience is the sole path to truth. Gazing at Rise, a gentle smile graced the maiden's charming visage. Do you understand now? Upon witnessing Lei Zhe's nod, the girl's visage transformed as if frost were melting away. Subsequently, her form morphed into a radiant orb of light, soaring into the pages of the monochrome tome. Yet, her voice continued to resonate in Lei Zhe's ears. At last, I can depart from this realm, Rei. I am delighted to meet you once more. For the first time, I am the spirit of the Book of Omniscience. You may call me Index. In the days to come, I shall instruct you on the usage of the Book of Omniscience and chronicle all that you experience. It is a pleasure to meet you, Index. My name is Lei Zhe, an aficionado of the lowly genre and a reclusive individual. The moment Lei Zhe's hands made contact with the Book of Omniscience, his fingertips ignited with a dazzling brilliance. Within this luminescence, Lei Zhe beheld a figure standing before him, wearing a knowing smile. As the figure's lips parted to utter a phrase, no sound emerged. The realm of consciousness shattered. Chapter 044. The sudden return. Upon returning to the realm of reality, although Lei Zhe was drenched in blood and racked with pain, his expression radiated sheer joy. His efforts had not been in vain. He had finally found what he sought. Retracting his right hand from the forehead of Index, he smiled at her and declared, "You are free." Indeed, after merging with the Book of Omniscience, the petite nun before him had gained her freedom. She no longer bore the weight of her burdens, a conclusion that was nothing short of perfect for her. It has left, hasn't it? Index inquired, her demeanor steeped in sorrow as she tugged at Reisha's clothing, tears brimming in her eyes. Has it truly departed? Reisha nodded, raising his hand to summon the black and white tome, which materialized before him, suspended in midair. He bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Book of Omniscience. The moment the blood touched the pages, an overwhelming force surged forth, nearly fracturing the very fabric of space itself. This power radiated outward, shaking the buildings flanking the road to their foundations, while those near Reisha were thrown to the ground, buffeted by the fierce winds. In that instant, a crimson dragon's claw emerged, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, as if intent on tearing him apart. Creation, the back of Kresh. In the blink of an eye, 10 turtle shields appeared in a row, forming a barrier before Reisha. The red claw easily shattered 9 of the shields, but the last one held firm, causing the claw to vanish. Divine right, it's time we reckon with our matters. Index. A petite figure clad in a black habit materialized before Reisha, leaving all in awe. Her visage mirrored that of the white-robed Index, the only discernible difference being the color of her attire and her expressionless face, as cold as an ancient glacier. Upon witnessing the emergence of the black-robed Index, Right Fire momentarily froze before a malevolent grin spread across his face. The red claw lunged forth once more, this time targeting the black-robed Index. In response to the impending assault, she calmly stated, Analysis 1. Nidhogg's right arm. Derived from Norse mythology, the despair dragon Nidhogg possesses the ability to absorb malice, despair, and terror, subsequently amplifying and releasing them. Her voice was low and mechanical, devoid of any emotion, yet her words left the onlookers in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that this young girl could discern the essence of Right Fire's formidable third hand. Countermeasure 1. Self-disciplined defensive technique Wings of Light activated. Saralath Mornokana. The great god of light. As the girl whispered incantations, a white magic circle with a diameter exceeding 10 meters materialized on the ground. Golden light pierced through the darkened sky, illuminating Index, while a magnificent figure with wings appeared behind her. With grand golden feathers, she enveloped Index, and outside the magic circle, a transparent white defensive barrier emerged, safeguarding Reisha, Shinju, and others within. Without hesitation, the red claw collided with the white barrier. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the scene. However, mere moments later, a powerful shockwave erupted from beyond the barrier, leveling everything within a mile radius around the magic circle. The white barrier shattered with a crack, and golden feathers scattered in every direction, gently descending from the heavens, transforming into golden dust that danced away with the wind. The silhouette behind Index dissolved into golden light, vanishing from sight. Only the surrounding structures lay in ruins, while the prying magicians remained largely unharmed. Thanks to the announcement of refuge from the suspended Otaku, no innocent civilians were harmed. The magicians stood in stunned silence, gazing at the desolation that resembled the aftermath of a nuclear strike. The events that had transpired were nothing short of astonishing. What kind of defensive spell was that? Was this the incantation recorded in the grimoire? All eyes greedily fixated on the black and white tome before Reiji. The red dragon claw reappeared behind the right side of the fire, but this time he dared not to attack recklessly. Instead, he cautiously observed the girl in the black robe. The other members of the Divine Right also remained on high alert. If you refrain from attacking, then I shall take my turn. A radiant magic circle materialized behind Reiji, manifesting countless swords that hovered ominously, aimed at the members of Divine Right. Just as he prepared to strike, he was halted by the black-robed Index. Rei, the time has come, we must depart. The girl's voice was no longer monotone and cold, though devoid of emotional fluctuations. It bore a stark contrast to her earlier mechanical speech. Time? What time? Reiji was perplexed. At that moment, a stone door suddenly appeared before him, etched with the image of a tongue-wagging jester. Was this not the gateway from his previous life that could transcend space? How could it have manifested? I am the architect of this door. Initially, it was designed to appear immediately upon your discovery of fragments or items left behind by us, facilitating your exit from this world. It exists only for 3 minutes. If you do not leave within that time, you will remain here eternally until you master the laws of space or elevate your power to the point where you can disregard spatial constraints. Upon hearing Index's words, Reiji was taken aback. So sudden? There were still many matters left unresolved. This was merely a temporary departure. The coordinates of this world had already been recorded. If you wish, you can return at any time, but for now, you must leave. 3 minutes? 3 minutes is hardly sufficient. It would be unsatisfactory to leave without doing something. Reiji's expression twisted into a fierce grimace. Was he to exit so easily? He must unleash his frustrations before departing. Creation. Infinite swords. As Reiji uttered these words, an array of swords materialized in the sky, coalescing into a circular formation, multiplying until they densely obscured the heavens. The angle of the swords shifted slightly, and under Reiji's command, they cascaded down like a torrential rain, cleansing all space within a 100-meter radius. The assault persisted for nearly 2 minutes, transforming both the structures and the ground into mere dust, suspended in the air due to the relentless onslaught of the long swords. Not a single stone larger than a fist remained on the ground, and the magicians who had gathered to observe were left utterly cursed by fate. Those fortunate enough to be situated at a safe distance managed to escape in an instant, while the unfortunate ones were instantly obliterated by the rain of swords. This area of effect had nearly annihilated 70% of the invading magicians from the academic city. Well, who could blame them for congregating here to witness the spectacle? They brought their misfortune upon themselves. Just as Reiji was on the brink of losing control, he was jolted back to reality. Index grasped his hand, her eternally frostbitten visage displaying a hint of desperation. Enough, truly enough. We must leave now. The raging fury within him was instantly extinguished. He inhaled deeply, a smile resurfacing on his face. He gently ruffled Index's hair and declared, "Let us depart, but I shall return." Although he yearned to stay and avenge the student's loss to the sinister left hand, time was of the essence, and there was naught he could do at this moment. However, once he acquired a more formidable power, he vowed to return, not only to dismantle the Roman Church but to obliterate all hostile magical factions. With a wave, he dismissed the conjured weapons and cast his gaze toward a specific direction, fully aware that the 4 individuals from God's right were positioned there. Despite the ferocity of his attack, he knew it would not be sufficient to vanquish them. They were formidable beings within this world and would not easily meet their demise. Teacher. Suddenly, a certain girl, Ipan, positioned herself before Reiji, arms outstretched to obstruct his path. Ipan, what is the matter? Reiji inquired, a sense of melancholy washing over him. It seemed inevitable that this moment would come, and he felt a pang of reluctance. It would be best if he did not appear before them again upon his return, allow them to forget him, for that was the wisest course of action. Teacher, have you forgotten our pact? At that moment, Mikino approached, a smile adorning her face. Taking me away from this world was your compensation, wasn't it? Are you about to break your promise? If they wished to accompany him, he would take them along. The portal to Diobas had no restrictions on the number of individuals it could accommodate. This was one of his unique designs. Though he had contemplated imposing a limit allowing only himself to return, perhaps it was best to avoid such restrictions, as Index had suggested. Yet, her final words left Reiji utterly disheartened. He sighed and addressed Ipan and Mikino. I hope you do not regret the choices you make. And to Shirai, Misaki, and Shokuho. It has been a pleasure knowing you. With that, he stepped through the stone portal. In that instant, he heard Iwasa's voice. Remember to return. I shall await you. Oh, I will certainly return and take you away from this world. As the 4 entered the portal, the clown, sticking out its tongue, emitted a cacophonous, eerie laughter. And then the stone door vanished. At that very moment, as Reiji and the others disappeared, a rift tore through the fabric of space in another part of this world. And 2 figures emerged. Is this the world of Hades? Do you sense anything? The green-haired youth remarked to those around him. A formidable power indeed. Hortus has been vanquished. Moreover, from the residual energy, it appears that he was defeated in a single blow, and his strength has been dispersed throughout this world, providing considerable benefits to its native inhabitants. Beside the green-haired youth stood a boy, seemingly no older than 8 or 9, yet speaking with remarkable maturity. Well, that wretch is dead, and good riddance. However, you are now the new deity of this world. Exercise caution, for I fear that the god-slaying fiend may still linger here. Do you take me for Hortus? Such matters are not for you to concern yourself with. In the 3rd volume, the first step towards harmony and friendship, Rizel takes his initial stride for the sake of the continent and the relationship between humanity and magical beings. The world shall transform, and it shall do so in my own way. Chapter 045. The legend. It has been 6 days since I returned from the world of magical disqualification to the Tower of Magic. In retrospect, I realized that my departure from the tower lasted merely a few seconds. Evidently, the timelines of the 2 worlds are entirely disparate. While I spent several months in the world of magical disqualification, only mere seconds elapsed in the world of collapse. At this moment, I also discovered that this world of collapse is called Diobas. How is it that even the name has surfaced? Is the MT alright? However, these past few days have been quite a headache for me, primarily due to the conflict between the enchanting girl and the petite dragon. Mei Shinli has been rather carefree, enjoying the spectacle while occasionally stoking the flames of discord or wandering aimlessly into the territories of other demon lords. This young lady possesses remarkable skills. Within just a few days, she has become quite familiar with the other demon lords, almost to the point of sharing camaraderie, as if they were brothers. Upon leaving my bedroom, I ventured into the living room, only to find Mei lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the continental news. The green-skinned beast was fervently shouting about toppling the tower, followed by an array of mundane yet exasperating news reports. "How rare it is to see you at home today. Haven't you been out and about?" I inquired, picking up a glass of water from the coffee table and sitting beside her. With a yawn, May turned off the television and reclined on the sofa, crossing her long, slender legs. With a hint of boredom, she replied, "I've been everywhere, but it's quite dull. Can I truly not leave the tower? The outside world seems rather intriguing." My gaze wandered unabashedly over May's legs. After all, why not admire beauty? Isn't that the very purpose of beauty? Rather than being furtive about it, one should embrace it openly. The long-lost enigmatic voice, "You are becoming increasingly shameless." Upon hearing her words, I chuckled helplessly. You should be able to, right? After all, the rules of this tower dictate that only magical creatures cannot leave. Humans can come and go freely. Why not give it a try? In truth, I, too, was eager to explore the outside world, particularly the Dragon Kingdom. I was curious about how they train their holy dragon knights. I longed to witness it firsthand. I am merely observing with a critical eye, mind you. It is futile. Ever since she arrived in this world, she has ceased to be considered human, including Ichibukai. Therefore, it is best for her to remain here in peace. The spirit of the Book of All-Knowing, the black-robed index, materialized beside me, then flopped onto my lap, settling into a comfortable position. Has this pseudo-three-no personality lowly become increasingly excessive lately? It seems I have been demoted from master to mere decorative pillow. Cough, cough, master. I implore you to make Nisa and Suzuko cease their antics. They are destroying my kitchen. At that moment, a towering figure, Holland, over 2 meters tall, stumbled into the living room, collapsing to his knees beside me. He clutched my leg, tears streaming down his face, exuding an air of profound grievance. His display startled me, and I stifled a smile, saying, Hey, I'm not fond of men. Holland, I appreciate your goodwill. What the hell? I'm not fond of men either. Master, I beg you to make Suzuko and Nisa stop. They're going to ruin the kitchen. The mere mention of the kitchen caused Lei Zhe's brows to furrow, triggering a tumultuous reaction in his stomach. Indeed, he felt as though he were on the brink of collapse after the tumultuous days he had endured. The catalyst for this predicament arose when Lei Zhe inadvertently praised the culinary skills of a certain matron, which provoked the petite dragon into a fervent outburst. Have you ever witnessed a colossal dragon undertaking the art of cooking, particularly one of the caliber of Deathwing? Thus began Lei Zhe's hellish mealtime, characterized by the simultaneous presentation of dishes by both the matron and the petite dragon. Under the electric intensity of their gazes, Lei Zhe found himself compelled to consume both servings in their entirety. The matron's culinary prowess was unquestionable, yet it was the petite dragon that truly posed a challenge. Burning the meat was one thing, but could one not differentiate between salt and sugar? And did she dare to forego the flames she herself emitted while grilling? The electric stove was not merely for show. Moreover, the petite dragon's choice of ingredients left much to be desired. What abyssal potato, abyssal wild boar, and abyssal? Have you ever encountered a potato that shrieked when peeled? Have you ever seen a tomato that feasted on meat? Or a carrot that sported legs? Faintly, Lei Zhe perceived the petite dragon's voice. This time, I shall not be outdone by you, little imp. In retort, the matron quipped. An old crone should possess the grace of her years, at 150,000 years old, still maintaining a laundry board physique. Oh matron, your taunts have gone too far. If one were to translate that into human terms, the petite dragon would scarcely be a mere 15 years of age. Your claim of 150,000 years is simply for the sake of his own stomach. Lei Zhe stood up and smiled at Hualian, saying, Hualian, you are the esteemed steward of our household. Surely you can manage this trivial matter without necessitating my intervention with Wells? You might as well return home to wed. Mai Yi, let us seek out that reclusive demon lord. With that, he pulled the lounging Mai Yi from the sofa and vanished from the living room. Just as the two combatants appeared, Teacher, you are quite mischievous. Hualian is surely in for a rough time. Mai Yi chuckled from behind Lei Zhe. Infinite heaven respects. May the bald donkey remain undisturbed. He has been wronged. Nevertheless, I do have business with the reclusive demon lord. He has been cooped up in his room for several days now. Could anything have gone awry? Amidst the greetings from a throng of magical beings, Lei Zhe approached the room of the reclusive demon lord and pushed the door open without hesitation. Upon entering, Mai Yi instinctively covered her nose and stepped back twice, for the room emitted an undeniably unpleasant odor. Observing the dimly lit chamber and inhaling the cacophony of scents, a crossroad appeared upon Lei Zhe's forehead. I say, Wells, even in your seclusion, must there be no limits? Would it truly be a hardship to have your servants tidy up a bit? Wells' room was in utter disarray, with remnants of meals and dishes piled haphazardly, some even beginning to spoil. The curtains were drawn, and the only source of illumination was the glow of the computer screen. Upon hearing Lei Zhe's voice, the reclusive demon lord lifted his gaze, a weary smile gracing his face. Apologies, I forgot. They dare not enter without my command. He then furrowed his brow, evidently recognizing the chaos that enveloped his living space. Upon pressing the bell by the bedside, a minute later, a group of enchanting succubi clad in maid attire gracefully entered Wells' chamber, swiftly commencing their tidying tasks. With the aid of magic, the initially disheveled room was transformed into a pristine state within mere minutes. Seated on the sofa, Reggie lit a cigarette and remarked, "I say, have you gone mad these past few days? Even if you are a demon lord, your body cannot endure such strain. You must take proper rest. Isn't this merely leveling up? The player who secures the top rank on this server will receive a signed photograph from the Lich Queen. I shall not squander this opportunity." Reggie observed the fierce flames engulfing Wells, truly resembling a valiant warrior. Game? What game? Is it that frustrating WOM developed by the Rainstorm team? Is it truly that enjoyable? As Reggie rose, he moved closer to Wells, casting his gaze upon the computer screen. Suddenly, he froze, overwhelmed by the chaotic yet delectable experience. He found himself utterly captivated. The scene was so familiar, so strikingly reminiscent. Watching Wells deftly maneuver the mouse, vanquishing one zombie after another, Reggie collapsed onto his bed. His expression a portrait of inner turmoil. What a sham. Is the developer of this game perhaps from the same world as I? You've conjured a legend. Chapter 46. Changing the world. Starting from this moment when one speaks of legends, what comes to mind? The three classes, warrior, mage, and rogue. Locations such as Bitch and Chaozhong, as well as the infamous Pig Cave and Centipede Cave. Notable characters like Bai Zhu, the Zhuma Lord, the Oma Lord, and the Dragon God. Weapons and skills like the Judgment, Wuji, Purgatory, Dragon Pattern, Guyu, Dragon Slayer, Prayer Memory, and the Moon in the Well. Spells such as Fireball. Basic swordsmanship, attack and assassination, Crescent Blade Technique, Barbaric Charge, Fiery Blade Technique, Summon Skeleton Beast, Thunderbolt, and Ice Roar. Whenever the term legend is mentioned, a plethora of memories springs to life in Lei Zhe's mind. However, he never anticipated that the game Wells was so eagerly awaiting would be this one. Although it diverged significantly from his memories of the original legend, its essence was still evident. Could it be that the designer of this game had traversed from the same world as himself? If not, who could possibly explain the origin of this frustrating and absurd online game? Nevertheless, Lei Zhe felt a profound despair towards this fractured world. Whether it be anime, games, or even films, everything seemed to be in its infancy. What on earth was happening? The anime era was dominated by magical girls, while games were rife with primitive works akin to legends. As for films, they should have the highest technical caliber. Yet the content was so disappointing that it was hardly worth producing. Setting aside anime and games, focusing solely on film, with so many resources at disposal, why could they not produce classic masterpieces? Imagine over 100,000 monsters charging forward in formation, while a few handsome heroes stood on a cliff, gazing down at the tide of enemies. This is nothing short of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Bring forth the Zaku, split them into two factions, and voila, you have a live-action Gundam. Furthermore, if one were to find a dashing vampire from the realm of the 500th floor Demon King and pair him with a beautiful human, isn't that reminiscent of Only Lovers Left Alive? If the undead were to make a guest appearance, well, the Resident Evil series would be born. At that moment, as a self-proclaimed otaku, Lei Zhe's mind raced with a brilliant idea. Why could humans and monsters not coexist? It was all about promotion. If humanity could be made aware that monsters, too, possess love and kindness, who would still seek trouble in the Magic Tower? Whether through anime, film, or games, wouldn't this serve as a vital link in fostering harmony and friendship between the two races? He recalled Wells mentioning that there were countless humans in this world, just as there were innumerable monsters. If a conflict were to arise, one side would undoubtedly face annihilation. Yet, for the time being, the monsters had grown accustomed to peace. They desired no war or trouble. Meanwhile, under the propaganda from the upper echelons, monsters were perpetually portrayed as evil. As long as monsters existed, peace would remain elusive. Promotion, that was the crux of the matter. Wells, Lei Zhe exclaimed, placing a hand on Wells' shoulder with palpable excitement. Wells, deeply engrossed in his game, was startled, inadvertently crushing the mouse in his grasp. What is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Lei Zhe merely chuckled dismissively, seizing his collar and leading him outside. Disregarding his protests, summoned the other demon lords to the conference room for a meeting, commanded Lei Zhe to the guards outside, before dragging Wells along to the meeting chamber. Within the confines of the room, Lei Zhe waited a mere 5 minutes before the other demon lords arrived. One might ponder whether they possessed a strong sense of time or simply had nothing better to do than await this gathering. Choosing to disregard Wells's complaints, Lei Zhe addressed the 10 unconventional demon lords before him. I have gathered you all today for a matter of utmost importance, one that concerns the future of our millions of subjects within the Demon Tower. Upon hearing his solemn declaration, The other demon lords adopted a serious demeanor, even the reclusive lord among them. It is common knowledge that humans persistently seek to invade the demon tower, driven primarily by boredom, the pursuit of wealth, and the propaganda from their leaders. Lei Zhe began to articulate his thoughts. However, we, the demon creatures, have grown accustomed to peace. While we do not fear humans, we detest unnecessary troubles. Once or twice is manageable, but repeated incursions can wear anyone's patience thin. I have been contemplating how we might coexist with humanity. In my view, this is not an impossible endeavor, as the two factions harbor no inherent conflicts of interest. We possess our own living spaces and need not vie for land with humans. We can sustain ourselves through our own efforts, without resorting to pillaging or violence. If there are no conflicting interests, why maintain an adversarial relationship? Those who come to invade the demon tower generally fall into two categories: those seeking fame out of sheer boredom, and those compelled by necessity to seek fortune within our domain. Beyond these, who else would venture here? Do you truly believe they act out of a sense of justice or a desire for peace on the continent? At this juncture, the other demon lords chuckled, well aware of the truth behind such claims, recognizing them as mere self-deceptive rhetoric. Just then, an epiphany struck Lei Zhe. A plan capable of altering the continent's status quo manifested in his mind. Ah, you shall undoubtedly revere this plan, bowing before me in admiration. As he uttered this, the other demon lords exchanged incredulous glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Unfazed, Lei Zhe grinned and switched on the television in the conference room, tuning into a film currently playing. The screen displayed a romantic scene between two goblins, leaving the demon lords unfazed, while Lei Zhe nearly retched. Can you believe this is airing on television? Clearing his throat, he continued, this is a film, as you all know. The most popular genre across the continent at present is romance. After enduring prolonged warfare, no one wishes to watch tales of conflict. Yet, do you not find such films utterly tragic? With a sudden thump on the table, he startled the demon lords, channeling an otherworldly fervor. Tell me, is this truly a film? Is this truly a film? It possesses no redeeming qualities. Two diminutive goblins engaged in a love affair is hardly compelling. With such trite and outdated dialogue and actors of dubious talent, is this really what we call cinema? It's unbearable, truly unbearable. In this world, humanity possesses an abundance of resources yet fails to utilize them effectively, resulting in an egregious waste. At this point, he gestured towards the 500-layered demon king, a pure blood vampire, whose striking beauty could only be described as exquisite. Behold, the perfection of his visage, he proclaimed. If he were to grace the silver screen, he would undoubtedly become the idol of every woman on the continent. As for the narrative, let us center it around love. He then recounted the plot of the classic film The Emotions of 4 Centuries, culminating in a poignant summary: true love never fades. A profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes were riveted on Lei Zhe, particularly the one singled out, the enchanting demon king, who seemed on the verge of leaping forward to embrace him. The tale was simply magnificent, heart-wrenching, and, observing the speechless demon lords, Lei Zhe could hardly contain his elation, expressing gratitude for this fractured world and the underdeveloped entertainment industry. It presented him with a tremendous opportunity. What do you say? Shall we endeavor to reshape our image among humanity in this manner? The continent yearns for harmony, and this harmony must not be predicated upon the suffering of any race. War is unnecessary, and hatred is equally unwelcome. I shall employ my methods to transform this world, to alter this continent. This is merely the first step. Chapter 047. Completion of the script. The demon lords had departed, leaving only Lei Zhe and Wells in the conference room. Lei Zhe, smoking contemplatively, was burdened with thoughts. Despite his bold proclamations, he was utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. He had a profound recollection of the film he had viewed, yet directing it posed an entirely different challenge. It was crucial to understand that articulating ideas and executing them on camera were two dissimilar endeavors. Every aspect, from shot selection to scene composition and costumes, demanded meticulous attention. Perhaps the techniques used in producing music videos could be adapted for filmmaking? He pondered. Another pressing concern was the casting. Finding a suitable actor to portray a vampire was straightforward, as he was undeniably the prime candidate for the role. However, the female lead posed a dilemma. Given that the narrative revolved around a romance between humans and monsters, the female protagonist could not be a succubus or a serpent woman. She must be human. It was indeed a vexing situation. Most humans would likely flee at the mere suggestion of participating in a film about monsters. Who would be willing to assume the role of the lead? In addition to this, there was the question of locations. He wondered if the magic tower contained settings that could convincingly represent the urban backdrop required by the plot. As for costumes, Lei Zhe felt confident he could manage that challenge effortlessly. The dialogue and script could be swiftly resolved. Yet, the issue of the female lead remained a source of considerable frustration. Suddenly, An idea struck him, prompting him to turn to Wells. Wells, do you think May would be suitable for the role of Elizabeth? Although the Magic Tower considers her a monster and restricts her movement, her appearance is entirely human, and her origins are shrouded in mystery. In terms of both demeanor and beauty, she is exceptionally remarkable. What do you think? Wells, leaning on the table with a furrowed brow, replied, do you truly believe this plan is feasible? Understand that a single film cannot alter human perceptions. Perhaps one film alone may not change their views, but what if there were a second, a third, or a fourth? Lei Zhe countered. Ideologies can be intentionally reshaped. It merely depends on how we approach it. This endeavor is not insurmountable. We can subtly influence perceptions, allowing humans to realize that we monsters are not so different from them. As long as we can plant that notion in their minds, we will have taken the first step. With that, Lei Zhe rose, preparing to leave. He continued, I will first consult May, as the primary perspective of this film is human. We need to recruit a significant number of human supporting characters. If we cannot accomplish even this initial step, all our efforts will be in vain. As Lei Zhe departed, Wells remained at the conference table, silently pondering his thoughts. Upon finding Mei Shenli, Lei Zhe shared his ideas with her and awaited her response. Filming a movie? That could indeed be intriguing. I accept your proposal. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed, adding, will you be participating in this film? This question caught Lei Zhe off guard, as he had not considered it before, but it was certainly worth contemplating. As for the role, what about that lunatic locked away in the mental hospital? Lei Zhe, filming a movie? Nasha wants to join too, suddenly exclaimed the little dragon, rushing over and grasping Lei Zhe's arm. Goodness. A mere 15 years old and already acting so spoiled, commented a figure closely following, observing Nasha's antics with a bemused expression. Hello, my dear friend. It seems that your skills and sarcasm have recently reached new heights. Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the little dragon? Indeed, when it comes to age, it appears that no matter the species, women tend to shy away from the topic, particularly as Nasha's age has become a frequent target of your jests, driving her to the brink of exasperation. The two seem to have reached a point of irreconcilable differences, their relationship strained. What will become of them? Is the Crystal Palace destined to collapse before it is even constructed? For two young women on the verge of a real-life showdown, Lei Zhe found himself utterly speechless. He cast a helpless glance at the smirking Mei Shenli beside him, then shook his head, intending to depart. He swore that if he remained there, he would undoubtedly find himself at the center of the battlefield, a pawn in their rivalry, definitely a position he could not afford to take. With a casual excuse, Lei Zhe led Mei Shenli to the 500th floor to seek out the Blood Clan's Dark Lord, Gai Ying. Since he was the leading man, it was only fitting to inquire whether he was satisfied with Mei. Upon learning that the heroine was Mei, Gai Ying became exceedingly enthusiastic, seemingly pleased with her presence. Could it be that he had developed an affection for her? Was he contemplating a sweet yet thrilling first embrace? Or perhaps he intended to blur the lines between fiction and reality and claim her as his own? Let him desire her, but why did Lei Zhe feel an odd bitterness? As if he had consumed aged vinegar? How could he be so base, like a certain scoundrel who thinks with his lower half? Eager to pursue every attractive woman in sight? Was he not already burdened with enough complications? Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, Lei Zhe addressed Gai Ying. It seems you are quite taken with the heroine. I shall return to pen the script, which I assure you will be unforgettable. A classic that will stand as a cornerstone in vampire lore. Moreover, numerous roles remain uncast. Should there be an online audition? A chance to win prizes in a talent search? With such thoughts, Lei Zhe departed, muttering to himself. After his exit, Gai Ying gracefully extended his right hand towards Mei, saying, Beautiful Miss Mei, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? No, Mei replied curtly before walking away. Gai Ying shook his head, feeling a touch of disappointment. In truth, he felt somewhat rejected, yet he was not disheartened. Throughout his long existence, he had encountered countless women, and as a notorious dandy, his heart was easily swayed by beauty, a trait he could not change. Lifting a crystal-clear glass filled with a viscous crimson liquid, he acknowledged that it was indeed blood, albeit not of human origin, but rather an artificial concoction. The Blood Clan had long ceased their predation on humanity, deeming such actions barbaric, even though they remained enamored with blood. After leaving Gai Ying's castle, Lei Zhe proceeded to the 300th floor, seeking the werewolf lord, Kunsuo Inya. He intended to cast Kunsuo in the role of the werewolf. Kunsuo did not decline Lei Zhe's invitation and looked forward to the filming, finding the concept refreshingly novel. As for the remaining characters, Lei Zhe found himself somewhat troubled, particularly due to the human roles, especially that of Jonathan, originally portrayed by Keanu Reeves, which caused him considerable distress. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on the script first, although many aspects required substantial revisions. Thus, Lei Zhe secluded himself in his room for 3 days and nights. On the 4th day, Just as Naisha was about to burst through the door, Lei Zhe emerged. His complexion appeared somewhat haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Yet, his expression was notably relaxed, even somewhat joyous. Upon noticing the gathering of Yifeng, the lowly dragon, Mei, and Holan at the doorway, he felt a warm sense of camaraderie. "Ah, I apologize for causing everyone concern. I have completed the script. Come, you shall find delight in this story." Chapter 048, Conception. The world of the Demon Tower. After the demon lords perused the script, they were rendered speechless. Nessa, with her amber-hued eyes brimming with tears, tugged at Lei Zhe's sleeve and exclaimed, "They are so pitiable, Lei Zhe. Can't the conclusion be a tad more joyous?" "No, this is precisely perfect. In fact, one might say this ending is truly magnificent. Lei Zhe, you are a genius." The first to voice his opinion was the scheduled protagonist, Guy Ying. He stood up with palpable excitement, gesticulating fervently. The other demon lords gazed at him with envy, for he was indeed the star of this production. Should this film come to fruition, he would undoubtedly achieve fame. "Lei Zhe, I never expected that not only do you compose splendid music, but you also craft films of such caliber. Now that we have a vampire theme, could we perhaps also develop a werewolf narrative?" Kunsuo, feeling somewhat disheartened by his secondary role, vowed to persuade Lei Zhe to pen a story about werewolves for him. "Of course, I have a plethora of stories swirling in my mind. Accommodating each of you as protagonists is absolutely feasible," Lei Zhe proclaimed with a touch of audacity. "Since we are already borrowing, why not seize the opportunity fully? We shall not only be film thieves, but also comic thieves, novel thieves, and game thieves. However, who shall portray Jonathan? This is an exceedingly pivotal character, albeit with limited screen time. He is undeniably one of the core figures," the serpent woman, Mikisha, interjected. She surveyed the group and continued, "Moreover, there are numerous roles that require casting, such as the heroine's friend, her lover, and the patient confined in the asylum. Such parts undoubtedly cannot be played by monsters. We need humans. Who do you think would be suitable?" Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma, beyond the principal actors. Even the extras and minor roles must be filled by humans. Master, Holian suddenly spoke up. Technically, he had no authority to participate in this meeting. But Lei Zhe had invited him to contribute to the script discussion. His interjection captured everyone's attention. Under the gaze of the 11 demon lords and Deathwing, Holian collected his thoughts and continued, "As for the actors, I can devise a solution. Do you remember the humans I led during my assault on the Demon Tower? They were members of my former mercenary band. If we summon them as part of a mission, it should resolve our predicament. As for the other supporting roles, I have a few friends in the entertainment industry who might be willing to assist." Upon hearing his words, Lei Zhe's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a stroke of luck. If this endeavor succeeded, Holian would undoubtedly be the foremost benefactor. What are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly. The hot-tempered Minotaur, Khan, slammed the table in impatience. Holian nodded and departed the conference room, though he felt quite vexed, muttering to himself as he ran. "Why isn't the heroine a lowly? Not a lowly, not a lowly." Having resolved the personnel issue, another concern arose: the setting. According to the scenes described in your narrative, it appears that the Tower of Babel lacks a suitable space. Would it necessitate temporary construction? Such a course of action could potentially extend our timeline. The Black Dragon King, Grey Wing, expressed his query. This is easily manageable. To everyone's surprise, it was Nisa who responded. With a mere wave of her hand, a virtual screen materialized at the center of the round conference table, revealing a desolate landscape. Lei Zhe found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his own territory. What game is Nisa playing? A semi-ethereal keyboard appeared before Nisa, and with a few casual manipulations, a town instantly sprang forth in the barren expanse on the screen. What on earth is this? Observing the astonished gazes of those around, Nisa proudly proclaimed, "This is the wondrous capability of the terminal." She gestured towards the collar around her neck and elaborated. "As long as one possesses this device, they can control the tower. Moreover, I can dictate the rules within it. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass mine by more than one level, they are entirely under my dominion. My authority is second only to Lei Zhe. And aside from living beings, perhaps even including them, I can conjure anything." Upon her declaration, the once desolate town instantly brimmed with vitality as humans began to appear, meandering about with casual ease. This is astounding. With such a method, why seek out other actors? Meichi Sha felt a tinge of frustration. Was this not a case of seeking distant shores for fish when the shore was right at hand? Unexpectedly, Nisa shook her head, somewhat resigned. These are merely figments of fantasy. Though they can be seen and touched, they remain illusions. These humans lack consciousness. They merely operate according to the parameters I have set. Hence, I do not recommend utilizing them as actors in the film. Gazing at the town displayed on the screen, Lei Zhe rubbed his chin. A wild plan slowly crystallizing in his mind. Nisa, can you completely transform the appearance of the first layer of the world? I mean, can you fulfill any request I propose? Excitement flickered in Lei Zhe's eyes, his expression reminiscent of a patron encountering a courtesan, brimming with desire. Certainly, as long as you are certain, Nisa replied. Lei Zhe bowed his head, taking a drag from his cigarette, while the others in the conference room silently observed him. After finishing his smoke, he lifted his head and erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the conference room, leaving others bemused. This laughter persisted for 5 minutes before Lei Zhe finally ceased. He then stood up and walked towards the exit, addressing everyone, "Follow me to the first layer. If it can be realized, I vow this continent shall be transformed." Standing upon the earth of the first layer, Lei Zhe surveyed the world before him. After a time, he turned to Nisa and commanded, "Nisa, conjure a wolf." In response, a wolf materialized before them, standing still, devoid of life, even lacking the rhythm of breath. Can it move? The wolf began to stir. Can it become aggressive? The wolf let out a low growl, baring its teeth, and seemed poised to pounce upon the gathering. Above the wolf's head, a crimson health bar materialized, indicating a quantity of 20. As the red bar appeared, accompanied by the numeral 20. Reese pointed at Wells and then addressed Nessa. Set it so that no matter how much strength Wells exerts against the wolf, its health will only diminish by 1 point. With the settings complete, he commanded, "Wells, come forth and engage this wolf." As a devoted gamer, upon seeing the health bar hovering above the wolf's head, Wells instantly grasped Ree's intention. He was swept up in exhilaration, for if Ree's concept were to come to fruition, it would be an unparalleled delight. Subsequently, Wells leaped into battle with the summoned wild wolf, while Rees continuously fine-tuned the parameters. Nessa, can you create Wells' attribute panel? As for the details, it should reflect Health 100, Mana 100, Strength 10, Agility 10, Endurance 10, Magic 10, Spirit 10, Attack Power 1, Defense Power 1. Thus, Wells' attribute panel materialized. Next, they added his full body image and incorporated 19 equipment slots, each designated for specific gear: ammunition, helmet, necklace, shoulders, shirt, chest armor, belt, leg armor, shoes, wrists, gloves, ring 1. Ring 2, accessory 1, accessory 2, cloak, main hand, offhand, and ranged. The equipment was added, transforming Wells' appearance into that of the fearless set, with the weapon chosen being the Frost Scythe, a two-handed weapon. They provided him with a selection of spells, ensuring that his innate magical abilities would be restricted. He could only utilize the spells supplied and nothing beyond. Equipment durability was established, with a maximum of 100 and a minimum of 0, rendering it unusable when depleted. One command after another was issued, and Nessa diligently made the necessary adjustments, a process that persisted for a full hour. The other demon lords did not intervene. They merely observed in silence. Wells first battled the wild wolf, then faced other beasts, and ultimately, even a dragon was conjured. Once everything was finalized, Rees burst into laughter once more, gazing at the desolate landscape before him, marveling at the extraordinary nature of this world. If such feats were achievable, what else lay beyond the realm of possibility? Ah, the past life. Did you foresee this day? The world of gaming. This is one of our dreams. I yearn to know what else you have in store that may astonish me once more. Come forth. I shall transform this world in my own way, altering the relationship between humanity and monsters. Haha. Chapter 049. The Genius. Though this title holds little substance in recent days, Lei Zhe has been exceedingly occupied. He is not only revising the script, but also orchestrating the content for the game Tower of Magic. Since the film adaptation of The Great Thief has been accomplished, embarking on a venture as a game thief seems trivial. Thus, Lei Zhe has resolved to design this game based on the backdrop of World of Warcraft, with certain modifications. The script for 400 Years of Passion has been nearly finished, and now he awaits the arrival of the actors sought by Holian, after which filming can commence. Meanwhile, the planning for Tower of Magic is progressing steadily, with the first closed beta test anticipated to occur post the film shoot, featuring the Demon Lords and the actors as testers. Recently, Wells has been particularly enthusiastic. The game previously deemed capable of revolutionizing the industry has been entirely forgotten by him. This reclusive demon lord now lingers around Lei Zhe daily, inquiring about matters related to Tower of Magic, and often sits aside imagining himself as an unparalleled champion, invincible across realms. This reclusive demon lord has truly lost his edge. After several days of anticipation, Holian finally returned to the tower with a group of individuals. Though not as many as expected, only around 500. Perhaps many still harbor trepidation towards this place. These 500 souls were painstakingly gathered by Holian. Had it not been for the allure of gold, they would not have returned to the tower, as the shadow cast by the previous encounter with Deathwing loomed large. Casually taking a seat, Lei Zhe surveyed the gathering of over 500 individuals, a smile gracing his face as he addressed them. Greetings, I am Lei Zhe. This is not our first encounter, I presume. The purpose of this assembly, as Holian may have informed you, is indeed to enlist you as temporary actors for a duration of 1 month. During this period, we shall provide meals and lodging, with a remuneration of 1,000 gold coins per person. Should the duration exceed 1 month, an additional 10 gold coins will be awarded daily. How does that sound? The crowd remained silent, awaiting Lei Zhe's continuation, which Holian had already elaborated during their journey. Lei Zhe nodded, unfazed, and continued. The tasks are quite straightforward. You need only heed my guidance. I assure you of your personal safety. Should you harbor doubts, I can formalize our agreement with a contract. However, I must emphasize that if you choose to remain, you are expected to work diligently. Should I discover any deceit or mischief, I regret to inform you that you will be dismissed from the crew without any compensation. With such clarity delivered, little remained to be said. The assemblage exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Finally, a woman with striking red hair stepped forward and declared, "We agree. No need for contracts. I believe the Demon Lord will honor our wages." Appraising the woman before him, who was slightly taller with a commendable physique and pleasing features, Lei Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Holian and instructed, arrange their accommodations, and provide them with the script. We shall commence filming tonight, beginning with the scene of Dracula and Myra's farewell. Once they have rested sufficiently, take them to collect their equipment. Let us aim for a single successful take. I will check on the dialogue between Ying and Mai Yi. After concluding his words, Lei Zhe departed. No sooner had he left than the group of over 500 mercenaries erupted in commotion. A fiery-haired woman darted in front of Holian, seizing his ear, causing him to grimace in pain and plead for mercy. Honestly tell me, is there truly no deceit in your words? It appeared that this band still held reservations about Lei Zhe. After all, humanity often harbored animosity toward magical beings. Holian, gritting his teeth, nearly knelt before her, his face a mask of conflict as he insisted, "No, I swear, I merely wanted you to act for once." The red-haired woman released her grip on Holian's ear and turned to an elder beside her, inquiring, "What is your perspective, old man? I find it hard to believe we're merely filming." The elder stroked his smooth chin, lost in contemplation. In his advanced years, he had grown perceptive, indeed. The Demon King had not deceived them, for the eyes are the windows to the soul, and such clarity and gaze could not be feigned. Yet, if that were the case, how could this film be explained? As the fiery-haired woman had remarked, the notion of a Demon King producing a movie seemed rather implausible. Holian felt a pang of ire upon witnessing his acquaintance's disbelief in Lei Zhe. The longer he stayed by Lei Zhe's side, the more he admired him. His character and approach to matters were impeccable, especially the script he had crafted, which elevated Lei Zhe to a near-divine status in Holian's eyes. He believed that accompanying Lei Zhe was far more intriguing than inheriting a family legacy, particularly with the presence of a remarkable girl like Nisa. Tossing aside the script written by Lei Zhe, Holian huffed, "Just take a look. These houses are all vacant. Feel free to make yourselves at home. The remaining scripts will be delivered shortly. I expect you to study them diligently. Do not let me down in the end, for I cannot afford such disgrace." With that, he took his leave. Holian's demeanor incited a surge of fury within the fiery-haired woman, yet she chose to remain silent, secretly vowing to make him regret it later. The elder opened the script and began to read. Minutes later, he closed the script, his face awash with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that his eyes had grown misty. A genius, a masterpiece. Who could have penned such a script? Meanwhile, on the other side, Guy Ying and Mai Yi were rehearsing a scene where Dracula prepared to enter battle, bidding farewell to his wife. "What do you think?" Lei Zhe inquired. Observing the impeccably dapper vampire, Guy Ying, clad in a striking red suit. "It's quite all right, but there is a kissing scene, isn't there? Miss Mai Yi, are you comfortable with that?" As Guy Ying spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lei Zhe could easily discern the thoughts racing through his mind. Truly, he was the most philandering and unscrupulous of all Demon Kings. Yet why did Lei Zhe feel an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch? "Are you underestimating me?" Mai Yi chuckled, completely unfazed by Guy Ying's gaze. Sensing that both actors were in excellent spirits, Lei Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Holian abruptly entered the room. "Master, someone wishes to meet with you." "Huh? Who might that be?" "Please wait. I still have a few matters to finalize." After Lei Zhe concluded his remarks, he continued to discuss the plot intricacies with Guy Ying and Mai Yi, emphasizing particular points of significance, especially the moment when Guy Ying returns to discover the female protagonist's lifeless body, spiraling into madness. This discussion extended for over an hour. And just as it seemed to be reaching its conclusion, Lei Zhe suddenly called Mai Yi aside. "Are you truly all right?" "In what regard?" She replied. "If it's about my performance, I am quite confident, as I am a member of the drama club at school," Mai Yi said with a half-smile. And upon observing her expression, Lei Zhe felt a pang of confusion. Why did he suddenly feel a twinge of displeasure? Where was this discomfort stemming from? Perhaps it was due to that charming yet unreliable vampire, Zhacheng? After much hesitation, Lei Zhe failed to articulate his thoughts, yet Mai Yi burst into laughter, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Just as he was about to depart, Mai Yi unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. His mind momentarily blanked. Was it his misfortune to be outmaneuvered by girls lately? Nonetheless, it felt rather pleasant. Following the kiss, Mai Yi released him and remarked with a smile. That was my first kiss. Feel honored, old man. Now are you reassured? With that, she walked away, leaving Lei Zhe standing there alone, bewildered. How could she have known that his worries revolved around this matter? Was he truly becoming more shameless by the day? Did his possessiveness really run that deep? Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly remembered that someone was waiting for him. He hurried over, and before even stepping inside, he said, I apologize. I had some matters to attend to. May I ask who you are? Lei Zhe regarded the elderly gentleman before him. Feeling a sense of familiarity, he seemed to be one of the 500 individuals summoned by Hua Lion. What could this elder want with him? The old man gazed intently at the young man for an extended period before picking up the script and inquiring, Is this truly your work? Scratching his head, Lei Zhe felt a tinge of bashfulness. Yes, while the concept is not entirely my own, it is indeed penned by my hand. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally uttered 2 words, Genius. Chapter 050. The filming begins. This is merely the first step. Even the thick-skinned Lei Zhe, whose countenance rivaled that of a fortress wall, felt a blush creep across his face upon hearing the elder's exclamation. The notion of genius is but a fleeting illusion. It is the art of plagiarism that reigns supreme. It appears that the protagonists in novels are indeed fond of borrowing ideas. The term genius can become quite addictive when uttered repeatedly. How absurd. Plagiarism is a distasteful term. What I engage in is merely inspiration, indeed. That is precisely what it is. Mysterious voice, you are becoming increasingly shameless. Could you enlighten me as to why you wish to make a film? Logically speaking, this is not a task suited for a demon king, the elder inquired with curiosity. This was the primary reason for seeking out Lei Zhe. Although he had formed some conjectures, he was eager to hear the man's thoughts. Producing a cigarette, Lei Zhe first offered one to the elder. After lighting it for him, he pulled out another for himself, inhaling deeply before he spoke slowly. Elder, what is your perspective on the current relationship between humans and monsters? Let us be objective, devoid of any racial prejudice. The elder, puffing on the cigarette, fell into silence. Lei Zhe did not rush him, accompanying him in the act of smoking. Once the elder finished his first cigarette, Lei Zhe promptly presented him with another to ignite. In truth, you are already aware of this matter. Although humans consider themselves the champions of justice, their actions mirror those of invaders. Setting aside the chaotic propaganda from the higher echelons, it is the monsters who are the true victims, the elder remarked after a prolonged silence, speaking without a trace of embarrassment when labeling humans as aggressors. You possess wisdom. Elder, the reason I wish to create films is to reshape the image of monsters in the hearts of humanity. Monsters yearn for peace as well, and there exists no conflict of interest between our two races. Why can we not coexist amicably? Or is it that humans are truly racists, believing monsters to be inherently evil and deserving of extermination? As Lei Zhe concluded, a derisive smile spread across his face. He discarded his cigarette, but lit another, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, falling silent once more. Monsters, humans. Humans, monsters. Which side embodies justice? Which represents evil? Perhaps in the earlier epochs, monsters did indeed invade humanity, yet time has the power to obscure all memories, particularly over such an extensive period. Who can recall the events of the previous epoch? Most can only acknowledge that certain occurrences took place, but who can articulate them with clarity? History is the least trustworthy narrative, for it is penned by the victors. The vanquished are eternally deemed malevolent, while the victors are forever hailed as just. Such matters are all too common. Many things are not easily altered. Humanity's perceptions of monsters have been ingrained for millennia. Do you genuinely believe that a single film can transform the standing and image of monsters in the hearts of humans? Your thinking is overly simplistic. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lei Zhe erupted into laughter. Elder, the greatest force in this world is neither divinity nor demon kings, but time itself. Time has the capacity to alter everything, to create everything. If one film is insufficient, I shall produce 2. If 2 are inadequate, then I shall create 100. If a year is not enough, I shall invest 10 years. If 10 years bear no fruit, I will dedicate a millennium. Should a millennium still prove futile, I shall employ an entire epoch. I will devote an epoch to transforming humanity's perception of monsters, and that is worth it. Indeed, this method may appear clumsy and even time-consuming, Yet Reese firmly believes that as long as he persists and remains alive, the coexistence of humans and magical beings is attainable. The elder gazed at Reese in a daze for quite some time, and then a faint smile graced his aged visage, the meaning of which remained a mystery to all. Your film still has a few roles yet to be confirmed, does it not? Allow me to suggest a few candidates. I assure you, they will captivate your interest. Oh, pray tell. For the female lead's friend, I propose the red-haired girl who accompanied me here. Her name is Lamia, though she has never acted before. I am confident she can embody the role splendidly. As for the lunatic in the asylum, I shall take on that part. And regarding the other principal character, Jonathan, I believe you should portray him. Me? Reese was taken aback, surprised that the elder would suggest he play Jonathan. Indeed, give it a try. You may very well excel. Very well, I shall give it a go. Reese nodded, reasoning that attempting it would cost him nothing and would not be a burden. Reese and the elder conversed for quite a while, transitioning from topics of film to the continent, then to races, and eventually delving into gossip. When Reese heard that the Sacred Dragon Knight Academy of the Dragon Kingdom was accepting students, his eyes sparkled with excitement, recalling the phrase, ride dragons by day, be ridden by them at night. What? You say my friend lacks principles? With so many exceptional ladies around, is that not sufficient? Please, the more beautiful women, the better. Lately, my friend has developed a penchant for collecting beauties. Glancing at the time, Reese felt it was nearly time to take his leave. Just then, the elder called out to him, what are your plans after filming this movie? Reese smiled enigmatically, a secret, but I assure you, if my plan succeeds, the relationship between humans and magical beings will soon flourish. Furthermore, I will resolve numerous employment issues. If that is the case, I hope you will take in those children. They have had their share of struggles. If you possess the means, do lend them a hand. Upon hearing the elder's words, Reese pondered. If he were to follow through with his plan, he would inevitably need to recruit a group of humans. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. As he believed he could manage to support a few hundred mouths without issue, he nodded in agreement with the elder's request. After Reese departed, the elder nodded, murmuring to himself, indeed, nothing has changed. As Reese left, he felt quite content. He found the elder to be extraordinary. His eloquence and demeanor exuding comfort and a unique perspective on matters, making one naturally inclined to draw near. Well, as long as there was no malice directed towards him, he would not concern himself with anything else. Humming a cheerful tune, Reese arrived at the filming location, a quaint little chapel. The actors portraying Dracula and the leading lady, May, were already in place, their costumes impeccably donned, engaged in their final rehearsals. Upon seeing Lei Zhe approach, the actor smiled and remarked, we've been waiting for you. When shall we commence? Instantly, he replied, as the crew took their positions. As it was everyone's first experience, there might be unfamiliarity in various aspects. However, that was of no concern. We shall take our time, for we have ample of it. We must not allow haste to compromise the quality of our film. If we are to undertake this endeavor, we must strive for excellence. This is our maiden work, and I firmly believe that this film will be embraced by humanity at large. Prior to filming, Lei Zhe addressed the crew, composed of a diverse array of magical beings. Oh, the magical creatures exclaimed excitedly, and thus, within the confines of this modest chapel, the film that would later captivate countless audiences began its production. Little did Lei Zhe anticipate the monumental impact this film would have across the continent. Chapter 051, The Alliance in Darkness, A Great Crisis. As the lights in the theater illuminated, the screen displayed a colossal the end, yet the auditorium remained eerily silent until, after a considerable time, the sound of applause erupted. Lei Zhe stood, his clapping shattering the tranquility of the theater, and soon, the hall was enveloped in a wave of applause. Grasping the microphone, Lei Zhe ascended the stage. Surveying the audience below, both magical beings and humans alike, and a contented smile graced his face. His endeavors had not been in vain, at least in this modest theater. Over 500 humans had altered their perceptions of magical creatures, now willing to coexist peacefully with them. This, indeed, was a promising beginning. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your applause. It is truly deserved by each one of you, were Lei Zhe's opening words. The film had been completed after 63 days, far exceeding the anticipated duration. The journey had not been devoid of obstacles, with numerous challenges arising, yet perseverance prevailed, and the resultant film pleased all. This is our inaugural film, but I assure you, it shall not be our last. We shall continue to produce more remarkable works, astonishing all of the continent with our creations. Here, I express my gratitude for the dedication and hard work you have all contributed over the past 2 months. Whether you are human or magical, you shall stir a tempest in this world, and the source of this tempest is none other than you. The applause continued to resonate. A gathering will follow, Let us revel freely and enjoy ourselves today. Hooray! Next, allow me to present tonight's stars, the vampire king Gai Ying, along with our princess Mai Yi Shenli. At Lei Zhe's enthusiastic call, the film's leading actors graced the stage. Gai Ying still adorned in the elegant attire from the film, while Mai Yi Shenli appeared as though she had stepped out of a fairy tale, looking every bit the princess. Upon handing the microphone to Gai Ying, Lei Zhe gracefully departed the stage. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher," Yifeng Yang said, approaching Lei Zhe with a glass of water. The fact that Yifeng Yang initiated a conversation thrilled Lei Zhe. The Cold War was finally over. You ask what happened? Well, it was merely the trouble caused by filming, he replied. In this film, Lei Zhe portrayed Jonathan, the young man journeying to Dracula's castle, which included a kissing scene with his co-star, Mai Yi Shenli. Although they understood it was merely acting and fabricated, the two actresses on set fell into a jealous frenzy, nearly drowning in their envy. Which two are you referring to? Yifeng Yang and the eternally youthful Loli Long Nasha. In the days that followed, the two actresses, who were supposed to be rivals, formed an alliance reminiscent of the Axis powers, both treating Lei Zhe with disdain and addressing Mai Yi Shenli as if she were a class enemy, with the lowly dragon nearly reverting to her true form in a huff at Mai Yi's presence. Regarding the performance of the two individuals, Mai Shenli was utterly indifferent. Rather, it would be more accurate to say she reveled in it. Thus, this cunning young lady, akin to a child discovering a new toy, spent her days nestled beside Lei Zhe, entwining her arm with his as they moved about, inciting envy among countless crew members and provoking the ire of two jealous rivals. Indeed, the War of Women is a fearsome spectacle. Although devoid of gunfire and merely consisting of verbal skirmishes, Lei Zhe found himself at the epicenter of this conflict, feeling as if he were embroiled in a third world war. Ultimately, the outcome revealed the Axis powers in retreat, culminating in a resounding victory for Mai Shenli. As for the means of her triumph, it was evident that her assets served as her greatest weapons. As Mai herself articulated, "Those with modest figures have no voice in this arena." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhe collapsed in disbelief, pondering how Mai could utter such audacious words in a situation devoid of the bomb's destructive power. From that moment, not only was Mai the target of animosity from the two young women, but Lei Zhe too found himself ensnared in the tumult. Today, when he noticed a certain girl approach him willingly, Lei Zhe could hardly contain his excitement. Truth be told, he felt somewhat guilty towards her. She had followed him to this world without a hint of complaint and had been meticulously caring for him. Meanwhile, he seemed to have neglected her lately due to an overwhelming number of matters. Perhaps it was time to make amends? Although Lei Zhe was a reclusive individual, he was astute enough to recognize the opportunity to enhance their rapport, so how could he let it slip away? "Would you care to take a stroll with me?" The moment he uttered this, Lei Zhe felt a twinge of mischief. Was it inappropriate to invite her out for a walk late at night? The girl hesitated for a moment before softly affirming. As they walked through the deserted town under the moonlight, Lei Zhe and the girl ambled along, the distant theater resonating with cheers and gasps from an animated crowd. What should he say? What should he say? This was hardly the time for silence. Lei Zhe pondered as he walked ahead. Did this count as a date? He had encountered numerous girls, yet this was his first time taking the initiative to invite someone. "Teacher." Just as Lei Zhe was lost in his thoughts, the girl spoke up. He turned to face her, smiling as he inquired, "What is it, Yifeng? It seems you always refer to me as Yifeng. Do I not possess a name?" She retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. It's just that Yifeng rolls off the tongue easily. I've grown accustomed to it," he stammered, though he dared not voice this. After a moment of hesitation, he suggested, "Then shall I call you Suzu?" Upon uttering this, he sensed her exasperated glance, prompting a sheepish smile from him. "How about Yuriko?" he added. Upon hearing this title, the girl finally offered a soft acknowledgement. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lei Zhe felt his heart momentarily halt. What was this? What was this? He had never displayed such a reaction in the presence of Naisha. Could it be that he... No, that was impossible. The life of a homebody does not necessitate a significant other. In fact, the very notion of such a partner is most detestable. Maintaining a state of ambiguity suffices. Ambiguity reigns supreme. Ambiguity is paramount. Cast aside the chaotic thoughts that cloud the mind. Lei Zhe smiled awkwardly, then hastily diverted the conversation to other topics, while a Feng Yang quietly listened by his side. Were a certain homebody known as the god of conquest present, he would surely exclaim, "This level of affection is soaring, on the verge of overflowing." In a shadowy corner, Mai Shenli, adorned like a princess, gazed at the two in the distance and spat in annoyance. How embarrassing it is to refrain from playing the villain. What kind of atmosphere is this? Just then, a voice brimming with indignation erupted from behind her, startling Mai Shenli. Upon turning around, she discovered Nisa, a seemingly eternal loli of 15,000 years, standing behind her, biting her thumb with a countenance dark and disheveled. How careless of me to have been preempted by this little imp. Hey, little girl, shall we call a truce? The lowly dragon sensed danger from a Fang Nyang and swiftly adjusted her strategy, proposing an alliance with Mei to form a new coalition. Mei glanced at the lowly dragon, then at the two in the distance whose atmosphere was increasingly jovial, and nodded in agreement. Such delightful happenings cannot transpire without my involvement, she thought with a wicked grin. Chapter 052. The third scroll. Though the filming of the movie had concluded, Lei Zhe found himself busier than ever. The concept of the Magic Tower world was indeed promising. Initially, he intended to replicate the settings of World of Warcraft entirely. However, he soon realized the complexity of the endeavor. The sheer volume of data nearly drove him mad. And as he delved deeper into the project, a myriad of challenges emerged. In summary, Lei Zhe was overwhelmed with work, to the point of contemplating a rather humorous demise by colliding with a block of tofu. Fortunately, despite the convoluted process, he was nearing completion. Removing his glasses, Lei Zhe rubbed his forehead and suddenly became aware that he had not stepped outside his room for nearly a week. Stretching his limbs, he left his bedroom, intending to clear his mind. At that moment, Holian sought him out. Master, old man Sola has departed. What? The old gentleman has left? When did this happen? Lei Zhe was taken aback. Why had the elder left? Had he not been content during his stay? It seemed he had expressed satisfaction previously. Holian appeared equally puzzled. Why had the old man chosen to leave without bidding farewell to Lei Zhe? He left early this morning, and he left something behind for you. Holian produced an object, causing Lei Zhe to freeze in astonishment. Although he had only seen it once, he would never forget it, for it was one of the 7 scrolls spoken of in his past life. How did this come to be? No. How could the old man possess such an item? It is not something an ordinary elder could wield. Indeed, the old man exuded an air of mystery, suggesting he had concealed much, even from Nisa, who had not discerned anything amiss. Taking the scroll, Lei Zhe instructed Holian to leave. After examining the scroll for some time, he decided against overexerting his mind. Pricking his finger to draw a drop of blood, he watched as the scroll transformed into azure smoke, revealing an ordinary box once more. Hey, past life, do you have an affinity for boxes? Was the previous one insufficient? Now another one appears? Let me guess. Inside there lies yet another cliché artifact and some ridiculous message, right? Just how absurd must you be to engage in such antics? Sighing, Lei Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he opened the box, revealing its contents. 3 items lay within, a pulsating, eerie heart, a dark orb the size of a fist, and something that resembled a gourd. What is this? A gourd? Why does it remind me so much of a wine vessel? Well, last time you at least included 3 artifacts. This time, it has devolved into 3 unconventional items. What were you thinking? At that moment, the past life's infuriatingly whimsical smile reappeared, accompanied by a ludicrous message. Ah, future self, long time no see. Have you trained Nisa into a refined lady? Have you managed to woo the lovely characters from the other realms? If not, you must strive harder. The revolution has yet to succeed, and comrades must continue to put forth effort. The words from his past life nearly prompted Lei Zhe to hurl the box away. Your sister. Transforming a lowly dragon into a mature lady is one thing, but how on earth do you know about the matters concerning Ikebanshi and Meino? Are you truly alive or dead, you rascal? Why do I feel as though you are spying on me from somewhere? Hey. I am not spying on you, nor are you Ikebanshi, nor are you Saber, nor, never mind, I am truly dead and won't emerge to frighten you. In a previous life, I waved my hand, wearing an expression of helplessness, and said, if only I could take your place, if it were me. The Crystal Palace would have been established long ago. Haven't you frightened me enough? Tell me, do you possess mind-reading abilities? No, this is beyond mere mind-reading. Could it be that you can foresee the future? Bingo, you are correct. Indeed, I can foresee the future. When one's power reaches this level, the river of destiny becomes transparent. To me, the so-called future is merely a film, and I am but the first to view it. Well, let me congratulate you. The filming of 400 Years of Passion has been quite successful. I am truly gratified. In that moment, my previous self nodded in satisfaction, a rare display of normalcy. However, his words left Rise in a quandary. Just how powerful are you, that you can predict the future? Can you tell me how grand my future Crystal Palace will be? Well, you wish to know the magnitude of your Crystal Palace? I can enlighten you. Do you know what the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines signify? Though you may not reach such heights, you will come close. So, rejoice, celebrate, and cheer. You, my friend, are indeed a connoisseur of life's pleasures. I am utterly envious. My previous self raised his hands, shouting loudly. Yet his expression left Rise conflicted. What does that schadenfreude grin of yours mean? In your smile, I see no crystal palace, but rather countless axes, you scoundrel. Cheer for yourself, indeed. How could I possibly be your reincarnation? I was never such a scoundrel in my past life. All right, the jesting ends here. Let us discuss serious matters. The expression on my previous self suddenly turned grave, and this shift left Rise without a chance to retort. These 3 items. The black bead is called Black King Jade. As for its purpose, I cannot disclose it just yet. Once you acquire the 4th scroll and leave the magic tower, you will journey to a nation of cycles on the continent, where you will learn the use of the Black King Jade. The heart is referred to as demonic heart. It is a unique organ that will replace your heart, becoming a permanent magic furnace, enabling you, an ordinary person, to wield magic. As for the last gourd, it is indeed used for storing wine, but do not underestimate it. Even plain water poured inside will transform into celestial nectar. Furthermore, this wine possesses special effects. Prolonged consumption can enhance your physical prowess. I obtained this during my ascent to the 77th heaven, seizing it from a formidable individual. Make sure to utilize it wisely. Upon hearing my previous self's words, Rise was taken aback. These seemingly inconspicuous items, aside from the Black King Jade, hold a value that rivals even that of divine artifacts. The eternal magic furnace, though its effects remain unknown, is undoubtedly formidable given the solemn introduction it received in my previous life. As for the wine gourd, can imbibing alcohol truly alter one's constitution? Moreover, it was seized from the hands of an individual once deemed powerful in a past existence, indicating its significant provenance and promising efficacy. To future generations, hasten to seek the power I have left behind, if one aspires to lead a life of ease and joy. Formidable strength must serve as a steadfast foundation. The absence of power is a lamentable fate, particularly within the world you inhabit. Additionally, I must impart one crucial piece of advice, my soul counsel. Do not allow the allure of power to cloud your vision and spirit. While immense strength may be granted, it simultaneously tempts you. Observe closely the treasures that surround you, for the most precious of them lie within your reach. I find myself most envious of you. Even if you are my future self, I still harbor envy towards you. With that, the vision faded away. Hey, do you not perceive the contradictions in your words? It is you who urges me to seek power while simultaneously cautioning me against deception. What is your true intent? You are envious of me, and as you utter such words, do you not reflect upon your conscience, you scoundrel? No, that cannot be. Why does it feel as though rebuking you is akin to rebuking myself? Chapter 053. The Eternal Magic Furnace. Rubbing his chin, Lei Zhe placed the Black King Jade and wine gourd into his storage space, then turned his gaze towards the pulsating heart nestled within the box. The sight evoked a sense of unease. It felt rather unsettling, prompting the question of its utility. Must blood be shed for it to function? Considering the agonizing experiences of his previous life, Lei Zhe surmised that the likelihood of needing to draw blood was significant. Resolute, he stomped his foot and bit his finger once more. Oh, the poor finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon the heart. As the crimson droplet descended, it was instantly absorbed by the heart, which continued to beat rhythmically, showing no other sign of reaction. Is this heart a counterfeit? He pondered. Could it be that the method I employed was incorrect? Perhaps it is meant to be consumed after roasting? Just as Lei Zhe contemplated whether to fry the heart in oil before devouring it, a transformation occurred. A fissure appeared on the heart's surface, gradually opening to reveal an eye that fixated upon him. Lei Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his body bristling with alarm. How peculiar for an eye to sprout from a heart. Where on earth did you acquire this heart from in your past life? Surely, you haven't extracted your own heart, have you? Who else but a deviant would have an eye grow upon their heart? Should he cover the box? The gaze upon him was disconcerting. As the heart throbbed, it suddenly swelled and burst open like an overinflated balloon, unleashing countless tendrils that ensnared Lei Zhe in an instant. Surely this cannot pose a danger, can it? I can't shake the feeling that this entity seeks to seize control of my body, perhaps to resurrect as a monstrous being, bound by the tendrils. Lei Zhe contemplated the eye's gaze, yet he refrained from struggling. He had faith in the capabilities of his past life. Such a base error was unlikely from that scoundrel. Thus, he resolved to surrender to the situation, indifferent even if he were to be contorted into a multitude of positions. Steeling himself, Lei Zhe closed his eyes, suppressing any instinct to resist or utter a sound. Soon, he found himself completely ensnared, several tendrils stretching to the ceiling, suspending him in midair as the eye affixed itself to his now grotesque form. The blood-red mass began to pulsate rhythmically like a heart, flickering ominously, and he could faintly discern a shadowy figure within. It was not until 2 hours later that this colossal heart was discovered by Huolian, who, wary of the situation, summoned the other demon lords and Nisa to ascertain what had transpired. Circling the heart, the black dragon demon lord, Grey Wing, expressed his assessment. Lei Zhe is likely inside, and he appears to be in no mortal peril. The other demon lords, unimpressed, raised their middle fingers in disdain, signaling their utter contempt. This is common knowledge. Does it require your declaration? Do you truly believe we are oblivious? Unfazed by their scorn, Grey Wing seemed accustomed to such treatment. He then approached Nisa with exaggerated obsequiousness. Speaking in a hushed tone, "My lady Nisa, what are your thoughts on this matter? In terms of hierarchy, Grey Wing ought to refer to Nasha as Aunt Nasha, yet this diminutive dragon abhors such a designation, and Grey Wing cannot possibly address her as sister. Thus, they are compelled to call each other adult. This object, I believe I have encountered before. It is the heart of a demon from the 13th abyss." After a prolonged examination, Nasha finally gleaned some insight. This demon should have been extinct, so how could Lei have discovered its heart? It is worth noting that even in ancient times, this heart was of immeasurable value. "Lady Nasha, is that demon's heart particularly special?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Nasha shook her head, her expression grave. "It cannot simply be described as special. It is, rather, extraordinary. Do you comprehend the unique attributes of that demon's heart?" The demon lords shook their heads in confusion. The eternal magic furnace, or what could also be termed an unlimited magic storage supply device. Anyone transformed by this heart absorbs the magical energy from their surroundings with every breath, storing it within the heart, and the capacity for storage is limitless. This implies that one can store magic without restraint, if one's power is sufficient. The possessor of this heart can unleash spells indefinitely, even divine spells without issue. Moreover, the rate of magic absorption corresponds directly to the rate of release. Now, do you grasp the implications of this? Upon hearing Nasha's elucidation, all the demon lords gasped in astonishment. If this heart were to fall into the hands of any demon lord, that individual could single-handedly challenge the entire world. Does this demon still exist? Wells inquired with palpable excitement, astonished that he had never heard of such a remarkable artifact before. Nasha cast a sidelong glance at Wells, as if to imply, "Are you truly that Navi?" From the first era to the present, only 4 of these demons have ever appeared, all of which have been hunted down. So do not entertain such thoughts. Halian, has Lei received any peculiar items recently? Peculiar items? You mean the scroll left by old Sola? Reflecting on this, Halian recounted the matter of the scroll. Indeed, the 4 abyssal demons had all been slain by Lei, making him the sole possessor of such a treasure in this world. However, old Sola had concealed it well, managing to deceive even me. The next time I see him, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. The diminutive dragon expressed her frustration over not having perceived the depths of the matter earlier. It was truly inexcusable. "Is the teacher all right, though?" One of the party expressed concern. Nasha chuckled in response. "Rest assured, he has gained far more than he has expended. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Should these drawbacks prove insurmountable, it could indeed lead to significant trouble." Observing the perplexed expressions of the others, Nasha elaborated, "As I previously mentioned, those who possess the eternal magic furnace can unleash spells without limitation, correct? Unfortunately, once a person undergoes the transformation of the eternal magic furnace, they are rendered incapable of casting any spells." What? All the demon lords were taken aback, bewildered by this revelation. How could one possess infinite magical energy, yet be unable to wield it? "Allow me to continue." Nasha glared at them with irritation before continuing. "How are the spells we utilize composed? Magic, mental strength, and incantations are integral components. However, those endowed with a perpetual magic furnace face a unique predicament. The immense magical energy can render their mental fortitude unstable, making it impossible to harmonize with the magic itself. Yet, this does not imply that magic is rendered unusable. On the contrary, pure magical output surpasses all spells in potency." At this juncture, Nasha raised her right hand, and a small sphere of light materialized in her palm. She remarked, "This is a magic ball formed from pure magical energy compressed to its essence. It may appear feeble, but consider this suddenly. One side of the magic ball ruptured, unleashing a beam akin to a laser that pierced through the ceiling, soaring into the heavens." Mysterious voice. This technique is known as void flash. This exemplifies the mastery of magic application, compressing magical energy to its utmost limit and then shattering the equilibrium to release it. The magic I just wielded amounted to only 1000 m. Imagine if Lei were to recklessly compress his magic, what chaos would ensue? A mere 1000 m of compressed magic could effortlessly penetrate mountains. What? then of 10,000 m, or even 100,000 m. One must understand that a perpetual magic furnace possesses nearly infinite capacity. Should he master this technique, a single strike could annihilate everyone present. Upon hearing this, the demon lords broke into a cold sweat. If this were indeed the case, it was utterly monstrous. However, a dilemma arose. Could his physical form endure such tremendous magical output? To illustrate, could a handgun contain a cannonball? Even if it could, an explosion would undoubtedly follow. Such is Lei's predicament. If he outputs 10 m of magic, exceeding it by merely 1 m could inflict harm on his body, while an additional 10 m might lead to corporeal collapse, and 50 m could potentially result in a catastrophic explosion. A bearer of a perpetual magic furnace cannot meticulously compress magic, as their mental strength is compromised by the magical energy within, preventing precise control over the output. Should an unexpected mishap occur during compression, leading to a premature loss of balance, the only fate awaiting them would be death. This encapsulates the inherent flaw of the perpetual magic furnace. Increasing the magical output is not a simple task. For Lei, 150 m is the limit, and such power poses no threat to us. At this point, Nasha began contemplating methods to enhance Lei Zhe's magical output. Solutions exist, but they carry significant peril. Should she proceed? Just then, a hand pierced through his chest, and Lei Zhe struggled to extricate himself from the mass of flesh, only to find a multitude of people gathered in his home. Others gazed at him, some in disbelief. What are you all doing? Observing a rare beast, are you? Cough. Does my voice sound peculiar? Nasha, what's wrong? You've got drool spilling out. Chapter 054. Entering. 5,000 years until the plot begins. Rise sat on the sofa, silently observing the individuals circling around him, feeling as though he had become a rare specimen. Rise, brother. Would you like some candy? Wells crouched before him, brandishing a lollipop, his expression as lewd as it could be, while the other demon lords grinned with ill intentions, holding various items, mostly toys or snacks. Naisha sat nearby, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Rise, drooling uncontrollably, a sight that completely undermined her adorable image. Hey, have you all had your fun? So what if my buddy has transformed from a middle-aged man to a young boy? What is so remarkable about that? You're just one step away from putting him in a cage for a traveling exhibition. Indeed, ever since that heart emerged, Rise had undergone a transformation, changing from a 25-year-old otaku into a boy who appeared merely 8 or 9 years old. What on earth was happening? Could that heart possess the power of rejuvenation? Gazing at his small arms and legs, Rise felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, and suddenly, the lewd grin from his previous life flashed across his mind. Damn it, could this be the work of my past life again? This isn't how you treat a person. Rise, dear brother, let Annie give you a hug, the alluring serpent. Mikasha approached, reaching out to embrace him, only to be interrupted. A girl named Yifeng stepped in front of Rise, earnestly addressing the crowd. Please do not bully the teacher. Ah, Yifeng, Yuriko, you are truly the most considerate, sobbing with gratitude, Rise thought. However, Yifeng's subsequent actions sent him into a fit of rage. She turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed, then slipped her hands under Rise's arms and lifted him, saying, Teacher, let me take you to watch an animated film. Ha 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 ha, Suka, you're the worst. Wells rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, while others smiled, some even giving thumbs up to Yifeng, as if to say, well done. Come, let me see if your little brother has shrunk. Wells chuckled as he got up, approaching Rise and placing his hands on his waistband, slowly tugging it down. Hey, this is going too far. Even though my body has shrunk, my spirit remains that of a healthy 25-year-old. How can I navigate life like this? Brat, you're really pulling it down. Whether out of anger or urgency, Rise was left speechless, allowing Wells to toy with his diminutive form. Ultimately, he erupted. Wells, you insufferable otaku demon lord, don't go too far. Bastard. Suddenly, Rise's voice was cut off, his eyes glazing over, his body trembling. His reaction startled everyone, who feared he had fainted from rage. Meanwhile, Naisha, still drooling, abruptly awakened, grabbing Yifeng with one hand and pulling along the bystander, Mei, with the other, exclaiming, dodge. Then, he vanished from the room, leaving the other demon lords momentarily stunned before they too disappeared in an instant, leaving only Rise and Wells. Wells did not wish to remain, but he found himself utterly unable to leave. The reason? It was the long-absent spirit, the black-robed lowly nun, Index, who had ensnared Wells in a binding formation, rendering him immobile for the time being. This enigmatic girl had not shown herself for ages, and Rise was oblivious to her intentions, receiving no response to his calls. Yet today she had appeared unbidden. Suddenly, Rees, trembling, halted, and he opened his mouth to reveal a luminous orb gathering before him, growing ever larger. Wells was taken aback at the sight of this orb. Was it not the sphere formed through the compression of magical energy that Nessa had spoken of? What in the world did this signify? Was he about to be silenced for good? Was it merely for having tugged at his trousers? He had left the underwear intact. Hadn't he? Was it truly necessary? Then, a pale yellow beam of light pierced through the room, shooting forth into the distance. This ground-hugging laser stirred the earth beneath it, leaving a clear mark upon the land. As the laser ceased, Rees emitted a wisp of blue smoke from his mouth and snapped back to reality. Where did everyone go? They've all fled? What on earth just transpired? After several days of adjustment, Rees' body had begun to grow, as Nessa put it, transforming him into a youthful form. Albeit as a mere side effect that would soon revert. His physical growth was indeed real, but his body had seemingly halted at the age of 18. As if frozen in time, which left him feeling quite vexed. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he could hardly recognize the fledgling visage staring back. Yet, ironically, it was indeed his current self, a source of silent frustration and contradiction. Since the last incident, Wells had not reappeared, seemingly traumatized. Although he managed to break free at the last moment, a shadow of fear lingered in his heart. After establishing all the parameters of the magical tower world, Rees resolved to explore other realms, for his previous life had evidently hastened his quest for power, suggesting a deeper purpose behind it all. The worlds were now linked. Let us proceed. The jester waved his right hand and cast the dice. The result was a 1, permitting only a single passage. This is the arrangement of fate. The jester spoke gravely. Well, so be it. A 1 it is. Rees bid farewell to his companions and stepped through the stone gate. Floating amidst the chaos, Rees soon perceived a distant light, and his body was drawn towards it. He knew he had found the entrance to another world. Upon landing, Rees immediately surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an ancient city, where astonished citizens gaped at his sudden appearance, uttering strange tongues. From their attire and the architecture, Rees deduced he had stumbled into a notably primitive era. Yet, it was rather splendid, as their garb was decent, albeit composed of foreign attire, leaving him uncertain of the precise time period. As he observed, he caught sight of a partially constructed edifice in the distance, resembling a temple. Index. What kind of world is this? As the saying goes, for matters unclear internally, one should consult Baidu. For external uncertainties, one should turn to Google. Although Lei Zhe lacks both Baidu and Google, he possesses a tome of omniscience, which is no less formidable than either. Analyzing. Response 1. The world we have entered is the Moon World, set 5,000 years prior to the unfolding of the narrative, during the epic of Sumerian mythology. We currently reside in the city of Uruk, under the reign of the heroic King Gilgamesh. The Moon World, 5,000 years before the narrative commences. Sumerian mythological era. Uruk, heroic King Gilgamesh. Goodness, how did I find myself in this world? It is a realm where true ancestors roam freely and dead apostles abound like dogs. Moreover, I have inexplicably traversed back to the Sumerian mythological era, 5,000 years before the story begins. Strangely, I am within a city ruled by the illustrious golden figure. What shall I do now? Volume 4, The Three Kings' Authority. In my past life, I have come to realize that I share the same thoughts as you. If they are indeed gods, what does it matter if I slay them? Chapter 055. Oh, future generations, are you calm now? As Lei Zhe sighed with resignation. The voice of Index continued to resonate. Lei, from this moment forth, I shall enter a state of semi-dormancy. It would be prudent not to awaken me unless absolutely necessary. I will activate my intelligent assistants to help you with any potential issues that may arise. Dormancy? Why? Can you also run out of energy? Lei Zhe was momentarily taken aback, finding it quite incredulous that she would suddenly mention dormancy. Because the existence of deities looms in this world. To put it succinctly, in the world of magic and prohibition, you vanquished a god, which allowed me to appear without restraint. However, this realm is different. Should the gods become aware of my presence, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize me. At present, you are no match for them. Thus, it would be wiser for me to enter automatic dormancy, concealing myself. Without my presence, the gods are likely to regard you merely as an ordinary traveler, thereby sparing you from their oversight and control. As long as you refrain from egregious actions, you may navigate through this world unscathed. Now, I shall transmit the language of this place to you, and thereafter, I will enter semi-dormancy. Rest assured, an intelligent assistant will remain to aid you, so there should be no issue. Index spoke at length in one breath before falling silent. The information flooded into Lei Zhe's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the language of this realm, which now felt strikingly familiar, akin to his mother tongue. As Index ceased her discourse, having presumably entered semi-dormancy, Lei Zhe pondered the omnipresence of gods across all worlds. It appeared he would need to tread carefully, as he could no longer rely on past lives to rescue him. Everything must be approached with utmost caution. Hey, that person is dressed quite peculiarly. An outsider, perhaps? Who knows? Maybe they are a noble-s offspring? Is that gold on their fingers? If the king finds out, he might have them severed. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Poor young man, look. The king's soldiers are approaching. The previously incomprehensible language now felt remarkably familiar, as if it were his own. Once again, Lei Zhe experienced the sensation of being regarded as a rare beast. Amidst the pointing fingers of the residents, a patrol unit comprising 5 individuals pushed through the crowd. Advancing toward Lei Zhe, the leader, presumably the captain, scrutinized Lei Zhe's odd attire before inquiring, "Outsider? How did you enter the city?" I walked in. Is that not obvious? Did you expect me to slither in?" Lei Zhe thought to himself, wishing the captain would pose a more insightful question, perhaps commenting on his attire or complimenting his appearance. Seemingly accustomed to a position of authority, the captain's expression soured at Lei Zhe's demeanor. With a crude spear pointed menacingly at Lei Zhe's throat, he growled, "Outsider, come with us." Raising his right hand, Lei Zhe gently nudged the spear aside and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Fine, I shall go along. Let's converse civilly. No need for violence, all right? You lead the way. I will follow you. Rest assured, I will not flee. Even if I tried, what could you do about it? By the way, where do you intend to take me? To meet your king? Gilgamesh, perhaps? Curse it. How dare you speak the king's name so casually?" The captain was initially taken aback by Lei Zhe's words, but upon suddenly hearing the name Jin Shanshan, he erupted in fury, thrusting his spear mercilessly towards Lei Zhe. His action elicited gasps from the onlookers, who hastily retreated, fearing for their own safety. Really, can't you be a bit more civilized? After all, I am a pacifist and abhor violence. It is simply barbaric. Although Lei Zhe professed such sentiments, he was more ruthless in action than anyone else. Summoning a plain longsword with his right hand to sever the captain's spear, placing the blade against his throat, followed by a punch to his abdomen, and finally raising his knee to send the captain sprawling to the ground. "Hey, are you all ganging up on me? I was merely acting in self-defense." He attacked first. As he observed the other 4 armed individuals closing in, Lei Zhe emitted a sound reminiscent of someone being assaulted, retreating with an air of nonchalance. Albeit his voice was rather grating. "Wait." A resonant voice filled with authority boomed, akin to thunder rolling across the sky, causing the crowd to part instantly, allowing 3 towering figures to approach. 2 of them stood at least 3 meters tall, clad in shorts and barefoot, their muscles exposed to the air like formidable walls, gleaming with a dark sheen reminiscent of steel. They were bald, with their faces adorned with blood-red tattoos, one on the left side and the other on the right. If the 2 designs were combined, they would form a complete image of the sun and the moon. Remarkably, these 2 appeared identical, likely twin brothers. The third individual was a stark contrast. He stood barely a meter tall, hunched and grotesquely disfigured, his myriad wrinkles making it impossible for Lei Zhe to discern where his spectacles rested. His emaciated frame bore a scraggly beard that swept the ground, exuding an ominous aura akin to that of a serpent. "You may withdraw. Do not offend our esteemed guest," the ugly elder spoke, surprisingly calm, his voice youthful and remarkably soothing. Indeed, revered priest. The 4 soldiers promptly hoisted the unconscious captain away. Since the priest had spoken, there was no reason to linger. With the divine guardians present, this peculiar outsider posed no threat. "You 2, disperse," the priest addressed the remaining onlookers. "Understood." Soon, the bystanders vanished, leaving only the 4 individuals locked in mutual gaze. "Esteemed Lord Lei Zhe, it is an honor to meet you. I am the High Priest of Uruk City. You may call me Akababa. Please, follow me." With that, the elder priest turned and walked away, flanked by his giant brothers, leaving Lei Zhe utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? How does he know my name? This transcends the definition of bizarre. It is utterly preposterous. Lord Lei Zhe, your confusion will soon be resolved. Please, follow me, the elder priest said as he turned back to offer reassurance before continuing onward. With a resolute determination, Lei Zhe steeled himself, prepared to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Following the old priest, he arrived at the most magnificent and opulent structure within the city. According to the priest, this edifice was dedicated to a revered prophet, a figure who had aided the people of Uruk in establishing their roots, vanquishing countless savage beasts, and imparting knowledge and wisdom. His stature was revered among the Uruk people, equating him with the divine. Upon entering the temple, Lei Zhe beheld a life-size statue towering 5 meters high, nearly causing him to collapse in disbelief. "What on earth were you thinking?" he exclaimed inwardly. "Is this how you treat people? This is utterly outrageous." The statue was astonishingly lifelike, its lewd smile unsettling. The right hand was raised, forming a V shape, while the left rested upon a massive plaque inscribed with several Chinese characters. Are you feeling composed now, in this future? Chapter 056, The Unprincipled Prophecy. The first encounter with the golden glimmer at this moment, Lei Zhe was remarkably composed. With a previous life as troublesome as his, maintaining calmness was no small feat. Bewilderment and frustration consumed him as he pondered the actions of his former self. Reflecting upon it, it seemed that every bizarre and absurd incident he deemed exasperating in his current existence was inexorably linked to his past life. It felt as though every development was orchestrated by that former self, rendering him a mere puppet dancing to the tune set by another. Although this individual was indeed his past incarnation, Lei Zhe could not shake off the discomfort of having his fate dictated by someone else. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He longed to shatter the statue before him into a million pieces, wishing to erase its mocking smile from existence. Thanks to the elucidation provided by the priest Akababa, Lei Zhe came to understand the origins of this predicament. Long ago, a prophet arrived in this land, the very same past self, but how had he ended up here? He led the people in constructing walls to fend off the marauding beasts and imparted the knowledge of fire for culinary pleasures, stemming from his distaste for raw meat. He taught them how to craft garments, as he abhorred the notion of running about unclothed, and instructed them in agriculture, for mere flesh offered little sustenance. Under the guidance of this prophet, humanity thrived, ultimately erecting the grand city of Uruk, though to his past self, it bore little distinction from a countryside settlement. The prophet proclaimed that its name signified radiance. After all, there were no rules against fanciful claims. If one had the audacity, they could challenge him. Once he deemed his work satisfactory, primarily having vanquished the deities of this world, with nothing left to occupy his time, he departed to continue his journey. Before his departure, the prophet left behind a momentous prophecy. For one bearing the title of prophet, failing to leave a prophecy would have been a disservice to his esteemed title. In the future, Uruk would witness the emergence of a king, the sixth sovereign of the city, named Gilgamesh. The might of the gods sculpted his form. The celestial deity Shamash bestowed upon him a handsome visage, and Adad granted him a majestic presence, while the gods collectively endowed Gilgamesh with exceptional beauty. He was 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal, wielding weapons with unmatched valor, and his battle drums inspired his comrades to rise in fervor. Under his leadership, Uruk would flourish and become the mightiest of kingdoms. Yet, in his youth, this king was fierce and merciless, dominating the weak and indulging in the splendors of the world. Oblivious to the suffering of his subjects, he feasted on the finest delicacies while his people perished in hunger. Ultimately, the citizens of Uruk beseeched the gods for salvation from their plight. The deities heard their cries and dispatched a formidable warrior to rescue them. This man was Enkidu, a being of both man and beast, yet immensely powerful. After an intense struggle resulting in a stalemate, the two adversaries found themselves enamored with one another, ultimately forging a bond of friendship. Gilgamesh and Enkidu shared their dominion, ruling the city together for the welfare of its people. This tale, recounted by the ancient priest, bore resemblance to the legends of Gilgamesh that Rise had perused. Was it truly fitting to equate such narratives with prophecies? How audacious to assume such a role. As for the parenthetical musings, they were merely figments of Rise's imagination. While Rise grappled with these thoughts, the old priest continued his discourse. After uttering the prophecy, the seer calculated, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he ventured forth another prophecy. Before the fateful meeting of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, a man from the distant east would arrive in the city, spreading wisdom upon this land. He bore dark hair and eyes, perpetually adorned with a congenial smile, bestowing his knowledge upon the people of Uruk. His wisdom was as boundless as the starry cosmos, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, captivating all who beheld it. He would acquire 1/3 of Gilgamesh's authority, ruling the city with his intellect, and alongside Gilgamesh and Enkidu, would become one of the 3 sovereigns of Uruk. Thus, the city would herald the era of the triple kingship, entering a time of unparalleled splendor and zenith. The heroic King Gilgamesh, emblematic of justice and light, would guide his people along the righteous path, reigning as Uruk's supreme monarch. The beast King Enkidu, a symbol of strength and warfare, would plant the banners of Uruk across the land, serving as the city's second king. The demon king Rise, representing wisdom and law, would serve as the mentor to both the heroic and beast kings, assuming the role of Uruk's third monarch. Upon hearing these words, Rise felt his cheeks flush. How audacious! Is it not customary to draft a script when one boasts? What wisdom could a mere recluse like him possess to instruct a heroic king in the ways of life? In his previous existence, he had grown increasingly shameless. What was he truly contemplating? Such convoluted prophecies could only be fabricated by someone of his ilk. Rise fell silent. While the priest Akababa continued, "Your arrival signifies that the beast King Enkidu shall soon make his entrance as well. Oh, the glory and prosperity of Uruk shall finally manifest within my lifetime. Even in death, I shall find peace. Lord Rise, please take a moment to rest. This evening, we shall hold your coronation ceremony. From this day forth, you shall be the second king of Uruk. Under your and the heroic king's guidance, Uruk shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness." The old priest appeared quite elated, his complexion radiating with vigor. "Do be cautious. Your excitement is palpable, and I fear you may faint from the exhilaration." As for kingship, Rise felt little interest. After all, that was not his primary objective. The audacity of his former self was unfathomable, leaving behind such prophecies as if he were a seer. Just as Rise contemplated fleeing, a figure entered the grand hall. The youth appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with golden hair styled upward, eyes resembling rubies, and strikingly handsome features. His stature was tall and graceful, complemented by smooth, fair skin and a physique that was harmoniously muscular. However, a lofty expression adorned his face, and as he gazed at Lei Zhe, he slightly raised his chin and spoke in a tone of utter disdain. "Mere scum, are you truly one of the prophesied individuals? You are nothing remarkable. Why should I share power with you? I am the king of this city. You, an outsider, should immediately vacate my realm." Lei Zhe was taken aback, then burst into laughter. The reason behind his mirth remained a mystery to all, while the youth assumed he was being mocked. "You insolent fool, are you laughing at me?" The king. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lei Zhe shook his head with a smile and replied, "If I am not mistaken, you must be Gilgamesh, correct? I harbor no intention of ridiculing you. Rather, how shall I put it? I simply did not anticipate our meeting under such circumstances and at this moment. Forgive me for asking a question." "What question?" Gilgamesh inquired coldly. "Well, do you have such a fondness for gold?" "Personally, I believe that the title Golden One suits you far better than Gilgamesh." Chapter 057. In the past life, you triumphed upon a precipice surrounding the city of Uruk. The fifth king of Uruk stood alongside his young son, gazing at the city bathed in the gentle light of the morning sun. "Do you see that?" The king pointed towards Uruk, addressing his child as they beheld the magnificent metropolis. "That is our kingdom, and those are our subjects. When I abdicate, all of this will belong to you." At this juncture, he glanced at his offspring, a smile gracing his visage. "Are you excited?" The somewhat frail child nodded, his crimson eyes brimming with enthusiasm. The king affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, laughter echoing through the heavens, imbued with grandeur and resolve. "When you are crowned as king, all of this will be yours. Yet, with the possession of this city comes the burden of a lifelong curse. Even so, do you still desire it?" "Yes." The child's voice, though tender, resonated with earnestness and authority. Observing his progeny once more, the king posed a question: "Love or the throne? Which will you choose?" "Of course, the throne. As king, what could I not attain?" Upon hearing these words, the king chuckled, seemingly addressing the universe and the deities. "Very well. From this day forth, your name shall be Gilgamesh, the sixth king of Uruk. You shall guide your subjects as a king, shouldering the weighty responsibilities that accompany your title. Furthermore, you shall be cursed. This curse shall remain until that individual appears. Gilgamesh, embrace your absurd yet tragic destiny." The line of fate. Gilgamesh regarded the young man before him with disdain and derision. How absurd that this enigmatic individual sought to usurp his authority. For one as possessive as Gilgamesh, prophecies and claims to power were mere nonsense, and he had no faith in fate or ephemeral predictions. He was the king of Uruk, and the sole sovereign at that. Lei Zhe observed the strikingly handsome youth before him, a smile illuminating his face. Having traversed two worlds, his first encounter in the world of magic was with a controversial figure named Yifang. The second time, he inexplicably found himself in the realm of Type-Moon. Entirely unrelated to the plot, transported back 5,000 years and unexpectedly meeting the illustrious Gilgamesh. Was this a stroke of extraordinary fortune or a cruel twist of fate? Lei Zhe's emotions were in disarray, grappling with the absurdity of his past life's prophetic implications that had seemingly ensnared him in a deep pit. Had that individual truly foreseen his arrival in this era and city ages ago? One incident leads to another. And how many times had he been played by his past life? Well, if that were the case, he would confront it head on. After all, wasn't it prophesied that he would become one of Uruk's 3 kings? He resolved to defy that fate. Thus, Lei Zhe strode forward, casually addressing Gilgamesh. "As for me, I have no interest in kingship whatsoever, so rest assured, I shall not share any power with you. With that, I take my leave." His words took Jin Shanshan by surprise. She found it hard to comprehend that someone would be foolish enough to relinquish such immense power. Was this individual truly a simpleton? To Jin Shanshan, Uruk represented the greatest and most magnificent kingdom in the world. The notion that someone would forfeit the chance to wield control over it seemed utterly absurd. However, she was unaware of Rai's perspective. After all, he bore the title of a demon king, and though he commanded only a handful of subordinates, he was still a ruler in his own right. Moreover, his territory and experiences far surpassed anything Jin Shanshan could claim, rendering her opinion inconsequential. The pursuit of relics from his previous life was the true path of royalty. Everything else was mere illusion. Wait a moment, Lord Rise, you cannot leave. At that instant, the elder priest Akababa obstructed Rai's path, then knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground and imploring, Lord Rise, you are one of the 3 kings foretold by the prophecy. Should you depart, Uruk will undoubtedly face annihilation. What do you mean, Akababa? Am I not capable of leading Uruk to glory? Furthermore, the prophecy states that I am ruthless and oppressive. Have I truly acted in such a manner? To be fair, I believe I have performed far better than any of my predecessors. Gilgamesh's ire was ignited. He dismissed the prophecy as nonsense. In his view, it was utterly fallacious, especially since his own actions were not mentioned within it, which only served to underscore its inaccuracies. Great king, I do not deny your accomplishments. Yet the prophecy is indeed accurate. The words of the prophet have saved Uruk countless times, rescuing its people. Every king throughout history has placed unwavering trust in the prophecies. You are the 6th king of Uruk, and during your reign, the 3 kings' power must inevitably coalesce. This is unchangeable. Lord Rise, should you choose to leave, I shall offer my life as atonement to our ancestors. Upon finishing, the elder priest produced a silver dagger from his robe and pressed it against his throat. In the hall, aside from Rise and Gilgamesh, everyone else knelt, holding bronze daggers to their necks, ready to take their lives at a word from Rise. What on earth was happening? Jin Shanshan was not the only one taken aback. Even Rise was conflicted. Though he had taken countless lives, he did not consider it indiscriminate killing. All had deserved their fates, though some may not have warranted death. Yet, swearing that he had never taken the life of a good person, he was bewildered by the priest's fervent devotion. Should he refuse them, they would certainly resort to immediate suicide. Was this not a form of religious indoctrination? Had he perhaps gone too far in his previous life? Why did he only perceive fervor in their eyes, devoid of fear? Old man, what exactly do you want me to do? This is far too coercive. Rise felt a sense of frustration. The elder priest shook his head. Lord Rise, this is not coercion. If you choose to depart, the Temple of Prophecy will lose its purpose, for our existence as priests is solely to assist you. Without you, what purpose would we serve in this world? We can only atone for our existence through death. Your adoration for your past life reaches an unparalleled level. Could that morally reprehensible scoundrel truly possess such allure? With a sigh, Lei Zhe gazed at Jin Shanshan, expressing his resignation. You've witnessed it yourself. I have compromised. I harbor no interest in power, yet if I were to leave, it would cost more than 20 lives. That is not a fate I desire. And I am certain you would not wish for such an outcome either. I shall never acknowledge you. If you wish to depart, then go. Their lives are of no concern to me, Jin Shanshan retorted, casting a sideways glance, though her eyes continued to dart towards the kneeling priests. You're being quite proud, aren't you? The old man interjected. That prophet's words, are they truly so precise? From my understanding, he likely concocts prophecies out of sheer boredom. So I suggest you take them with a grain of salt. No, every prophecy of the esteemed prophet has proven accurate. I vow upon my very soul that you shall undoubtedly become one of the 3 kings, establishing the triumvirate of Uruk, and alongside the other 2 kings. Lead us to greatness. Master Lei Zhe, please embrace your destiny. Destiny, destiny, what utter nonsense. Before my arrival in this world, my fate was merely to live an idle life. After my arrival, it transformed into the creation of a harmonious continent. And now you speak of destiny again. It is truly vexing. Just as Lei Zhe was about to respond, a young priest unexpectedly spoke up, his slightly immature voice delivering words that left Lei Zhe speechless. The esteemed prophet once left a message, saying that if you refuse, you shall never see Saber again. In that moment, Lei Zhe felt as if struck by lightning, his body freezing in place, his expression shifting with tumultuous emotions. Damn it, you truly are my past life. How could you know such a thing? Damn it, damn it, damn it. You've won, you scoundrel. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he realized, indeed, his past self had foreseen even the beloved characters of his 2-dimensional world. Very well, I concede. Chapter 58, for the one I wish to meet. Let us disregard decency as a recluse. Did Lei Zhe not harbor affections for characters from the realm of animation? Indeed, he did, and in abundance. Among them, Saber undoubtedly ranked among his foremost favorites, a fact beyond dispute. Upon discovering that he had entered the moon world, Lei Zhe contemplated the possibility of encountering the King of Heroes. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized this was merely a daydream. Setting aside the millennia that separated the heroic king from King Arthur, even if they were to meet, what then? Would he whisk her away? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Given the nature of the king, how could she abandon her subjects and elope with him? Thus, this thought was swiftly extinguished from Lei Zhe's mind. It was better not to dwell on the unattainable. However, a remark from his past life reignited his reckless ambition. If it was said that staying here would afford him the chance to meet Saber, then why not remain? He would not shy away from becoming one of the 3 kings of Uruk, or even vanquishing Gilgamesh. Thankfully, Gilgamesh was oblivious to Lei Zhe's intentions. Otherwise, he would have charged at him in fury. You wretch, now you wish to stay? Who do you think you are? I shall never acknowledge you. Gilgamesh, ever haughty, regarded Lei Zhe with utter disdain. Despite his awareness of Gilgamesh's penchant for insults, Lei Zhe could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Damn it! Should I unleash a counterfeit treasures of the king upon you to teach you a lesson? It seems you have yet to acquire all the world's treasures, have you? Your Majesty, please temper your rudeness. Lord Lei Zhe is the prophesied sage. He is not merely one of the 3 kings, but also your mentor. Please remember this and accord him the respect he deserves. The high priest resolutely aligned himself with Lei Zhe, for the latter's identity symbolized a burgeoning religion. Although such a doctrine was yet to be fully formed, Lei Zhe truly served as the spiritual leader of the priesthood. You old scoundrel, how dare you favor an outsider? Humph, is he not the king who governs wisdom and law in the prophecy? Very well, if he can answer 3 of my questions, I shall recognize his status and share my power with him. Gilgamesh glared at the high priest before turning his challenging gaze towards Lei Zhe. Questions, indeed. What manner of inquiries would they be? Mathematical or scientific conundrums were beyond his reach, perhaps riddles of a nonsensical nature? Lei Zhe tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips, and nodded. Very well, I accept. Pose your questions. I am ready. After a moment of contemplation, Gilgamesh lowered his head. The hall enveloped in profound silence. The surrounding priests held their breath, fearful of disturbing the king's reverie. Observing Gilgamesh's serious demeanor, Lei Zhe felt a twinge of apprehension. Surely, he would not present some outlandish query to challenge him? Minutes later, Gilgamesh raised his head, still adorned with an air of arrogance, and declared, This king has yet to conjure a question. When I do, I shall inform you. With that, he strode away with nonchalance. Alas! The surrounding priests collapsed to the floor, and even Lei Zhe was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. In an amusingly perplexed state, the old priest chuckled awkwardly and turned to Lei Zhe, saying, My lord, do not be misled by the king's haughty demeanor. He is, at heart, merely a child. Though he possesses remarkable wisdom, his essence remains unchanged, so I implore you to take no offense. Lei Zhe nodded in understanding. Having encountered numerous second-generation wealthy elites, bureaucrats, and royals, he was unfazed. After all, the 10 unconventional demon lords from the shattered world embodied a similar essence. This lad was comparatively better. At least he wasn't preoccupied with fantasies of magical girls or video games like the reclusive demon lord. Noticing Lei Zhe's nonchalant expression, the old priest summoned a young acolyte, none other than the boy who had previously shared messages from his past life. The old priest instructed, Take my lord Lei Zhe to rest. From this day forth, you shall serve him diligently. Understand? Yes, high priest, rest assured. I shall endeavor to do my best. The boy nodded enthusiastically, trembling with excitement, while the other acolytes looked on with envy. My lord Lei Zhe, this is Zamyamu. He is quite sensible and obedient. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon him. I appreciate your help, Zamyamu. It is my honor, my lord Lei Zhe. Having arrived in Uruk City 3 days prior, Lei Zhe had not been crowned as one of the 3 kings due to Jin Shanshan's descent. He felt no urgency regarding this matter, as he was inherently disinterested. For the past 2 days, he had sequestered himself in his chamber, seldom venturing outside. Engrossed in the book gifted by the Taoist Wang, reading from dawn until dusk. Occasionally, he would impart knowledge to Zamyamu, who, despite lacking a foundation, grasped Lei Zhe's thought processes with surprising agility, even demonstrating the ability to draw inferences. On the 3rd day, Lei Zhe decided to explore, prompting Zamyamu to guide him through Uruk City. The city was modest in size, home to just over 30,000 inhabitants, which Lei Zhe perceived as akin to a mere town. Yet, Zamyamu proudly informed him that Uruk was the most magnificent city among the 10 royal cities nearby, boasting the largest population and great wealth. Observing the boy's beaming face, Lei Zhe was reluctant to dampen his spirits, thus he nodded with a smile. Finding a suitable stone to sit upon, Lei Zhe retrieved a cigarette, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Zamyamu stood beside him, curiously observing the swirling smoke. His expression one of confusion. Noticing the boy's gaze, Lei Zhe playfully offered him the cigarette. Mimicking Lei Zhe, Zamyamu placed it between his lips, lit it, and took a puff. The harshness of the smoke assaulted him, leading to a fit of coughing that brought tears to his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Lei Zhe laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected, as he took a leisurely drag from his cigarette. He then looked at Zamyamu, who was repeatedly stomping on the discarded cigarette, and remarked, "Ah, the little one does not comprehend the tastes of adulthood." From his storage space, Lei Zhe procured a piece of chocolate, unwrapping it and offering it to Zamyamu, saying, "Try this, it's sweet and delightful." Zamyamu, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the chocolate, cautiously taking a bite. Upon tasting it, he immediately stuffed the entire piece into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out as he savored the treat. Though Zamyamu appeared to be no different from an adult in miniature, he remained a child, defenseless against such temptations. At that moment, Lei Zhe suddenly noticed a cluster of children huddled by the wall, both boys and girls, the eldest merely 11 or 12, while the youngest were only 4 or 5, gazing at him, or rather, at Zamyamu, with bare bottoms exposed. With a smile, Lei Zhe retrieved a whole box of chocolates from his space and instructed Zamyamu on how to unwrap them. He then gestured towards the children by the wall, and Zamyamu instantly understood, darting over with the box in his arms. As he observed Zamyamu's generous actions from his spot, Lei Zhe noted that once the chocolates were all distributed, Zamyamu returned to stand beside him. "How come you didn't save any for yourself?" Lei Zhe inquired. Watching the empty-handed boy, Zamyamu offered a shy smile and replied, "Because I have the privilege of being near you, Lord Lei Zhe, and I shall have the chance to savor such delights again. They, however, do not share that fortune, so it matters not." Such wisdom belied his young age. "What if I told you that I, too, have none left?" Lei Zhe remarked, noticing Zamyamu's immediate surprise and subsequent despondence. The boy seemed to comprehend the scarcity of such treats, believing even Wang, Jin Shanshan, might not have tasted such exquisite confections. Yet, Zamyamu held no regrets. Lei Zhe nodded, acknowledging that in this era, priests were akin to nobility, and it was rare for a youth of his standing to not exploit his status to oppress the common folk, but rather to empathize with them. Was it society that transformed humanity, or humanity that reshaped society? Producing 2 pieces of chocolate, Lei Zhe placed them into Zamyamu's hands. "This is a reward for you." To Lei Zhe's astonishment, Zamyamu did not consume them immediately. Instead, he tucked them into his robe. Noticing Lei Zhe's puzzled expression, he explained, "I wish to bring them back for the high priest and the king to taste." This boy was truly remarkable. Just as Lei Zhe was about to articulate his thoughts, a commotion erupted in the distance. He glanced over and said to Zamyamu, "Let us go see what the matter is." Chapter 059. One must choose answers with caution, for the pitfalls are many. The city gate was in disarray. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, a young man lay prone on the ground, his body drenched in blood and marred by numerous wounds. His visage was utterly disfigured, and though he still drew faint breaths, his condition was perilous, teetering on the brink of death. 2 guards stationed at the gate knelt beside him, attempting to administer first aid, yet their efforts appeared futile, for contemporary medical practices were ill-equipped to heal such grievous injuries. Zhamu parted the crowd, allowing Lei Zhe to step forward. He crouched beside the injured youth, examining his wounds, before producing a crimson pill from his palm and handing it to a nearby soldier. "Dissolve this in water and administer it to him. He shall be well," he instructed. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, promptly sought out water. "Does anyone recognize this young man?" Lei Zhe inquired, rising to address the surrounding spectators. Although he had only been in the city for 3 days, word had spread that one of the kings prophesied by the oracle had indeed arrived, represented by the dark-haired, dark-eyed youth before them. Consequently, they dared not speak. Retreating in trepidation, Lei Zhe felt a pang of discontent. No wonder all emperors referred to themselves as this humble one. It was indeed a fitting moniker. It was no surprise that protagonists in time travel novels often return to the past not as emperors, but as princes. "Sir Lei Zhe, this man is an envoy sent to Kolo City. It appears he was attacked by some beast on his return journey, leaving him the sole survivor." Zhamu deduced after rummaging through the young man's belongings and uncovering a small identification token. "A beast? Surely not," Lei Zhe replied, shaking his head. Though the wounds on the youth's body were indeed inflicted by a creature, the severed thumbs on his hands indicated a human assailant. While the precise relationship between Uruk and Kolo cities eluded him, the current circumstances suggested that if Jing Xian learned of this incident, it would undoubtedly precipitate a significant uproar, at the very least, a conflict of warlike proportions. The soldier returned with a stone bowl containing a pale red liquid, the result of the dissolved pill. As he poured the medicinal concoction into the young man's mouth, the previously feeble youth suddenly opened his eyes. Summoning every ounce of strength to utter, "Kolo City declares war. Hasten to inform the king." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chaos erupted at the city gate. The revelation that Kolo City intended to wage war against Uruk was utterly unexpected. It appears we must seek out Gilgamesh, Jamu remarked. Meanwhile, Jinxian sat upon the throne. His once handsome visage now marred by a shadow of icy gloom. He had already received word of Kolo City's declaration of war against him. Those wretched scoundrels! He spat, rising in indignation. The grand hall was empty save for himself, the elder priest Akababa, and the towering twin giants, each exceeding 3 meters in height. In this era, there were no ministers, the king's word was law. Once he issued a decree, the entire realm complied without dissent. What do you propose we do, old man? Jinxian inquired, pacing the hall restlessly before finally addressing the elder priest. Though the title of Golden Flash may be somewhat contentious, the old priest remains indifferent, having grown accustomed to it over the past decade. Presently, he finds himself devoid of any viable strategies. The strength of Kolo City is on par with that of Uruk, and in terms of ordinary military might, it surpasses Uruk significantly. He fears that while he is embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with Kolo, other cities may suddenly intervene, a situation that would leave no room for regret. Splitting forces? That is evidently unfeasible, as it would only hasten their demise. Defense? That is hardly the Uruk way. At that moment, Reza entered the scene, accompanied by Zamyamu, and the old priest's eyes lit up as he addressed Golden Flash, my king. Why not consult Lord Reza on this matter? He is the guardian of wisdom. Upon hearing this, Reza turned to leave the grand hall, muttering to himself, you old fool. My wisdom is confined to the realm of Otaku culture. Do not complicate matters for yourself. However, after taking a few steps, he halted. As the giant brothers had already blocked the entrance, their bovine eyes glaring at him with unfriendly expressions. With a sigh, Reza returned to the hall, feeling somewhat vexed, repeatedly telling himself, it is not that I am afraid. I simply do not wish to lower myself to their level. Since retreat was not an option, he settled into a chair, propped his legs up, lit a cigarette, and regarded Golden Flash. Ah, old fellow, how could I have forgotten? Is there not another who claims to possess wisdom? Outsider, I present to you my first challenge. If you can answer my question, you may remain in this city. If not, you must vacate Uruk immediately. Golden Flash declared, his previously grim demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a smile as he resumed his position on the throne. Come forth. Reza provocatively gazed at Golden Flash, already surmising the nature of the inquiry. Upon entering, he noted the somber expressions of the assembly, undoubtedly preoccupied with the impending war. Kolo City has declared war upon us. Do you have any sound strategies? As anticipated, the question revolved around this matter, which Reza found rather simplistic. As for the rationale, he awaited Golden Flash's response. In the face of war, do you seek to avert it or triumph in it? If your sole aim is to avoid conflict, surrendering half of your riches would likely suffice to halt hostilities, for is not warfare pursued for monetary gain? Reza spoke nonchalantly, unperturbed as it was not his wealth at stake. After all, one spends money to avert disaster. Yet he was acutely aware that with Golden Flash's disposition, capitulation was out of the question. Indeed, upon hearing Reza's words, Golden Flash struck the stone table beside him, the tremendous force shattering it into fragments, red wine spilling across the floor. Not only was he enraged, but the old priest and the giant brothers exchanged complex glances directed at Reza. Now, hear me out. If your goal is to win the war, may I pose a question? Speak. Reza, shedding his playful demeanor, regarded the group with solemnity, and their anger dissipated, influenced by his grave expression. What manner of victory do you seek? Is it to annihilate everyone, from the king to the commoners, rendering Kolo City a desolate wasteland? Or do you desire them to remain alive? Choose wisely, for your decision will dictate my response. Rai's words were straightforward. Should you wish to slaughter all, I possess the means. Should you prefer to capture them, I have that capability as well. The choice lies solely with you. If my intent were to ensure the demise of every soul in Kolo City, what would you do? Jin Shanshan, without a moment's hesitation, responded with a chilling resolve, revealing his ruthless nature. In his hand appeared a transparent glass vial containing a viscous green liquid. With a smile, Rise proclaimed, "This is a concoction I procured from a friend, the Serpent Queen, Mikasha. Should you pour its contents into the enemy's well or any nearby water source, I guarantee that within a day, Kolo City will transform into a graveyard. With no regard for human or beast, all shall perish. However, I cannot assure you that the tainted water will not spread to other areas. Be aware that its effects endure for a decade." After placing the vial upon the stone table with a nonchalant demeanor, a shiver ran through the other four, as they felt a chilling breeze sweep through the grand hall, emanating from that seemingly innocuous bottle. "Lord Rise, what if we prefer to capture them?" The elderly priest awkwardly coughed and inquired. Upon hearing this, Rise retrieved another vial. identical in size, yet filled with a pale red liquid. Once this is poured into a water source, it will induce paralysis in humans without causing death, and its effects last for only 3 days. After placing the second vial upon the stone table, he urged, "Make your choice." What choice is there, really? Jin Shanshan cursed inwardly. Though he yearned to cleanse Kolo City of its inhabitants, the terror of that first concoction loomed over him. What if it spread to Uruk? The two cities were not far apart, after all. "It seems you have reached a conclusion," Rise remarked, leaving the 2 vials behind. "How you choose to employ them is entirely up to you. However, I must say, your initial query was rather simplistic. I hope next time you present a challenge of greater complexity." With that, he departed, leaving 4 individuals staring blankly at the 2 glass vials. Chapter 060. The Ballad of the Betrayer. Upon departing from the Grand Hall, Rise casually found a spot to sit outside, lighting a cigarette as he gazed down upon the city below. It must be said that the opulent palace was ideally situated, allowing one to overlook the entirety of Uruk. He sat in tranquil silence, somewhat lost in thought, while the palace guards dared not approach, leaving the area exceedingly quiet. News of war had likely spread. And observing the chaotic scene of the common folk below, Rise sensed the looming shadow of conflict. Indeed, war is a most detestable affair. As for the choices made by those like Jin Shanshan, he found it hardly worth pondering. Unless one was utterly deranged, they would not opt for the first potion. Furthermore, in this era, population was an invaluable resource, and given Jin Shanshan's intellect, he could hardly be so foolish. Nevertheless, it must be noted that although Rise spoke ominously, that bottle of green liquid was hardly a deadly poison. Rather, it was a potent laxative. After all, Rise was no madman. He would not resort to such drastic measures. Moreover, should Jin Shanshan actually use it, the consequences would inevitably fall upon him. What if he were to suffer the wrath of the heavens? He would never engage in such morally reprehensible actions, for what if this narrative were to be censored? Being the protagonist comes with its own set of concerns. One cannot afford to be too dark, nor can the plot be overly serious. A more light-hearted, otaku-friendly approach is undeniably more appealing, with elements like the Crystal Palace's whimsical allure capturing the imagination. Lord Rise, the young priest, Jamu, had just returned from the temple, bursting with excitement as he relayed news of the war to his companions. Upon emerging from the temple, he noticed Rise lost in contemplation and hurried over. Looking up, he saw the boy's face alight with enthusiasm, which left Rise feeling somewhat vexed. Had the lad been invigorated by some fervor? His entire being trembled, flushed with excitement, more intense than even the climax of an actress. Inquiring about the boy's exuberance, Rise soon learned that it was due to the war. Although the priests of this age bore that title, they were far from healers. They were better described as magicians. In ancient times, priests were among the first to harness power, and their influence on the battlefield was significant. The ordinary warriors of Uruk were undoubtedly fewer than those of Kuro City, yet the number of priests exceeded theirs by more than half. These priests yearned for war, for only in conflict could they prove their worth. Rise found himself speechless once more. Just as he received news of war, Jin Shanshan, the old priest, and even the twin giants wore expressions of concern. While this group of young priests brimmed with excitement, it appeared that the reckless bravado of youth rendered them oblivious to the horrors of war. Their minds were consumed with visions of achieving glory through the defeat of their foes. Producing a cigarette, Rise gestured toward the boy, who retreated 2 steps, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the notion. Clearly, he held a rather unfavorable impression of the smoke. Lei Zhe, indifferent, chuckled softly as he withdrew a book and began to immerse himself in its pages, smoking one cigarette after another. He was entirely absorbed in the world of literature. While Zamamu stood quietly behind him, eyes closed in serene contemplation, without uttering a word. Time passed swiftly. Lord Lei Zhe, after an indeterminate duration, the old priest emerged from the palace and softly addressed him. Zamamu, upon seeing the elder, immediately bowed and stepped aside. "Oh, venerable elder, how did the negotiations unfold?" Lei Zhe's gaze remained fixed upon the book, unperturbed. The old priest smiled faintly and replied, "Lord Lei Zhe must have already surmised the outcome. Is there anything further you require me to elucidate?" Placing the book into his storage space, Lei Zhe stood and stretched lazily. Only then noticing the sun was on the verge of setting. Standing on the stone steps, he gazed at the sunset, a smile gracing his features. "Well, I am not omniscient. How could I possibly know your choices? Zamamu, allow me to impart another lesson. In this world, absolutes do not exist. Every circumstance harbors dual possibilities. And it is the individual who governs these possibilities. Therefore, one must earnestly contemplate the consequences before embarking on any course of action. Do not wait until regret arrives after the fact." Zamamu understood. Nodding, Lei Zhe then addressed the old priest. "Venerable elder, you need not disclose your plans to me. Gilgamesh poses the questions, and it is my role to provide the answers. What he learns from me and how he chooses to act thereafter is of no concern to me. Zamamu, let us take a stroll. Indeed. Observing the two departing the palace, the old priest chuckled. If it bears no significance, why have you waited until now? If it is inconsequential, why does your expression seem as if a great weight has been lifted? Future sovereign of wisdom, your duty is not merely to answer questions, but to guide the other two kings in the embodiment of their beliefs. The old priest, with his diminutive and bent frame, ambled toward the sacrificial hall. Once youthful voice now rasped, akin to the harsh sound of metal scraping. As he walked, he hummed a time-honored melody of the sacrificial hall, surprisingly not in the local tongue. If Lei Zhe were present, he would be astonished to discern that the melody echoed in his mother tongue, Mandarin. Aside from Amura, the one who governs fate and the future, what visions does she behold? The black wings unfurl slowly, while the bright morning star gradually dims. O morning star, why dost thou fall? Is it divine indifference, or thine own envy? What visage does hell present? Slaughter? Destruction? Fury? Jealousy? Or endless darkness? Only one who has plunged into darkness can perceive these truths. Unmask your hypocritical facades, judging with blood and fire. One day the beings of this world shall behold the veracity behind your veneer of virtue. Is this your proclamation to the divine, or a challenge against it? I shall seek the justice I desire. Though I harbor doubts regarding its existence, I shall pursue it, if I cannot find it. I shall forge my own conception of justice. Is this the ideal you pursue, the aspiration you seek? God reversed is dog, God is dog. In your frenzied cries, you unleash your discontent towards the divine. In a fit of fervent outcry, you vent your discontent with the world. Once a possessor of dawn and the sun of glory, have you truly relinquished that honor and dignity, surrendering yourself to the embrace of darkness? Better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Prefer the freedom of wickedness over the false pride of hypocrisy. Time and again, you have sworn your oaths. Have you genuinely departed? Indeed, we have betrayed the divine, only to be forsaken in return. Yet, we harbor no regrets. In pursuit of our beliefs and ideals, even at odds with all living beings, our convictions remain steadfast. In the depths of hell, I have awaited the arrival of light that belongs to us, the betrayers, that ray that has descended into hell. It is said that this ballad is often hummed by the prophet. The elders clandestinely recorded it, preserving it in its entirety. In the records, whenever the prophet hummed this melody, he would gaze upward, exuding a profound tranquility. This ballad is a privilege known only to each generation of high priests, constituting the most profound secret of the sacrificial temple. From a distance, Lei Zhe, leisurely wandering with Zamamu, suddenly halted, turning to gaze at the distant sacrificial temple. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to have heard something, vague and indistinct, yet so familiar, its essence eluded him entirely. It seemed, perhaps a ballad? Chapter 61. The more one understands the world, the more complex it appears. On the following dawn, Gilgamesh announced the news of war to his subjects. Although whispers of this news had already begun circulating throughout the city the day before, a brief moment of tranquility settled over Uruk when Gilgamesh personally delivered the announcement. Soon, the citizens of Uruk rallied together. Men retrieved their weapons from their homes and gathered in the city square. From the age of 15 to 50, nearly all who could be considered warriors congregated, including several formidable women. Gilgamesh wasted no time. After counting the numbers, he left 500 behind for defense to prevent any surprise attacks, while he took over 2,000 men and departed from Uruk. Among his entourage were the giant brothers and several dozen priests. The elder priest Akababa remained behind, for Uruk could not be without leadership, and his age rendered him unfit for battle. Watching the army depart amidst the farewell of the populace, Rees remained silent. In his eyes, the outcome of this war was a foregone conclusion. As long as the golden-haired one was not struck by a donkey, victory was assured. Whether he would raise the city of Kuro or conduct a blood sacrifice was of little concern to Rees, who adopted an attitude of detachment, feeling that it was none of his business. Though he had been in Uruk for several days, Rees still felt no sense of belonging. Essentially, he perceived himself as an outsider. Even if the others insisted on bestowing upon him the title of king, it seemed inconsequential to him. He had no desire to entangle himself with the narrative or the world around him. In recent days, he had pondered a particular question regarding the time and place of his transmigration. In the world of a certain magical index, he had arrived in Academy City just before the onset of the plot. Logically, the remnants of his past life should be elusive. He had wondered about the vastness of the world. Who could ascertain where the vestiges of his previous existence might drift? Perhaps this world did not even contain them. Yet, what was the outcome? The Book of Omniscience resided within Index S mind, transformed into the renowned 10,000 and 3,000 magical tomes of that realm. Remarkably, Even without taking any action, he encountered Index again 4 months later and became cognizant of the book's existence. If this were the case, could it be possible that the time and place of his current world were connected to the remnants of his past life? Perhaps it was. The Sumerian era, Uruk, and Gilgamesh. These threads woven together suggested a strong possibility that the object he sought lingered in the Sumerian period, intertwined with Uruk and Gilgamesh. As for the golden-haired one, Rees had indeed read his epic. Since the Book of Omniscience could transform into the 10,000 and 3,000 magical tomes, where in the moon world might he most likely find the remnants of his past life? Upon careful reflection, 2 locations came to mind. One was where Gilgamesh defeated the forest demon, Laubaba, thus acquiring the treasures of the world, which later became known as the treasures of the king. Since Laubaba guards all the treasures of the world, it is highly likely that remnants from past lives are among them. Given the cautionary tale of Index, Lei Zhe perceives this possibility as significant. Another domain to consider is the world's most enigmatic and ethereal origin. Index once remarked that numerous relics from previous lives exist, each possessing immense power. Among these, there are 6 items that are on par with the Book of Knowledge, including the book itself. These 6 artifacts transcend the limits of the world, to the extent that they cannot even be classified as divine or super-divine artifacts. As for the names of the other 5 items, Index withheld this information from Lei Zhe, revealing neither their identities nor their functions. Furthermore, Lei Zhe noted that this young nun seems to harbor a strong aversion towards the other 5 items, expressing her disdain with clenched teeth, as if she wished to devour them whole. There must be some hidden truths. The relationship among the 6 artifacts appears to be quite strained. Index refers to herself as one of the 6 celestial artifacts, and regarding the power of these 6 celestial artifacts, it is as the past suggested. It seems they have protected you, while others may not grasp the significance of this statement. Lei Zhe understands it all too well, for the Book of Knowledge is an entity that cannot exist in this world. Had it not automatically fragmented into 100,000 and 30,000 demon path books, the world of magical prohibition would have been entirely distorted, rendering even the existence of humanity impossible. Thus, Lei Zhe surmises that the origin likely conceals remnants from previous lives. In addition to these 6 celestial artifacts, there are 9 more items, though in comparison to the aforementioned 6, these 9 artifacts are somewhat inferior, although they possess considerable growth potential. They currently cannot rival the 6 celestial artifacts. These 9 artifacts are referred to by Index as the 9 divine items. Upon hearing this rather absurd name, Lei Zhe mused that only in previous lives could such a melodramatic title have been conceived. Nevertheless, it is merely a designation, and he chooses not to be troubled by it. Moreover, Lei Zhe discovered an intriguing aspect. According to Index, her own power could effortlessly annihilate all deities below the fate level. These deities are not those legendary beings that have graced the world. They can at best be deemed pseudo-deities. True deities, however, are those that were vanquished in the world of magical prohibition, the genuine masters of each realm. Deities are also classified by rank, with the lowest being celestial humans, followed by celestial gods, then destiny, divine will, and fortune, culminating in the highest echelon of celestial path. As for what lies beyond the celestial path, Index remains unaware. This celestial path represents the very pursuit of the past, yet it appears to have ended in failure. Otherwise, Lei Zhe would not have emerged. Furthermore, even among beings below the divine level, there are hierarchies. Black iron, bronze, silver, and gold represent the human tier, legendary, eternal, epic, and abyss denote the earthly tier, while 2 instruments, for symbols, 6 harmonies, and 8 desolations signify the celestial tier. Only upon reaching the 8 desolations level and mastering the power of the laws can one be deemed a deity. The 6 artifacts of the heavenly Tao stand on equal footing with deities of the same level. Yet due to their unique nature, they do not possess the equivalent power of the heavenly Tao. To unleash their potential, they must rely on the Thunder Philosopher, for ultimately, they are mere tools. Although they can manifest spiritual entities, this fact remains unaltered. However, ever since the Book of Omniscience re-established its covenant, not only has the ability to slay gods become exceedingly challenging, but even utilizing its powers has proved daunting, yielding but a fraction of its might. Currently, the Thunder Philosopher assesses Index as follows. In terms of physical and mental prowess, your rank is akin to black iron, with combat capabilities barely surpassing 10. Yet, when factoring in the powers of the rules and various artifacts at your disposal, you could easily overpower even legendary or standard eternal beings. In a rather shameless manner, the Thunder Philosopher once inquired if Index possessed any techniques that could render one invincible with minimal practice, be it martial arts or other disciplines. After a moment's contemplation, Index replied earnestly, "Indeed, the Sunflower Manual can swiftly elevate you to the ranks of eternal strength, and its potential is immense." The Thunder Philosopher swore that this petite nun was jesting, though her expression remained remarkably neutral. You need not cultivate anything, simply uncover the remnants left by the thunder. And achieving invincibility will become effortless, provided your character is sufficiently robust. If you can gather the 9 divine treasures in one world, your power will ascend to the divine level. Should you collect the 6 artifacts of the heavenly Tao, you shall face no rivals in this realm. These are the nun's precise words. Yet, the Thunder Philosopher recognized that while such feats sound simplistic, the execution is fraught with difficulty. Setting aside the challenge of gathering these items, even if one were to succeed, what then? Moreover, he understood that the ability to harness the full extent of these artifacts' power still hinged on his own strength, the enhancement of which posed a significant conundrum. At present, he possessed the so-called Book of Omniscience, which was said to contain all knowledge, yet he found himself unable to utilize it. He was burdened with immense magical energy but could not learn any spells. Was there anything more frustrating than this? Ultimately, the root cause lay within himself. As the nun's narrative unfolded, the Thunder Philosopher discerned that this world was increasingly intricate and formidable, casting a shadow of unease over him. Lately, he had been frequently reminded of a saying from his previous life: "If you wish to live a life of ease and joy, you must have formidable strength as your foundation. Lacking power is a lamentable predicament, especially in the world you inhabit. Oh, past life, if you could foresee future events, surely you would know that my character has always been rather unfortunate. Why did you not bequeath all your inheritance to me, allowing me to become a strong second-generation heir?" Chapter 62. A triumph with ease. Let us set aside the discontent of a certain lay for the moment, and turn our attention to the recent developments concerning the illustrious Gilgamesh. The journey to Kuro was merely 2 days away, and under Gilgamesh's urging, the army of over 2,000 finally concealed themselves within the woods outside Kuro by the evening of the following day. In this era, mankind had yet to domesticate steeds. Thus, even the king, Gilgamesh, marched on foot alongside the common soldiers. Nevertheless, due to the robust physical constitution of ancient people, they managed to maintain a semblance of combat readiness despite the relentless march, which is indeed commendable. Within the depths of the forest, Gilgamesh issued the command to rest, then, accompanied by his giant brethren, ventured forth to survey the distant city of Kuro, the second most formidable stronghold in the land after Uruk. Although Kuro had declared their intent to wage war against Uruk, Gilgamesh sensed their lack of urgency. They appeared to be overly confident in their impending victory, for they had yet to mobilize their forces and remained within the city, even leaving the gates unbarred, exuding an air of complacency. The situation elicited a cold smirk from Gilgamesh. Did the inept king of Kuro truly believe in his assured victory? Once my soldiers breach your city, the first act will be to display your head upon the city gates, a grim reminder to the other wretches of what befalls those who provoke me. With a glance exchanged among the 3 brothers, they retreated back into the forest to their resting place. To avoid detection, the campfire was left unlit. Though the night air in the forest was brisk, it posed no significant threat. However, it must be noted that the nocturnal wilderness harbored its own dangers, as many beasts prowled under the cover of darkness. From deep within the woods came the echoing roars of wild creatures, and the shadows of the underbrush stirred, akin to gleaming eyes of phantoms, glinting with a gluttonous hunger. Yet, due to their overwhelming numbers, these beasts refrained from launching an attack, instead circling the perimeter in search of an opportunity. Gilgamesh retrieved a small vial containing a faintly red liquid, handing it to 2 astute Urukians, imparting his instructions earnestly. After bestowing upon them several pieces of gold, he instructed them to devise a means of infiltrating Kuro. The 2 chosen soldiers exchanged glances, nodding without a trace of trepidation. Leaving their weapons behind in the camp, they concealed a bronze dagger within their garments and set forth towards Kuro, while Gilgamesh and his giant kin remained hidden, observing their every move. Though the words exchanged between the soldiers were indistinct, Gilgamesh felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing the duo present gold to the guards and gain entry into the city. A chilling smile returned to grace his handsome visage. Those foolish Kuroians, so easily permitting others to enter their city, did they truly believe that victory in this war would belong to them? That night, Gilgamesh remained awake, seated at the forest's edge, gazing upon the city of Kuro shrouded in the cloak of night, an embodiment of tranquility. The giant brethren steadfastly guarded him, dispatching any approaching beasts to ensure that none would disturb the king. In the dead of night, the gates of Kuro city were shut tight. Gazing at the soldiers patrolling the walls, Jin Shanshan understood that the outcome of their endeavor hinged entirely upon the miraculous efficacy of the potion provided by Lei Zhe. He hoped fervently that it would not fail him. The following dawn, as the gates of Kuro city swung open once more, Jin Shanshan immediately noticed the two individuals he had dispatched the previous night had exited the city and were hastily making their way towards the forest. Upon encountering Jin Shanshan, one of the warriors promptly reported, "Your Majesty, we followed your instructions and poured the potions into their water supply. Is that so? Well done. Once the war concludes, I shall reward you handsomely." At that moment, Jin Shanshan truly exhaled a sigh of relief. The first step had been taken, and now it remained to be seen whether the potion would indeed prove effective. If it was as Lei Zhe had claimed, then victory in this war would come with remarkable ease. Time flew by, and the potion began to manifest its effects. By the evening of the first day, Jin Shanshan observed a state of chaos descending upon Kolo City. Seizing the opportunity, he personally captured a soldier who had ventured outside the city. Upon inquiry, he learned that their king had inexplicably fallen ill, and the priests within the city were utterly powerless to assist him. The soldier had been dispatched to another city in search of a priest to cure the king. Hearing this news, Jin Shanshan exchanged a knowing glance with his giant brethren, and they both chuckled. It seemed the potion provided by Lei Zhe was indeed potent, and the unfortunate king had become the initial casualty. By the dusk of the second day, Jin Shanshan noted an eerie silence enveloping Kolo City. Even the soldiers who had patrolled the walls previously had vanished. The city appeared to have succumbed to an inexplicable death, evoking an unsettling and chilling atmosphere, especially considering the previous day's bustling liveliness. As the second night descended, Jin Shanshan resolved to enter the city. Before embarking, he issued a command: none were to utilize any water sources within the city. The uncanny happenings of the past 2 days had spread rapidly among the Uruk people, with whispers attributing it all to the peculiar potion, rumored to have originated from one of the 3 prophesied kings, the demon king Lei Zhe. Contemplating how a mere vial of potion could wreak such havoc upon an entire city sent shivers down the spines of all, including Jin Shanshan and his giant companions. It was, indeed, an unfathomable notion. Moreover, they were acutely aware that an even more terrifying potion rested upon Jin Shanshan's person. He now felt an overwhelming urge to bury that unassuming green vial far away. As a force of over 2,000 entered Kolo City, they collectively inhaled sharply, their legs trembling and beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. What lay before them were bodies sprawled on the ground, breathing yet unresponsive, their eyes wide open and tracking movement, yet their bodies incapable of action, even voicing a sound. This eerie silence instilled a sense of unease in the Uruk people. It was profoundly strange. Surely, even the depths of hell would seem preferable to this. The weight of that silent gaze was palpably distressing. Golden Flash surveyed the fallen crowd with an expression as frozen as the eternal frost, devoid of any discernible emotion. He stepped over one human after another, making his way towards the heart of the city, towards the edifice that symbolized sovereignty. Meanwhile, under the command of the giant brothers, the soldiers of Kuro City were being bound and transported to the square, herded together as if they were mere cattle. The elderly, the weak, the ill, women, and children were disregarded, left to collapse on the ground without concern. The city gates closed, and Golden Flash effortlessly claimed victory in this battle. Even he found it somewhat astonishing. It was all too easy. A single vial of potion had subdued an entire city. Had his previous battles been somewhat of a failure in comparison? Yet, the moment he entered the palace of Kuro City, all such thoughts vanished, replaced by a smile upon his face. As long as victory was achieved, the means employed were of no consequence. Chapter 063. Unable to log off amidst battle as Jin Shanshan entered the grand hall, his gaze was immediately drawn to an opulent seat. The throne, intricately carved from pure white marble, was adorned with gold and emeralds, while on either side, 2 fist-sized rubies gleamed. The mere sight of this chair prompted Jin Shanshan to internally marvel at King Kuro's penchant for indulgence. With a disdainful flick, he removed the complete tiger skin from the throne and settled into it, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. His expression was grave, resembling that of someone deep in contemplation. In truth, fatigue had taken its toll, and he longed for a brief respite after days of inadequate rest. The Uruk warriors who accompanied him observed their king's demeanor in silence, standing still, awaiting his command. Minutes trickled by, and when Jin Shanshan finally reopened his eyes, dawn had broken. "How long have I slept?" he inquired. Though he still bore traces of weariness, his spirit appeared notably rejuvenated. "You may rest a little longer." "It has not been 2 hours," one of the guards promptly replied. In their hearts, the guards believed that Jin Shanshan could afford to indulge in a bit more slumber, as the city was entirely under their control and no trouble was anticipated. Jin Shanshan shook his head, rose to stretch, and then approached the entrance of the grand hall, gazing serenely at Kuro City bathed in the morning light. After a considerable pause, he suddenly burst into laughter, his resonant mirth echoing across the city and rousing the slumbering soldiers. Raising his right hand, He felt as though the entire city rested within his palm. The sensation was exhilarating. "Bring me King Kuro," he commanded. At his behest, a rotund man, adorned in gold and silver, was dragged forth by several guards and unceremoniously tossed at Jin Shanshan's feet. From his elevated position, a disdainful smile graced Jin Shanshan's handsome visage as he looked down upon the incapacitated king sprawled on the ground, rendering the hall eerily silent. "Chop off his thumbs," Jin Shanshan declared after observing King Kuro for a moment. At once, two guards stepped forward, drawing bronze daggers from their waists. They seized King Kuro's arms and raised their blades, striking at his fingers. Due to a lack of precision, the index and middle fingers were severed alongside the intended thumbs. Observing the sweat-drenched King Kuro, whose expression remained frozen due to the effects of a drug, Jin Shanshan placed his foot firmly upon the king's neck, applying significant pressure. In a chilling tone, he spoke. "King Kuro, you never imagined your fate would culminate in such a manner, did you? Perhaps just 2 days prior. You fantasized about breaching Uruk and reveling in a position like mine, treading upon me with impunity. Alas, how unfortunate. You shall never have that opportunity. The moment you declared war upon Uruk was the moment you sealed your own fate." With that, Jin Shanshan lifted his foot, momentarily releasing the nearly unconscious King Kuro, only to deliver a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending the king soaring, tumbling down the grand staircase. As the king of Kuro descended the steps, his expression gleamed with disdain, and he declared with an air of arrogance, "A mere ant like you, who granted you the audacity to gaze upon me? You are unworthy of beholding my presence. Ants should possess the awareness befitting their kind. Perish upon the ground, you wretched creature. Bind him in the square. Then sever his limbs. I desire to hear his agonized cries beneath the scorching sun. Should anyone dare to resist, slay them. Should anyone plead for mercy, slay them. Should anyone dare to weep, slay them. Disobedience to my command warrants death. I care not if they are man or woman, elder or child. Any who defy my orders shall meet their end." With 5 declarations of death, the exquisite visage of the golden-haired prince contorted entirely, his regal aura supplanted by a chilling malevolence, brimming with brutality. If certain Lei were present, he might well scoff. "Hey, Golden Pikachu, where has your dashing, affluent grace disappeared to? This hardly aligns with your persona. Indeed, I am the one true king of the heavens and the earth, the greatest monarch. Wherever my gaze falls, it is the domain of this king." Just as the king's aura began to leak once more, a member of the giant brethren, uncertain whether he was the elder or the younger, materialized beside him, stating, "My king, unidentified enemies have been spotted beyond the city walls. The dividing line of Golden Pikachu. Lord Lei Zhe, so it is you who is here," the old priest Akababa remarked as he approached Lei Zhe from behind. Startled from his reverie by the priest's voice, Lei Zhe discarded his cigarette, and stood, slightly embarrassed. "I have mentioned numerous times that such formalities are unnecessary. It feels quite uncomfortable. You have grown accustomed to life here, have you not?" The old priest merely smiled at Lei's comment, his demeanor unchanged as he gazed down at the Uruk Valley. How to put it? In truth, he felt no sense of belonging. The environment and the populace here held no particular significance for him, perhaps due to his reluctance to engage with them. The old priest had consumed more salt than Lei Zhe had rice, and although this era may not possess salt as we know it, he could still surmise what Lei Zhe was contemplating. The old priest was indifferent, for he had faith in the prophecy of the seer, believing that Lei Zhe would undoubtedly become one of the 3 kings, as the seer's predictions had never faltered. It was a mystery from where the old man's confidence stemmed. Who knew better than he the trials and depravity of his past life? A moment of indulgence was one thing, but to expect him to accomplish anything of substance was quite another. Lei Zhe was no fool. Upon witnessing the old priest's confident smile, he surmised what the latter was thinking. Was this not a form of religious indoctrination? Was this not akin to a pyramid scheme? It seemed to him that if he were to engage in a pyramid scheme or establish a cult in his previous life, everything would be but a fleeting illusion. With a hint of exasperation, he produced a cigarette and shifted the topic. "Old man, are you familiar with the forest guardian, La Baba?" Reluctantly, I found myself unwilling to remain any longer. I hastily sought out the entity known as La Baba to topple it, hoping to uncover any remnants from a past life within Wang Tsai. As for other treasures, it would be prudent not to disrupt the narrative. I shall transfer everything to the illustrious Golden Pikachu instead. At this moment, I am genuinely apprehensive about altering the storyline, for I would not wish for the future Holy Grail War to be devoid of a Golden Pikachu. Should that transpire, my transgressions would be considerable. Furthermore, in my previous life, it was said that remaining here would grant me the chance to encounter Saber. However, the more I ponder this notion, the more it seems amiss. Given my previous life's roguish tendencies, it is highly probable that my continued presence would lead to a tragic outcome, akin to a cup brimming with cola. Lababa? The old priest furrowed his brow and gestured towards the distant forest, proclaiming, "That is Lababa. This entire forest embodies it." Wait, exclaimed Lei Zhe, nearly tumbling off the cliff upon hearing those words. What did it mean that the entire forest was Lababa? Could it be that this creature, akin to some monsters in anime, lay dormant beneath the earth, with the trees growing upon its back? If that were indeed the case, I would be far from assured in my ability to topple it. The likelihood of being overthrown seemed far greater. Should I consider forming a team to tackle this dungeon boss? Ultimately, I could abscond with the loot, leaving behind the black gear. And what of my companions? Golden Pikachu and his dear friend Enki? Legend has it that the two of them once vanquished the forest monster. Surely, having an additional ally would make the endeavor easier. Just as Lei Zhe contemplated voicing his thoughts, a sudden cacophony of jarring collisions erupted from the city of Uruk, growing increasingly intense and chaotic. The atmosphere shifted as the residents became frantic, many seizing weapons and racing to the city walls. The expression of the old priest transformed into one of profound concern. While Lei Zhe noticed, in the dawn's light, a moderately sized force advancing towards Uruk. Gazing at Uruk, Lei Zhe felt a twinge of conflict within. Upon hearing that sound, why did it evoke in me a sensation akin to being unable to log out amidst battle? Would it be excessively unethical to forcibly log out? Chapter 64. A simultaneous crisis. As Lei Zhe and the old priest ascended the city walls, the opposing force had already halted 200 meters away on a nearby hill. At that moment, Lei Zhe experienced a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of his initial encounter as a boss in a dungeon, albeit then he stood alone on the ramparts. While now over 500 others awaited their fate alongside him. There were more than 3,000 of them. The old priest, after scrutinizing the throng across the way for several moments, remarked with a grave expression, as the sight was far from welcoming. After all, whoever visited a home armed and with avaricious gazes? Lei Zhe, however, was unfazed by the priest's concerns. His attention was captivated entirely by the colossal figures looming in the distance. They appeared to stand at least 10 meters tall, with a single eye, a horn protruding from their foreheads, and wielding massive wolf-toothed clubs resembling tree trunks. Cyclopean giants, perhaps? Observing their formidable stature in contrast to the city walls, Lei Zhe couldn't shake the unsettling thought that a mere stride from these beings could easily breach the fortifications. What was this? Human-shaped bulldozers? A demolition crew for the walls? Why haven't I encountered such super soldiers in Uruk? These must be the brigands from the desolate ridge. We are in dire straits. The old priest shook his head and turned to those nearby, instructing them to evacuate the elderly and infirm into the sewers. With our meager numbers, we cannot hold the city. Those ruffians have chosen to attack while the king is away on campaign. The sewers. Is there such advanced infrastructure in Uruk? Old man? This can't be yet another ill-conceived notion from a past life, can it? He pondered. Who else would be so foolish as to instruct others on digging tunnels? It seemed that his aspirations of playing a DPS role would remain unrealized. No one could withstand a monster's wrath. Over 500 individuals would hardly suffice against the onslaught of 5 cyclopean giants. It appeared he would have to fend for himself to ensure his survival. With a sense of resignation, Lei Zhe retrieved a cigarette, unwilling to be drawn into this wretched conflict, yet realizing he had no alternative. Was he truly to log off under duress? If he did, he would not only be scorned by others but also by himself. Discarding the cigarette butt, Lei Zhe leaped to the edge of the wall, raising his right hand towards the suddenly appearing adversaries. As the onlookers were perplexed by his actions, a pale green orb began to coalesce in his palm, emitting a soft, gentle glow, strikingly beautiful. Feeling the magical energy flowing from his right arm and gathering before him, Lei Zhe was filled with trepidation. Although he had practiced this technique numerous times, each execution was accompanied by a sense of dread. He had been caught in explosions before. Having always moderated his output, he was uncertain of the power unleashed by a full-force assault. While the process of gathering magical energy seemed prolonged, it actually spanned a mere 2 seconds. This was the swiftest he could conjure a magical sphere. Nessa had previously mentioned that due to Lei Zhe's immense magical reservoir, his mental stability was severely compromised, preventing him from finally guiding and maintaining the balance of magical energy. The longer the gathering took, the more perilous it became. Thus, this skill served as a rapid burst attack, with its potency directly proportional to Lei Zhe's magical output. As for the extent of his current magical output, it stood at 150 million, equating in power to an RPG rocket launcher. The equilibrium of magic was shattered as a green beam of light broke free from the confines of the magical sphere, slicing through the air like a laser with astonishing speed, traversing 200 meters in the blink of an eye, and striking a cyclops with unerring precision. The sound of an explosion erupted, and thick clouds of smoke billowed from the wounded cyclops as it staggered and collapsed to the ground. its massive body stirring up dust and plunging the enemy ranks into chaos. When the magical sphere materialized, the elder priest Akababa felt nothing amiss. The magic had been forcibly contained within a confined space, failing to radiate outward, hence he was unaware of the magical flow. However, the moment the balance was disrupted, the elder priest sensed an overwhelming surge of magic emanating from the seemingly innocuous orb in Rai's right hand. Though the elder priest was also adept in magic, the term itself was absent in this era, thus he found Rai's application of such power intriguing. If the priests of the sacrificial temple could master this technique, it would undoubtedly bolster Uruk's combat capabilities significantly. With a sigh of relief, Rise addressed the elder priest. Old man, in war, it's all about momentum. Even if our numbers are few, we cannot falter. Let's negotiate with them and ascertain their intentions. If those rascals prove obstinate, I shall send them flying one by one. He chuckled. Well, in pursuit of longevity, I shall unleash my magic upon them daily. From this day forth, let us call this skill the magic cannon. I Rise, the wielder of the magic cannon. The division of the magic cannon man. Meanwhile, upon the walls of Kuro City, our sparkling golden hero, the golden Pikachu, gazed at the armies amassed in the distance, his previously gallant demeanor now shattered. How could he find himself besieged here? It seemed this was King Kuro's trump card, the allied forces. King Kuro had refrained from attacking Uruk, likely waiting for this group's arrival. What was to be done? Their numbers exceeded 6,000. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The giant brother inquired from behind the golden hero, apprehensive about the daunting battle ahead. Fearing for his life, inform the Kuro people that their inept king is dead, and now a host of enemies stands at their gates. They have but two choices. Either join us in resisting the adversary or perish. I refuse to have a blade drawn against me once the battle commences. If they decline to fight, they shall all be exterminated. Every last Kuro. The golden hero's previously crumbled expression reformed as he resolved, how could I possibly die here? I am the king of Uruk, the sole sovereign of this realm. A mere 6,000 scoundrels hold no terror for me. As for the Kuro people, if they prove uncooperative, they shall be eradicated. The giant brother offered no dissent, rallying a group to depart, for the king's words dictated their fate. They would execute any command without hesitation. Such is the spirit of the Uruk people. The golden hero fixed his gaze on the enemy, soon hearing cries behind him, indicating the Kuro people had rejected his proposal. So be it. Since the decision was made, it would be absolute. Inform Anu to cleanse the Kuro people entirely, leaving not a single soul. Leave no future troubles. Do you understand? The frigid voice penetrated the ears of the nearby guard, causing him to shudder before he promptly departed. This was Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, a ruler characterized by his merciless and sanguinary nature, devoid of any compassion. In his eyes, all humans from cities other than Uruk were mere ants. Their deaths bore no weight upon his conscience. In a certain sense, Gilgamesh indeed embodied the essence of a tyrant. This very disposition sowed the seeds of discord between the ideals of the illustrious king and Saber. During the future Holy Grail Wars, they engaged in a profound dialogue. Gilgamesh proclaimed, to a king, a nation is merely his possession. If anyone could wield its power, there would be no need for a transcendent being known as a king. It is for this reason, Arthur, that you shall be undone by your own kingdom. To which Saber offered a contrasting retort. Indeed, as you say, but oh, heroic king, it is precisely for this reason that you have led your own nation to ruin. Chapter 065 A massacre earns a cheer. The negotiations ultimately collapsed, and the opposing parties seemed to believe they had secured Uruk City. This realization plunged the old priest into a sense of crisis, while simultaneously hoping that Rees could devise a strategy to hold out for at least a few more days. As long as Gilgamesh returned, this motley crew was hardly a cause for concern. Was his suppression insufficient? Was a single magic cannon not enough to instill fear? Should he unleash a few more shots? With boundless magic at his disposal, he felt no pressure. Long-range attacks were indeed a most unscrupulous tactic. Despite his words, Rees understood that the magic cannon was utterly ineffective against the Cyclops. The first Cyclops he struck had risen back to its feet within a mere 10 minutes of being felled. It seemed that the 150 meters of range merely rendered the Cyclops momentarily unconscious. Its thick skin and high magical defense were evident, though its physical defense remained uncertain. Lord Rees, do you have any plan? Uruk City can rely solely on you now. The old priest's words left Rees in a state of conflict. What did he mean by relying solely on him? Did the old man imply that he should single-handedly take on over 3,000 foes along with 5 Cyclopes? Surely, this was not a scenario akin to a one-man army. He lacked the invulnerability of a battle god. The notion of facing them alone was simply implausible. In all honesty, if Rees were to shed this joking demeanor and embody even 1% of Gilgamesh's audacity and decisiveness. He could undoubtedly dispatch not just 3,000 but even double that number with ease, becoming a formidable reaper of foes without the need for explanation. Or, had he still been consumed by the allure of power, he would have recklessly charged in, dispatching all adversaries while lamenting that the thrill of the kill was insufficient, craving more carnage. Alas, neither of those states of being characterized Rees at present. Gazing at the advancing enemy forces, Rees sighed. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Though he had been reluctantly bestowed with the title of king, and despite his disinterest in such matters, he was, after all, a king. Regardless of the circumstances, since they treated him as royalty, fleeing now would seem rather dishonorable. Well, he might as well lend a hand. With that thought, and disregarding the old priest's protests, Rees leapt down from the moderately low city wall and strolled towards the enemy. His action startled the old priest. In his view, combat was far removed from Rees' realm, which was wisdom rather than warfare. Such matters were better suited for Gilgamesh and Enkidu, while Rees was meant to govern Uruk. Ignoring the old priest's panic and concerns, Rees halted 50 meters from the enemy. The soldiers of the desolate ridge city, under their leader's command, also came to a stop, over 3,000 pairs of eyes fixated upon Rees. Had this been in the past, being scrutinized so intensely would have made Rees uncomfortable. However, now, such attention was trivial. He had grown accustomed to being the center of focus. If possible, could you turn around and leave now? Beyond this point lies the territory of Uruk. After a brief silence, Lei Zhe spoke, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile, adopting a tone of negotiation. If the other party were truly astute, he would lower his voice and adopt a humble demeanor. After all, peace and tranquility abound in this world filled with love. Yet, often reality defies our desires, for as soon as the leader of the opposing faction uttered his words, Lei Zhe's smile vanished. Bastard, what right do you have to speak to me? He produced a cigarette, ignited it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a plume of white smoke, his eyes narrowing as he regarded his adversary. Anyone familiar with Lei Zhe, like Shankai, would undoubtedly sense impending misfortune. Every individual harbors certain taboos, perhaps rooted in memories, specific words, or certain objects. Logically speaking, Lei Zhe, a reclusive individual, should possess no such taboos. He is the type who, with a perpetual smile, rarely engages in conflict. To put it simply, he embodies the essence of a good-natured person. However, even the kindest souls may harbor wounds best left untouched, and the term bastard is his taboo. For an orphan, the concept of parents is largely inconsequential, yet Lei Zhe detests being addressed with that term, as it amplifies his feelings of inferiority and rage. Bastard. Perhaps you have indeed spoken truthfully. Did you not assert my lack of qualifications? Very well, allow me to assume a different identity. I am Lei Zhe, 25 years of age, and the king of Uruk. Am I now worthy of conversing with you? He discarded his cigarette and unleashed a long-dormant skill, magic might. A soft purple aura enveloped his feet, and then black tendrils, reminiscent of smoke, emerged, expanding outward from the violet halo beneath him. The clear sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, as the refreshing breeze transformed into a howling tempest, stirring dust that forced many to shield their eyes. Lei Zhe's form was entirely obscured by the black smoke, save for 2 points of crimson light flickering within the darkness. The elder priest Akababa stood upon the city walls, gazing at Lei Zhe, now engulfed in black mist, his heart racing with an intensity he had never experienced, even in the presence of Gilgamesh. Was he truly the prophesied king of wisdom? This overwhelming presence was perhaps beyond even the gods. Did he possess not only wisdom, but also immense power? If I am a bastard, then you are even less than that, for you shall perish at the hands of a bastard. A deep voice resonated from within the dark smoke, harsh as metal scraping against stone, striking a dissonant chord that could induce nausea. After a prolonged absence, a colossal magic circle re-emerged, suspended in the lofty sky, emitting a faint glow. Subsequently, identical long swords manifested in the air, suspended weightlessly, their sheer number enough to cause one's scalp to prickle, obscuring the heavens entirely. When people looked up, they beheld the sharp blades instead of the sky. The glinting edges shimmered, exuding an icy aura that sent chills down spines, especially for the inhabitants of Halang City, who stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the origin of these swords. Do you believe that you can act with impunity in Gilgamesh's absence? You are merely courting your own demise. The rain of swords cascaded down, each blade gleaming with a frigid light as it fell into the ranks of the enemy. The clash of metal resonated amidst the anguished cries, rendering the entire scene akin to a hellish nightmare. The people of Huangling City struggled and resisted, wielding their weapons in a futile attempt to fend off the onslaught of sword rain. Yet, One after another, they fell victim to the piercing blades. And those who dared to hold their ground found themselves impaled and pinned to the ground by the relentless assault. The Cyclopean giants, with their rugged skin and sinewy flesh, charged toward Lei Zhe, intent on ending his life. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that all this chaos stemmed from this human. 5 of the giants surged beside Lei Zhe, simultaneously raising their colossal spiked clubs to strike him down. However, at that very moment, an enormous shield materialized, deflecting their attacks. From within, the billowing black smoke emanated a derisive laughter, and then the rain of swords swiftly altered its course, hurtling toward the Cyclopean giants. They exerted all their might. Yet they could not shatter that shield, which resembled a tortoise's shell. The swords clanged against the shield, producing a series of metallic sounds, and ultimately, the giants collapsed in defeat, their bodies riddled with blades, resembling lifeless hedgehogs. Amidst this grotesque and nearly unrelenting area of effect assault, the battalion of 3,000 seemed to vanish like smoke. Those fortunate enough to survive bore only a few swords lodged in their bodies, while the unfortunate were cleaved asunder, leaving behind naught but dismembered remains. As previously stated, the power Lei Zhe possessed was far beyond that of an ordinary person, should he desire it. He could annihilate not just a battalion of 3,000, but even a force expanded 100 or 1,000 times, given enough time to do so. The power of rules is, indeed, a flaw in the system, one that defies the very heavens. Observing the hill strewn with corpses and inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood, the black smoke enveloping Lei Zhe dissipated, transforming the swords littering the ground into silvery dust that vanished in the wind. Lei Zhe retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, and casually seated himself upon the arm of a fallen Cyclopean giant, showing no revulsion at the gruesome remains beneath him. His expression remained eerily calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Once again, he had taken lives. He had unknowingly transformed completely. How could he still claim to be a good person? In truth, he was merely an executioner, a butcher. Excuses had grown tiresome. Wells, that insufferable recluse, had been right. The moment he was summoned to this shattered world, he ceased to be human and became a demon king. Anyone who displayed hostility toward him deserved death. Anyone harboring malice against him deserved death. Anyone who displeased him deserved death. What was he still bewildered by? What was he hesitating for? As Lei Zhe lingered in thought, an exhilarating cheer erupted behind him, startling him from his reverie. Turning to face the source, he beheld the Uruk people atop the city walls, brandishing their weapons and roaring as if filled with fervor. Their thunderous cries startled the birds in the distant forest and jolted the dazed Lei Zhe back to reality. Upon witnessing the Uruk people's exuberance, a smile broke across Lei Zhe's face, as if the fog enveloping his heart had been swept away by a gentle breeze, vanishing into thin air. Perhaps he had done nothing wrong after all. Chapter 66, Apologies for not altering the narrative. Old man, please send someone to gather the corpses outside and burn them. If we leave them as they are, it will inevitably lead to a plague. Upon returning to the city wall, Lei Zhe spoke earnestly to the old priest. The other Uruk individuals, upon seeing him ascend, instinctively took 2 steps back, then knelt with their foreheads touching the ground, averted gaze in reverence. At that moment, Lei Zhe, the outsider and the prophesied king endowed with wisdom, imprinted an indelible mark upon their hearts, one that would last a lifetime. Observing their reaction, Lei Zhe could not help but smile wryly, realizing his aversion to such displays. He waved his hand at the kneeling Uruk people and said, "Rise, lift your heads. I have merely fulfilled my duty. If you truly respect me, do not act in such a manner." After hearing his words, the soldiers exchanged glances, then stood and descended the city wall to cleanse the battlefield. Though Lei Zhe spoke thus, he could still sense the soldiers' trepidation. After witnessing the brutal nature of the recent conflict, it was indeed unsettling to engage in normal conversation. Yet, he felt a sense of failure. Despite his exalted position as king, this could eventually lead him to become a lonely monarch, which was far from his desire. Lord Lei Zhe, you are indeed the one foretold in prophecy. You possess not only wisdom, but also immense power. The old man can now die in peace, the old priest remarked. Gazing at the distant battlefield being tidied up, Lei Zhe scratched his head, maintaining a look of resignation, and habitually lit a cigarette. Pointing into the distance, he replied, "Old man, if I had the choice, I would truly prefer not to be king. Did you witness their fearful demeanor just now? That profound dread is something I cannot abide. I preferred my former identity. At least it brought me joy. Lord Lei Zhe, are you not content in your current role? You are one of the 3 kings, wielding tremendous power over this city. Surely, that cannot fail to bring you happiness?" The old priest struggled to understand Lei Zhe's perspective. A king should be joyful, for he is revered, envied, and respected by countless individuals. Power, dear old man, do you comprehend its nature? I am a king in my own right as well. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. In another realm, I too reign as a sovereign. My dominion is far smaller than Uruk, and my followers number only around 500. I have never aspired for a larger territory or more subjects, for I find great joy in my present circumstances. Strange, is it not? Lei Zhe smiled at the old priest, then continued, almost as if conversing with himself while puffing on his cigarette. I have a servant whom I have never belittled. Despite his respect for me, he remains close, and we are akin to friends. I also have several confidants. Although they often bicker over me, their presence fills me with happiness, reminding me that I am alive. Moreover, I have many friends, albeit they are somewhat unconventional. As he pondered, Lei Zhe suddenly recalled Gilgamesh, that golden Pikachu, and inquired, Old man, do you believe a king ought to be joyful and content? Do you think Gilgamesh is truly happy? Have you ever witnessed him smile? A genuine smile from the heart. You probably have not. So do you think he is happy? Even if he is the king of the city. The old priest fell silent, unsure of how to respond. He could only gaze into the distance, lost in contemplation. Had the king ever laughed? Yes, he assured himself with certainty, but upon further reflection, was the king's laughter truly heartfelt? The old priest was uncertain. For no one had dared to inquire of Gilgamesh, nor did they wish to, and indeed, no one had ever considered whether he had experienced true joy. At the tender age of 13, the youth inherited the mantle of kingship, ruling over this city with perfection, attending to every matter with unwavering diligence. Gilgamesh could be regarded as the most illustrious and remarkable king in the annals of Uruk's history. Yet, it seemed that once he ascended the throne, laughter became a rarity. When did that once playful boy, who always frolicked by his side, begin to refer to himself as an old man? Was this a sign of estrangement or a nostalgic appellation? When did that boy cease to ride upon the broad shoulders of the brothers Anu, standing instead before them to issue commands? When did he stop weeping, cease shedding tears, and abandon the joyful gaze upon the beautiful sky, redirecting his focus toward the world and contemplating how to conquer his foes? When did this transformation occur? Countless memories, once blurred and nearly forgotten, surfaced in the old priest's mind, becoming vividly clear. Old man, a king is forever solitary, eternally misunderstood. The king is, in truth, the most pitiable figure in this world. Have you not noticed? Even you have distanced yourself from Gilgamesh. Though I am an outsider, I can surmise that you and those giant brothers are likely his only sources of support. To my outsider's eye, Gilgamesh appears as a child who has built a city of gold to shield himself, no longer relying on others, for he understands he is a king, devoid of anyone to turn to. Beneath his resplendent exterior, however, lies a fragile heart. Lei Zhe shook his head and departed from the city walls. He had resolved to remain, though the reason eluded him. If pressed for an excuse, he might claim that Lao Baba currently lacked direction, and thus, he would wait, following the unfolding narrative, believing that the other party would eventually make an appearance. Since he had chosen to stay, he would take action. Had he not vowed to become the mentor of Gilgamesh and Enkidu in a previous life? Thus, he would endeavor to guide this troubled youth, shaping him into a worthy king, one who embodies both clarity and ambiguity, right and wrong, the most beloved ruler among his people. Indeed, as the saying goes, what kind of homebody would one be if he did not alter the course of a narrative? A homebody transported to another realm, who refrains from shifting the storyline, would surely offend the vast readership. As for the consequences, Rise chose not to dwell on them. At most, he might encounter a figure reminiscent of the illustrious emperor in the Holy Grail War. He mused that it would be delightful to meet the emperor, as they would undoubtedly have a plethora of topics to discuss, such as world conquest and the like. Setting aside unrealistic daydreams, Rise resolved that since he was not leaving, he might as well engage in some activity. After much contemplation, he ultimately seized a soldier passing by and inquired about the circumstances surrounding Uruk. In the soldier's brief and somewhat apprehensive response, Rise nodded in understanding and then departed from Uruk, contemplating his next destination. Well, he was now headed to pay homage at the mountain peak. Chapter 67. The Mountain Summit in Lei Zhe's Perspective. Although the cities of the Sumerian era were referred to as nations, he perceived little distinction between them and contemporary gang hideouts. The conflict between Uruk and Kulu resembled two criminal syndicates clashing with their respective henchmen. Thus, his foremost intention upon remaining was to visit the neighboring cities, to cultivate relationships and foster connections. To phrase it diplomatically, one might call it diplomacy. Conversely, one could label it a veiled threat of force. Regardless, Lei had resolved that should these kings prove sagacious, he would extend certain benefits if they failed to recognize their plight. He would not hesitate to sever their heads and place them at their doorsteps, subsequently embarking on a fade of prosperity, ruthlessly eliminating all who dared to oppose him. This somewhat tormented recluse, despite his contradictions, harbored a deep reluctance towards tasks he found unappealing. Even the harshest coercion would not spur him into action, and in dire circumstances. He might retaliate. However, once he set his mind on a matter, no obstacle, not even 1,000 ravenous temptations, could deter him from pursuing it with fervor. At this juncture, Lei Zhe found himself in a state of profound inner conflict. As a demon lord, he lacked the instinctual resolve typical of one in his position. He often hesitated, seeking various excuses, devoid of the ruthless decisiveness characteristic of his counterpart, Jin Shanshan, who exhibited an unwavering determination and an unyielding demeanor. In a moment of stark clarity, having slain over 3,000 individuals without succumbing to rage, Lei Zhe came to a grim realization. He could no longer hide behind the facade of being a good person to evade the harsh truths of his existence. He acknowledged that he was, in fact, a flawed and hypocritical individual, previously unaware of his shortcomings due to a lack of power. Now empowered, he found himself fabricating excuses to assuage his conscience. He had grown weary of this existence. After all, he was a demon lord. In a past life, he had been a formidable slayer of gods. A figure of great indulgence. How could there be such a disparity in his current self? As he once told Wang Daozhong, he sought to act in a manner that would leave his conscience untroubled. Now, he felt no guilt, as one of the three kings of Uruk. What was wrong with striving for the welfare of his people? Accepting this responsibility, he resolved to fight, to strive, to exert himself fully. In essence, it boiled down to this. He believed his actions to be justified. Awakening to this newfound clarity, Lei Zhe recognized that, should he choose, the world was within his grasp. So tantalizingly close. Yet, despite this revelation, he remained the same reclusive individual, enamored with the realms of anime and gaming, cherishing figurines and fan creations. He still yearned for golden-haired, azure-eyed companions, fantasizing about playful encounters and shared pizzas with a certain sorceress. Though these dreams might remain unfulfilled, the mere act of contemplating them brought him solace. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps such fervor was ill-suited for him. Now, he pondered the notion of ravaging kingdoms and seizing princesses, a notion that, while somewhat antiquated, still held a thrill. Should he pursue such a path? Should he? Let us set aside such thoughts. If I were to bring back a few princesses, my household would surely drown in jealousy. Before my eyes appeared a fortress. A city ensconced upon a hill. It must be the fabled city of Arid Ridge. Circling above, I fixed my gaze upon the most opulent and grand edifice within. And then I descended. At that moment, the king of Arid Ridge was indulging in fine wine, lost in reverie about the fall of Uruk and the ireful visage of Gilgamesh upon his return. The mere thought was exhilarating. How dare that young rascal Gilgamesh mock him? It was only right that misfortune befell him. While this king was lost in his daydreams, a guard station within the grand hall suddenly collapsed, blood streaming down their necks. The sound of their fall jolted the king of Arid Ridge from his fantasies, yet he dared not move. A long sword hovered ominously beside him, its keen edge poised against his throat, ready to sever his life with the slightest twitch. A youth clad in peculiar black attire entered the hall, approached the king of Arid Ridge, and plucked a grape to consume. After swallowing it, he smiled and introduced himself, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Lei Zhe, the second king of Uruk. You must be the king of Arid Ridge, correct? The notion of a second king of Uruk bewildered the king of Arid Ridge. When had another sovereign emerged from the city? And how had that golden Pikachu become so magnanimous as to share its dominion? You seem perplexed, Lei Zhe remarked. Truth be told, I have yet to be officially recognized by Gilgamesh, though I consider myself a prospective heir. I did not come for mere trifles today. Ignoring the king's confusion, Lei Zhe continued. You were the one who dispatched troops to assault Uruk, were you not? Seizing a piece of Uruk while Gilgamesh is absent, I presume? Alas, your calculations were flawed. Those soldiers will never return. Though the king of Arid Ridge was unfamiliar with the term calculations, he instinctively sensed peril. From Lei Zhe's words, it seemed his 3,000 soldiers had been led astray. Could this truly be? Most of Uruk's forces should have been dispatched to Kuro. How could they have been ensnared? Was this youth deceiving him? As the king pondered the veracity of Lei Zhe's statements, the latter took decisive action. The long sword glided across the king's throat, blood splattering onto Lei Zhe's attire, while the king clutched his neck in disbelief, words faltering on his lips. Seizing the king of the Wild Ridge was slain by me for his assault on Uruk. Should you desire vengeance, you may seek me at your convenience. I shall await you in Uruk. Regardless of whether the adversary comprehends the implications of my words or yours, it matters not. Lei Zhe merely delivered a message and departed swiftly. This is but the first peak, and one devoid of any significant threat. Thus, it is unnecessary to expend energy here. I sincerely hope that the rulers of the remaining 3 cities are not overly foolish, lest they find themselves entangled in dire consequences of their own making. Chapter 068. Sister is a Yuri faction. Yuri reigns supreme. The aged king of Shaha sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed. Enveloped in an eerie silence within the grand hall, devoid of any guards. At that moment, he opened his eyes, coinciding with the arrival of a young man at the entrance, whose pair of black wings vanished behind him as he stepped into the spacious hall. "Are you the king of Shahu?" Lei Zhe inquired, gazing at the seated elder. The old man exuded an enigmatic aura. Although he was right before Lei Zhe, he felt elusive, akin to a fleeting mirage that would shatter upon contact, instilling a profound sense of dissonance in Lei Zhe. In stark contrast to the other three kings, both the hall and the elder's attire appeared starkly simplistic and unadorned. This royal edifice lacked even a proper throne, with the elder resembling a commoner seated on the floor. "You have finally arrived, young man," the elder remarked with a faint smile, prompting Lei Zhe to pause momentarily before mirroring the smile. This elder was indeed extraordinary, seemingly foreseeing his arrival. "It appears you are aware of my identity and are not astonished by my presence," Lei Zhe responded to the elder's words. The king of Shaha nodded. "You must be one of the three kings foretold by the prophet of Uruk, black-haired and black-eyed, a custodian of wisdom and law. If my memory serves me correctly, your name is Lei Zhe, a rather peculiar name." The elder's knowledge of his origins was unmistakable and thorough, and it seemed the elder bore no ill intentions, fostering a sense of hope that their conversation would be fruitful. Lei Zhe silently wished that this elder was not as dim-witted as the previous three kings. "Since you are aware of my identity, I shall refrain from superfluous words. My purpose here is..." Lei Zhe began, but was swiftly interrupted by the elder. "Rest assured, Shaha City shall never become an adversary of Uruk. On the contrary, it is I who seek something from you." Observing the glimmer of wisdom in the elder's eyes, Lei Zhe mused that this old man was indeed shrewd. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, continue. The prophecy of Uruk foretells the emergence of an era of three kings. Now that you have appeared, the other king, Enki, cannot be far behind. I have a request. When Uruk establishes the triad of kingship, please allow Shahu City to merge with Uruk and accept the rule of the three kings." Lei Zhe fell into silence, contemplating the astonishing proposition that seemed to fall from the heavens. Yet, he wondered if there was some hidden agenda behind it. Would the elder truly relinquish his power so easily? After all, power is an intoxicating force. Who would foolishly discard their royal identity to live as a commoner? The elder's request was indeed extraordinary. The king of Shahu did not rush him, patiently awaiting Lei Zhe's response. After considerable reflection, Lei Zhe eventually nodded. "Very well. I accept on behalf of Uruk. Once the triad of kingship is established, I shall ensure the people of Shahu are integrated into Uruk, receiving the same treatment as the citizens of Uruk. However, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? You have your plans, and I have mine, do we not?" The elder replied, closing his eyes once more, adopting an air of dismissal. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the other party, Lei Zhe smiled faintly before departing. He was confident that, even if the other party resorted to treachery, he possessed the means to suppress it. In the face of power, all conspiracies were futile. Although he had yet to reach the god-slaying prowess of his past life, he was sufficiently formidable against ordinary individuals. Once Lei Zhe had left, the king of the Sand Lake reopened his eyes, a resigned smile gracing his aged visage. Cracks began to form upon the surface of his body, culminating in a sudden shattering akin to glass. The venerable king of the Sand Lake vanished, replaced by an exquisite woman possessing dark hair and eyes, clad in a black qipao, whose beauty could be deemed catastrophic to nations. This woman, embodying an essence of Eastern allure, remained silent for an extended period before speaking. "So, this reclusive man has indeed returned. In that case, our plan may commence." Are you particularly bothersome? Would remaining quiet lead to your demise? Cease your incessant chatter." It was as though she were conversing with herself, yet it seemed directed at someone else. She became increasingly irate, resembling a madwoman. "TSK, the time is not yet ripe. What purpose does your emergence serve? It is not your moment to shine, so remain quiet and compliant. What? Are you envious of me? Unwilling to accept it? Step forward for a duel if you dare. Hasn't the script already been penned? We are merely spectators for now, awaiting our turn to become actors. Frankly, I never anticipated being captivated by that insane scheme. Has my prolonged proximity to him rendered me devoid of principles? Nevertheless, having caught his affliction, I have indeed been cooped up for far too long. Do you possess the right to criticize me? You have lingered far longer than I, you scoundrel." The woman rose and wandered about the grand hall, occasionally uttering nonsensical remarks. "You should have prepared the items, yes? Stored them in the treasury? Very well. The script must not falter. Otherwise, neither of us shall ever escape this realm. This is our sole opportunity. While the newly arrived deity has yet to fully grasp this world, we must tread cautiously. Indeed, If only my strength were greater, for I would effortlessly vanquish any god. However, speaking of which, how long do you intend to feign youth? Your age surpasses mine. Do you genuinely believe that attributes like innocence, naivete, and gluttony could possibly triumph over me? Do you fancy yourself an index or a toma? This is not a whimsical tale. You possess even less integrity than I. Oh, who knows? I only hope he can discern his own self in this world and avoid further confusion. As for the remaining matters, we shall take charge and protect him. The outcome is uncertain for both of us. Indeed, I too am eager to understand what lies beyond. Is the world truly as vibrant and joyous as that reclusive man claims? I have grown weary of this existence. By the way, have you prepared any benefits for the reclusive man? I am ready. You are aware of his preferences. This world holds countless golden-haired, azure-eyed individuals that could grace the Crystal Palace. I can hardly wait to establish an expansive harem. Who told you that I am a Fujoshi? I am, in fact, a true devotee of Yuri. Yuri reigns supreme. You scoundrel. Do not insult me. At this juncture, the woman abruptly shifted the topic. King of Shaho, in gratitude for your assistance, I shall ensure that your descendants become the 7th rulers of Uruk, enjoying all the world's splendors. And you shall ascend to join the ranks of the divine. I give you my solemn promise. Thank you, my lord, echoed an aged voice within the grand hall. Revealing the depth of his excitement and elation, nodding slightly, the woman vanished from the grand hall. Chapter 069. The seeds of calamity sown by one's own hands upon returning to Uruk. Rees immediately sought out the elder priest and recounted the events of the day, particularly the conditions set forth by King Shahu. Rees had always harbored an elusive sense regarding Shahu, an unsettling feeling that lingered in his mind, compounded by the almost too good to be true propositions that made him feel ensnared in a trap. In a sense, one might say that Rees' instincts were remarkably astute, perhaps even a rare gift. After listening intently to Rees' narrative, the elder priest refrained from offering his opinion right away. Instead, he paced silently within the great hall, occasionally emitting a soft sigh. Eventually, he addressed Rees, saying, I am well acquainted with King Shahu. He is a man driven by self-interest, and his decision to engage in this matter suggests that it will yield him significant benefits. What perplexes me, however, is how the annexation of Uruk serves his interests. Not only was the elder priest puzzled, but Rees too contemplated the question, what could Uruk possibly offer him? Wealth? Power? Or something else entirely? Setting aside the enigma of King Shahu, the elder priest shifted the conversation, questioning Rees about the other 3 cities. While the threat from Highland City had essentially dissipated, what of Elalu and Kish? Unable to fathom Shahu's intentions, the elder priest decisively moved on, focusing instead on the tantalizing prospect of Highland City. With the king of Highland slain and the city now in a state of military vulnerability, given that 3,000 men constituted nearly its entire fighting force, it was the opportune moment to seize a substantial advantage. Highland City is effectively in ruins, the elder priest remarked, yet we need not wade into this murky water. Although I have dispatched many in Elalu, their king is not entirely foolish, and the same applies to Kish. I have already informed the kings of those 2 cities about the current state of Highland City. We need not concern ourselves with it. My ultimate aim lies with Elalu and Kish. Once those 2 factions have exhausted themselves over Highland City, the benefits we reap will be far greater. Rees lit a cigarette, chuckling as he spoke. Though I may be a recluse, even recluses possess wisdom. Why should I not partake in this struggle where the clam and the crane contend and the fisherman benefits? Let the 2 cities engage in a fervent conflict over Highland City. After all, we do not require 6 cities in this region. When Gilgamesh returns from Kuro City, it will be time to reap the rewards. By then, the 2 exhausted cities will hardly pose a challenge. Maximizing benefits is what fuels our endeavors. Petty skirmishes hold little value. Returning to a pressing concern, Rees continued, by the way, Elder, what was the matter with the Cyclopean giants that accompanied us during the assault on Highland City? I did not encounter such creatures there. Logically, they should not be controllable by mere mortals, should they? Rees suddenly recalled those Cyclopean giants, formidable beings akin to heavy tanks in this era, towering humanoids that could have decimated Uruk had he not been present. They represent a critical fighting force. We need not many. Just 100 Cyclopean giants could easily sweep through any city. Those monstrous beings dwell within the northern Gobi, seldom revealing themselves to humanity. The existence of the city of Arid Ridge is attributed to their past assistance to a giant tribe. This reliance allows them to roam this land with impunity. However, they are not as fearsome as they may seem. We, too, in Uruk, possess our own secret weapon. As the old priest spoke, a smile crept upon his face. And upon seeing this smile, Lei Zhe felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing he might be a pawn in a game. Was it possible that Uruk could thrive without his intervention? Noticing the fluctuations in Lei Zhe's expression, the old priest swiftly shifted the topic. Lord Lei Zhe, you seem unfamiliar with this world. Beyond the northern giants, a treacherous group of scorpion-lion hybrids lurks within the western deserts. They are far more perilous than the giants, for while the giants possess intellect akin to ours, the scorpion lions are utterly alien, preying upon humans. In the eastern lakes, there exists a race of aquatic beings, though they rarely venture onto dry land. Meanwhile, the southern forests are the realm of wild beasts, and the monster you seek, Lobaba, lies hidden within. Aquatic beings, scorpion lions, giants, monsters. Lei Zhe pondered whether he had entered a realm not of earth, but of fantasy, where such creatures thrived. Did deities truly exist? Within the framework of the moon world, gods are deemed non-existent. Those referred to as deities are merely beings of a higher order than humanity. If one were to seek a god, it would be the conscious entity of Earth, Gaia, and the collective consciousness of humanity, Aleia. However, this was the original conception of the moon world. Lei Zhe understood that this realm did indeed harbor gods, transcending both Gaia and Aleia, even surpassing the very essence of existence. This being was the true master and puppeteer of this world, perhaps unbeknownst even to Gaia and Aleia, who continued to play their roles. Lei Zhe had now ascertained that the epoch in which he resided was the Sumerian mythological era. In this era, the legendary beings of myth are indeed real, gods, magical beasts, and other races have manifested into reality. If this were the case, it posed great peril. According to myth, Gilgamesh and Enkidu slayed the bull of heaven, provoking the descent of the celestial deities, resulting in Enkidu's demise, which ultimately appeased the gods, sparing the common populace from their wrath. If the narrative were to unfold as such, it was inevitable that he would encounter these celestial beings, and what then could he do? Although they were merely advanced beings, Lei Zhe felt utterly powerless to alter his fate. Furthermore, the golden figure might harbor reservations about confronting the deities. Would he not risk the wrath of his closest companion by wielding the sword of divergence? In this world, humanity undeniably occupies a position of tremendous vulnerability, akin to that of a cyclops, a foe far beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals to conquer, and no amount of numbers could bridge the chasm of disparity. In light of this, the only recourse is to fundamentally enhance humanity's strength. At that moment, Lei Zhe was suddenly reminded of the knowledge inscribed in the Book of Omniscience. Be it spells, magical arts, martial techniques, or even the path of cultivation. While he himself may be unable to practice them, it does not imply that others cannot. Among the myriad of cultivation manuals, as long as there exists one that is suitable for the inhabitants of this world, what he gains will undoubtedly surpass what he invests. It seems he must thoroughly delve into the Book of Omniscience. Unbeknownst to Lei Zhe, this impulsive decision of his would not merely alter the narrative but also reshape the trajectory of this world, leading to the eventual ruin of Uruk through his actions and heralding the rise of a colossal entity that would stand resolutely at the pinnacle of existence. The course of destiny shifted irrevocably due to the pebble cast by Lei Zhe, a change that transcended the meticulously scripted fate of certain individuals, rendering the future unpredictable and ushering Lei Zhe into a journey through a world filled with both joy and sorrow. Chapter 070, The Dread of the Elder. Unyielding in any realm with this thought in mind, Lei Zhe promptly bid farewell to the old priest and returned to his abode. Due to Zamamu's absence alongside Jin Shanshan on their expedition, the priest responsible for attending to Lei Zhe's daily needs had been replaced. Lei Zhe instructed her that unless there was a matter of great significance, no one was to disturb him. He locked himself within his room and summoned the Book of Omniscience, beginning to peruse its contents. To be candid, since acquiring this tome, he had seldom opened it, for much of its knowledge eluded his understanding. An index had never taken the time to enlighten him, leaving the book neglected for an extended period. Now that he had resolved to embark on this intellectual journey, he intended to start anew. With the aid of intelligent assistance, Lei Zhe gradually absorbed fundamental knowledge. If he were to teach others, he first needed to grasp the concepts himself. Otherwise, it would be folly to mislead others. As a recluse, Lei Zhe's interests were few: novels, anime, fan fiction, figurines, games, and music. He approached his studies as if indulging in a novel. Initially, it felt tedious, yet he soon became captivated by the wealth of information within the pages. Immersing himself in the world encapsulated by the text, and time slipped away unnoticed until it was deep into the night. The subjects of combat energy, true energy, magic, cultivation, and spells were intricately woven within the Book of Omniscience, which detailed not just one realm but a multitude of worlds, rendering the information vast and complex. It often presented numerous interpretations and applications for a single type of power, and the systems of different worlds could conflict with the utilization of certain energies. Without a clear understanding of the interrelations of these systems, teaching others to wield powers from another world could lead to disastrous consequences. The system of the moon world itself was already exceedingly complicated, and the Book of Omniscience had recorded it in great detail. For instance, powers deemed magical in other realms were merely classified as tricks in this world, and energies such as combat energy, true energy, and cultivation presented conflicts within the local system. This complexity left Lei Zhe feeling bewildered, nearly seeking solace in a block of tofu. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. However, he embodied the spirit of a tech enthusiast, compelled to seek clarity in all matters, lest he be unable to eat or sleep, his mind perpetually occupied. Nevertheless, as he delved deeper into the texts, Lei Zhe made some discoveries. Among the over 1,000 manuals on combat energy cultivation, he identified 4 methods that harmonized with the moon world's principles. These 4 tomes corresponded to the 4 elemental forces: blazing combat energy, thunder combat energy, wind soaring combat energy, and darkness combat energy. The names are rather nonsensical, but they are inconsequential since the protagonist will not be cultivating them. According to the evaluations within the Book of Omniscience, these 4 manuals each scored above 60, encompassing a comprehensive range from novice to advanced levels. The book informed Lei Zhe that if one were to master these combat energies to their zenith, they could attain Earth-tier, Abyss-level strength. However, to reach the Celestial tier, these 4 tomes would be insufficient, as higher-tier manuals would clash severely with the local system, and Lei Zhe dared not present them to others. However, this is not without merit. Those who possess the strength of the Abyss can essentially be regarded as immortal. As long as they exercise caution, enduring eternally should pose no issue. The deities in the mythos of Sumer, when assessed by the Book of Omniscience, are merely of abyssal caliber. In addition to the 4 tomes of combat techniques, Reis also discovered 2 volumes detailing the enhancement of magical and mental faculties. These were intended for the priests, as it would be unthinkable to allow such fragile literary youths to study martial arts. Although my friend advocates for a dual cultivation of magic and martial prowess. In terms of value, the latter 2 volumes on amplifying magical and mental strength undoubtedly surpass the 4 combat tomes. For the Book of Omniscience asserts that if those priests can fully comprehend these texts and cultivate to a certain level, they may transcend their physical forms, existing in a state that amalgamates pure spirit and magic, akin to magical sprites. Upon achieving such a state, their gestures, utterances, or even a single word would manifest as sorcery. Moreover, they would find it easier to transcend from the earth tier to the heaven tier, with the potential to ascend to divinity. However, this is contingent upon innate talent, rendering the possibility of anyone reaching such heights a complete unknown. Furthermore, Reis meticulously compiled numerous martial techniques and spell incantations, recognizing that sheer power without weaponry is insufficient. Unlike cultivation methods, martial techniques and spell incantations bear minimal conflict with the moon world. Thus, Reis curated an array of useful knowledge from various realms, spanning from the lowly to the exalted and from the east to the west. Once all was concluded, Reis realized he had secluded himself in his room for 3 days. Logically, Jin Shanshan and the others should be returning soon. With his vial of elixir in hand, he would forever scorn himself if he failed to manage the situation. Stretching lazily, Reis left the room, sunlight gracing his face, prompting him to instinctively squint. The air of antiquity is truly delightful. It surpasses the modern metropolis, burdened with its myriad grievances. Just as Reis intended to seek out the elder priest for a chat, and perhaps take a stroll outside the city, the elder priest appeared, visibly flustered and pale. Lord Reis, trouble abounds. The king is besieged in Kuro City. Upon seeing Reis, the elder priest exclaimed, Jin Shanshan is trapped in Kuro City? What transpired? Through the elder priest's account, Reis grasped the unfolding events, and then he chuckled. Oh, Golden Pikachu, your luck is simply beyond comprehension. How could you find yourself in such a predicament? What can I even say about this? Seeing Reis smile, the elder priest lamented, Please, do not jest. What shall we do? The king has been ensnared for 3 days, and if we do not render assistance soon, I fear. Interrupting the elder priest, Reis produced a cigarette, lighting it before stating, No worries. You must have faith in Gilgamesh. Inform me of Kuro City's location. I shall head there at once. Reis felt remarkably unconcerned. If Golden Pikachu were so easily ensnared, he would not be the heroic king, even if granted 3 more days. He ought to withstand the situation just fine. Yet, Reis found it peculiar how confident he felt regarding Golden Pikachu. If you depart, what will become of Uruk? It would be wise for you to remain and guard the city while I lead the troops to support the king. The high priest is quite eager for Lei Zhe to leave, but one must consider the consequences if Lei Zhe were to abandon his post. What if other cities launched an assault on Uruk? It would be more prudent for me to take the troops to Kuro and aid Gilgamesh, leaving Lei Zhe to defend the city. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. I could reach there in half a day, while you would still be en route. Perhaps it is best that I go. As for the other cities, have no fear. My presence alone serves as a deterrent, regardless of the location. Upon concluding his words, Lei Zhe inquired about the precise direction to Kuro, unfurling his dark wings and ascending into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Oh, Jean Pika, do lend a hand. My friend is not here merely to collect the fallen. Chapter 071. The Golden Daughter Canon. As Gilgamesh opened his eyes, he was jolted awake by the sounds of slaughter echoing around him. He stood up, shaking off the dizziness that clouded his mind, and strode towards the city wall. Trapped within this city for 3 days, he and the soldiers of Uruk had endured relentless assaults day and night. The stench of decaying corpses began to permeate the air, while crows circled ominously above, their discordant cries unsettling the spirit. The once resplendent figure of Gilgamesh had diminished. Over 50 wounds marred his body, and his handsome face was smeared with blood. His once defiant golden hair had taken on a crimson hue. Though he appeared ragged, he was not in immediate danger of death. Gazing at the enemy just beyond the city, a rabble brandishing weapons and shouting at him, Gilgamesh's rage surged like a wildfire. These wretched fools were truly overstepping their bounds. Did they really believe he was powerless against them? Of course, he was powerless. If he had the means, would he still be trapped here? Even at this critical moment, they dared to flaunt their arrogance. How could he not make them suffer a little? Surely, the readers would want to witness his torment. Rise, utilizing some special artifact to render himself invisible, hovered above, observing the unfolding drama below. He noted every expression of the golden Pikachu. Since this character seemed unharmed, there was no urgency for him to make an appearance. Allowing a bit of hardship would serve him well. This insufferable attitude of superiority was quite irksome. As a teacher, his primary lesson was to correct the misconceptions of his students, a crucial task indeed, especially for a troubled youth like Pikachu, who required careful guidance. Just look at how successfully one of his friends had been transformed into a gentle soul through proper mentorship. Rise pondered this without a care, as it was not he who was suffering. Standing there, he felt no discomfort. Clearly, he was in a position to critique. Amidst Rise's musings, the golden figure spoke. You wretched lot, do you truly wish to engage in a death struggle with me? You shall regret this. His voice, as always, was imbued with a haughty chill. This Pikachu was indeed a born king, unwavering in his regal demeanor even in adversity, far superior to a certain oblivious Dark Lord protagonist. Perhaps a change of protagonist was in order? Rise. Hey, author, your integrity is slipping. Upon hearing Pikachu's words, the enemy fell silent, and a giant emerged from their ranks. While described as a giant, he was merely tall in comparison to an ordinary man, standing 3 meters high, with skin resembling weathered rock, a grizzled beard, and muscles rippling like tumultuous waves, exuding immense strength. Rise's instincts warned him of the giant's formidable power. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. However, this battle was not his to fight. It was Pikachu who would face the giant, so it mattered little to him. Praise the heavens, Tato. I never imagined you would be trapped here. King Kuro must have fallen to your blade, but fear not. I shall avenge him. Gilgamesh, you must perish today? No one can save you. The burly man laughed heartily after speaking, envisioning how eliminating Gilgamesh would instantly elevate his prestige. With such an advantage, his claim to the throne would become significantly stronger. Do you believe that you can vanquish me with your ragtag band? How laughable, utterly absurd. Who do you think you are? Merely a dog nurtured by the king of Uruk. Since you desire death, I shall oblige you. Pikachu leaped into the air, descending from the city wall with a golden sword more than 2 feet long in hand, its brilliance shimmering in the sunlight. It seemed that gold Pikachu was poised for a duel. Surely, you do not think this is reminiscent of the 3 kingdoms, do you? One-on-one combat is hardly appealing. Lei Zhe, feeling exasperated, couldn't fathom that Gilgamesh was driven to this point. The available warriors of Uruk barely numbered 600, while the enemy boasted around 3,000. How could they possibly contend under such circumstances? Even if they held the city wall, it would be futile, rather than cowering. Engaging the enemy commander in single combat might disrupt their morale and buy precious time. Had Lei Zhe known Gilgamesh's resolve, he would have scolded him. True, the enemy's forces were indeed 3,000 strong, but they were all concentrated in the east, leaving the other 3 directions unguarded. Would it not be wise to flee? Who could possibly stop you? Are you truly so deluded as to pit your 600 against their 3,000? What fate awaits those who fall in battle? A foolish general's incompetence leads to the demise of the entire army. However, were Lei Zhe to voice such thoughts, Gilgamesh would undoubtedly dismiss him with disdain. This exemplifies their differences. Gilgamesh never entertains notions of evasion, retreat, or failure. He is perpetually confident, believing that he can surmount any obstacle, convinced that no one can defeat him, for he is the mightiest, the most illustrious king. Thus, in any conflict, he leads his troops personally, standing at the forefront, charging ahead. And what of Lei Zhe? His strategy is one of cunning. If he cannot win, he retreats, holding no shame in survival. For it is the living who are heroes, while the dead are merely corpses. Once life is lost, what more is there to discuss? Yet, should the disparity in power be overwhelmingly in his favor, he does not hesitate to revel in the thrill of domination. Perhaps this delineates the chasm between ancient and modern mindsets, the distinction between a king and a recluse. In any case, the generational divide between the two is considerable. Accepting the challenge from the golden, gleaming figure, the man named Tattoo did not hesitate to agree, a decision that left Lei Zhe feeling increasingly frustrated. With gold Pikachu alone, your 3,000 could overwhelm him with but a single spit from each. What is this obsession with dueling? Does every man harbor a dream of becoming a warrior? How glitch? Are you not aware of gold Pikachu's protagonist aura? Engaging him in such a manner is akin to courting death. That said, Lei Zhe remained vigilant, observing the two as they prepared to strike. He did not wish for gold Pikachu to meet his end here. Better to be cautious than to regret. The two adversaries locked eyes. Gilgamesh slightly raised his chin, the corners of his mouth curling in a disdainful smirk, his face radiating contempt. Mere scraps. I shall make you aware of the chasm that lies between us. Incompetent Tato, you are nothing but a hound of the king of Uruk. With his skill activated, he initiated a taunt, as it was indeed customary to provoke one's opponent before a duel, igniting their fury. However, Gilgamesh's calculations faltered, for Tato, though appearing simple-minded, possessed a cunning that surpassed even the most unscrupulous merchant peddling melamine-laced milk powder or concocting gutter oil. Gilgamesh, you effeminate fool, I shall make you truly comprehend our disparity. Upon hearing this, Rise could hardly contain his laughter. Effeminate. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire such a term? In the realm of Gilgamesh. Your words sting more keenly than a mere taunt-using grandson. Chapter 072. How could a king ever be defeated? The might of the Hercules was embodied in his form, while the divine deity Shamash bestowed upon him a visage of unparalleled beauty. Adad granted him a majestic presence, and the collective gods bestowed upon him the striking appearance of Gilgamesh. He was 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal, wielding his weapon with an unmatched valor, and his battle drums could inspire his companions to rise with fervor. Under his leadership, Uruk was destined for glory, emerging as the most formidable kingdom. Excerpt from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Upon hearing the term Sissi, Ries was nearly struck down from the heavens. He was bewildered by the existence of such a word in this era, and was equally puzzled as to where Tato had acquired it. What was evident was that the golden-skinned Pikachu was enraged. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Pikachu would undoubtedly induce feelings of inferiority in Ries. His handsome and graceful visage was so striking that it could compel Ries to seek refuge within the earth. Coupled with his unique royal aura, there was simply no contest. Ries had only encountered one other individual with such striking beauty, and that was the reclusive demon Lord Wells from the Magic Tower. These two were undoubtedly the pinnacle of visual splendor, casting the idle visual teams of later generations into mere insignificance. However, was it not excessive to use the term sissy to mock Pikachu? The impact of such an insult was undeniably potent, and Pikachu's fury had reached its zenith. His proud smile vanished, and his handsome features contorted with rage. The term sissy was an egregious affront to his dignity. He vowed to sever Tato's head and display it in his chamber, subsequently casting his remains into the crocodile pit. Is it acceptable to harbor such sanguinary thoughts? Vermin. Perish. Pikachu ceased his idle chatter and, wielding his golden longsword, charged at Tato. The golden blade shimmered beautifully in the sunlight as he aimed directly for the vital points, moving with astonishing speed. In response to Gilgamesh's assault, Tato swung his right arm, meeting the adversary's golden sword without any weapon in hand. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize, for Tato's mere arm thwarted the golden assault. Even Ries, concealed in the heavens, heard the resounding clash of metal and the sparks that erupted. By the heavens, is this fellow made of iron? How could he emerge unscathed from such a strike? With Ries's keen perception, it was evident that Gilgamesh's longsword possessed remarkable qualities, To declare it a sword capable of slicing through iron would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this formidable blade, which Rees regarded as impressive, had no discernible effect upon the opponent. This was indeed perplexing, suggesting that humanity in this world was far from feeble. Gilgamesh seemed to recognize that his strikes were ineffectual, yet he did not retreat. The speed of his swordplay intensified, with every stroke aimed at the mortal's vital points. Whilst Tato effortlessly defended against all attacks with his arms, quickly gaining the upper hand and suppressing Gilgamesh. Despite his formidable physique, this individual exhibited remarkable agility. His arms flailing about like a tempest, with swift movements creating afterimages that rendered him seemingly endowed with multiple limbs. Could such a level of offensive prowess truly be within the reach of an ordinary person? Should one dare to engage him in close quarters, they would surely be obliterated in a single blow. Indeed, ranged attacks were the most delightful. I could inflict harm while remaining unscathed. At that moment, Raytheon resolutely decided that his combat style henceforth would be remote AoE attacks, seizing the high ground to unleash the king's treasures and magical artillery, ensuring their demise through attrition. Am I shameless? Not at all. I am a refined individual, far too dignified to engage in such brutish brawls. Now I truly comprehend why the future incarnation of Gilgamesh is known as Archer. Even if his close combat abilities are commendable, it's evident that nothing rivals the allure of a hail of projectiles. On the ground, the two combatants exchanged blows with fervor. Gilgamesh wielded his long sword with such force that the earth trembled, while Tato's punches created craters upon impact. Their physical strength alone enabled them to reach such extraordinary heights, prompting Raytheon to marvel at the mythological era. The humanity may be of lower standing, there certainly exist formidable individuals. Gilgamesh, is this all you are capable of? If so, you might as well perish. Tato bellowed, adopting a wide stance, and in a moment, his right arm expanded dramatically, muscles rippling as veins surged like serpents across his limb. Even Raytheon, concealed in the skies, sensed a palpable threat. With a seemingly ordinary punch, which appeared rather sluggish, Tato unleashed his strike. Yet, to Raytheon's astonishment, as Tato swung his arm, minuscule black fissures appeared in the very fabric of space. This seemingly mundane blow had torn through reality itself, causing the very essence of space to shatter. Is this strength truly attainable by a mere human? Can one possess such power to rend the void? The slow punch, impossible to evade, connected squarely with Gilgamesh's chest, shattering the golden sword that had attempted to intercept it. The broken blade spun through the air before embedding itself in the ground, leaving behind a sorrowful trace of its demise. Time seemed to freeze. 3 seconds after Tato's strike, Gilgamesh expelled a torrent of blood, hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing against the walls of Kuro City some 50 meters distant. The tremendous force caused the once impenetrable wall to collapse, burying Gilgamesh beneath the rubble. With his fist retracted, Tato's right arm returned to its normal state. After a deep breath, he raised both arms and proclaimed loudly, "Did you witness that? The king of Uruk has perished at the hands of Tato. Gilgamesh is dead." Roars erupted from the over 3,000-strong army as they lifted their weapons and cheered, their fervor reminiscent of those under the influence of potent stimulants, exhibiting wild enthusiasm. Could he truly be dead? This jest has gone too far. Lei Zhe gazed upon the crumbled city walls, his thoughts tumultuous and filled with disbelief. How could Gilgamesh possibly be dead? How could he perish right before his very eyes? Moreover, how could Gilgamesh be so feeble? This should not be the case. Indeed, in Lei Zhe's perspective, the current Gilgamesh was pathetically weak, utterly lacking in prowess. How could he possibly claim to be Gilgamesh? If this was all he was capable of, he could not possibly be the legendary king. Although in the later Holy Grail War this individual exhibited great arrogance and never fought at full strength, Lei Zhe firmly believed he was not this weak. What of the chains of heaven? Where is your sword of rupture? With these two formidable artifacts, how could you not subdue Tato? Even if you have yet to acquire the king's treasure, surely you must possess the chains of heaven and the sword of rupture? Why are you not utilizing them? Is it truly due to your haughty disposition that you disdain their use? In truth, Lei Zhe was mistaken. Neither the chains of heaven nor the sword of rupture were in Gilgamesh's possession, or rather, he had yet to obtain them. At that moment, Gilgamesh, who had been presumed dead by Tato, pushed aside the debris and emerged from the rubble. His garments were utterly torn, his pallid complexion ghastly, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and the corners of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. He staggered down from the ruins, unsteadily approaching Tato once more. "You still live?" Tato remarked in astonishment, surprised that his full-force strike had not claimed the life of his adversary. A truly incredible feat, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gilgamesh, though in a disheveled state, retained his arrogance, his voice unwavering. "You, mere scum, dare to think you can kill this king? And you, the wretch spying from above? I shall not permit your interference, for he is my prey." Gilgamesh's gaze turned skyward, locking onto the very spot where Lei Zhe lay hidden. To his surprise, this individual had sensed his presence. "If you wish to slay me, you must strive much harder, scum. I am the one and only king among heaven and earth. How could I ever be defeated? No one in this world can triumph over me." Despite his battered body, Gilgamesh's pride remained unyielding, brimming with an air of dominance and confidence, his words echoing as if declaring a vow to the heavens and the gods. In that moment, a certain reclusive observer hiding in the skies felt for the first time something akin to shame, and the sight of Gilgamesh in that state would forever remain etched in his heart. Chapter 073, The Heroic King, Gilgamesh. During the era of the three kings in Uruk, the most resplendent figure was undoubtedly the demon king Rizal, a mysterious entity often whimsically dubbed a time traveler, leaving behind a shroud of enigma for posterity. However, in my perspective, the most pivotal character of the Three Kings era is none other than the heroic king Gilgamesh, for he stands as the very pillar in the hearts of the people of Uruk, a role that neither the demon king Rizal nor the beast king Enkidu could possibly usurp. I am convinced that even in the absence of the three kings, Gilgamesh would have inevitably guided Uruk towards unparalleled glory. As the battle resumed, Gilgamesh and Tato engaged in a raw and unrefined brawl, devoid of any technical finesse. Their exchange was characterized solely by a relentless flurry of punches and kicks, each strike landing with brutal force, as neither sought to evade the other's assault. Observing from the heavens, Rizal felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What manner of characters were these, reminiscent of a fervent shonen manga? Was this truly their fighting style? It bore no distinction from a mere street brawl, which, even at its rudimentary level, possessed greater spectacle than this. Yet, if one were to delineate a difference, it would lie in the extraordinary speed and power of their blows, unmatched by ordinary mortals. The rapid intertwining of their fists in the gusts of wind they conjured bore testament to their identities. However, Rizal soon discerned that rather than a battle, this was a one-sided display of cruelty. Gilgamesh and Tato were not on the same plane of existence. In terms of physique and strength, Tato was utterly incomparable, and compounded by previous injuries, Gilgamesh found himself in a position of utter subjugation. It remained uncertain whether Tato was unable to employ his spatial rending techniques or simply chose not to, but he was wholly engrossed in the act of tormenting Gilgamesh. A cruel smile adorning his face as each punch landed upon the striking visage of the heroic king. It seemed that handsomeness attracted animosity. Otherwise, why would he exclusively target Gilgamesh's face? What a thrill it was. To pummel the king of Uruk was an exhilarating experience. "You scoundrel! Did you not claim I was merely a dog? How does it feel to be bitten by one now?" Tato exclaimed, simultaneously augmenting his speed and power. In that moment, Gilgamesh found himself utterly defenseless, as relentless blows rained down upon him, the sound of his bones groaning in protest resonating in his ears. With a vicious uppercut, Tato struck Gilgamesh's chin, sending him soaring. Grasping Gilgamesh's hair with his left hand, he yanked downward while raising his right knee to collide with the heroic king's face. Following this, Tato brought both fists crashing down onto the back of Gilgamesh's head, delivering a devastating blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. Oh, the exhilaration! Standing triumphantly upon Gilgamesh's form, Tato raised his arms in jubilant celebration, declaring himself the unequivocal victor of this duel, while the young king of Uruk lay beneath him, stripped of all dignity. The sensation was utterly sublime. Tato now harbored no desire to slay Gilgamesh, for he intended to drag him back to his city, where he would publicly sever his head, using his blood to amplify his own renown. He firmly believed that by eliminating Gilgamesh, he would ascend to become the next king of Uruk. Grasping the unconscious Gilgamesh lying on the ground, Tato reveled in the grotesque distortion of his face, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight and exhilaration. At that very moment, however, furlong swords suddenly descended from the sky, targeting Tato. The piercing shriek of the swords slicing through the air alerted Tato to the imminent danger. Instinctively, he raised Gilgamesh as a shield to block the oncoming attack. But the swords abruptly altered their trajectory. Two aimed for his neck, while the other two thrust into his chest from both the front and back. TSK. Tato spat, discarding his prize, Gilgamesh, for he realized that continuing to hold on to him would render him incapable of mounting an effective defense. Thus, he decisively relinquished the unconscious Gilgamesh. Rise, having deactivated his invisibility, caught the thrown Gilgamesh. Upon seeing his contorted visage, Rise felt a pang of sorrow. What could this young man possibly be thinking? Without the awakening of his divine essence, he was engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Was this not akin to courting disaster? During their recent battle, Rise had gleaned from the Book of Omniscience the true nature of divinity and the reason behind Gilgamesh's suppression. Divinity, in essence, is comparable to those with saintly powers in the world of magic prohibition. However, unlike them, individuals from the lunar realm can wield divine power without any limitations or burdens. Upon awakening their divinity, a person's strength would experience a substantial surge. The higher the divinity one possesses, the mightier their inherent power. This strength is established without awakening. But upon full awakening, their power would escalate further, along with the acquisition of some extraordinary abilities. Take Tato, for instance. His divinity was merely 1/5, yet it was fully awakened. This was why he could dominate Gilgamesh, who possessed 2/3 of divine essence. Furthermore, with the awakening of his divinity, he gained a unique talent that hardened his arms, rendering them impervious to weapons. And what of Gilgamesh? Though he boasted 2/3 of high divinity, it remained entirely dormant. Thus, in terms of strength and other attributes, he was vastly inferior to Tato. Should Gilgamesh's divinity awaken completely, he would easily overpower not just Tato, but even two of him combined would be no match. Knowing full well that victory was beyond his grasp, why persist in such stubbornness? Merely because he considered himself a king? This was nothing more than foolish bravado. With Gilgamesh in tow, Rise withdrew from the fray, placing him gently on the ground. He then turned to Tato and inquired, "Is it permissible to swap combatants during a duel? Our king appears to be somewhat fatigued." Tato, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this man, regarded him with confusion. Yet, recalling the bizarre attack moments prior, he steeled himself. "Who are you?" "I am Rise," he replied. "As for my identity, I am merely a traveler who has occasionally found his way to Uruk." Through the revelations of the Book of Omniscience, Rise had discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities. With the capability to execute a long-range area of effect attack, he could easily overpower Tato, for Tato could only enhance his arms, not his entire being. Given this, what was there to fear? "My friend, while I may lack in many areas, the prowess of Aoi is unparalleled. Do you, a mere mortal devoid of divinity, truly believe you can triumph over me? Since you have sought your own demise, I shall oblige." Realizing that Lei Zhe was merely an ordinary man, Tattoo smirked, indifferent to his opponent's identity. Anyone who dared to challenge him deserved death. Even Gilgamesh had fallen before him, let alone a powerless outsider. "O giant, are you not aware that within every swine-like individual lurks a fierce tiger? Such divinity is beneath my contempt." Just as Lei Zhe was about to unleash the treasures of his royal vault upon this fool, the unconscious Gilgamesh suddenly grasped his pant leg and, with great effort, gradually rose to his feet. Throughout this endeavor, his body swayed precariously, stumbling multiple times, until he finally steadied himself against Lei Zhe. Yet, despite his efforts, his form continued to tremble, blood seeping from his ruptured veins. "What do you intend to do? Seeking death, are you?" Upon hearing Lei Zhe's words, Gilgamesh lifted his head, a grotesque smile forming upon his distorted visage. Although his expression was far from pleasant, he smiled nonetheless, retaining his previous haughty demeanor, evoking an inexplicable emotion in Lei Zhe. "I have decreed that you are not permitted to strike, for he is my quarry." After declaring this, Gilgamesh staggered forward, once more approaching Tattoo. "Are you courting death?" Gilgamesh halted, not turning back as he proclaimed, "Do you know who I am? I am Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. I carry the future of all Uruk people upon my shoulders. As their king, I cannot falter here. Have you not noticed? Their gaze is fixed upon me." In that moment, the sunlight illuminating him transformed into a golden hue, as if he were donned in shimmering armor, rendering him both indistinct and towering. With his words, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the walls of Uruk. Lei Zhe turned to behold the scene. All Uruk inhabitants, whether injured or unscathed, gathered upon the walls, weapons raised high, their unified voices chanting one phrase: "Hero King! Hero King! Hero King! Hero King!" This outcry surged like a tempest, akin to lightning rending the heavens, causing the earth to tremble. Their cries were for but one individual, a wounded youth who, even aware of the impending doom, would not retreat: the king of Uruk. The hero king, Gilgamesh. "I shall not perish. I promised them I would lead them back to Uruk. How could I meet my end here? I have yet to conquer this realm, to subdue the gods, to elevate Uruk as the mightiest kingdom in existence. With so many aspirations unfulfilled, how could I, Gilgamesh, die in this place?" At this moment, Lei Zhe realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and Gilgamesh. He could merely watch the fading silhouette of the latter, growing increasingly indistinct as he pressed onward, never pausing in his relentless advance. And what of Lei Zhe? It seemed he had remained stagnant, failing even to take a single step forward. What right did he possess to instruct such a figure? It should, in fact, be the other way around. He ought to be the one receiving guidance. Chapter 074. The Awakening Divinity, the Key of Heaven. I possess the key of heaven. This chain is one that even the gods cannot break. Yet, why is it that I cannot hold on to him? Gilgamesh, what truly distinguishes one person from another? Is it the environment, status, society, or the world itself? Or perhaps it is the unique experiences and burdens each individual carries. Take Gilgamesh now, for instance. What sustains his battle-worn body? Is it the pride of being a king? Or the loyal soldiers of Uruk who stand behind him? Or could there be other reasons entirely? Lei Zhe is at a loss. He genuinely does not comprehend this. He cannot fathom why the Golden One would go to such lengths. In Lei Zhe's mind, Gilgamesh would never exert himself for a mere rabble. Even if they are his subjects, in his eyes, they should hold little distinction from the common crowd, should they not? The portrayal of Gilgamesh during the Holy Grail War was profoundly impactful, so much so that upon arriving in this world, Lei Zhe instinctively believed that the Golden One was no different from the original narrative. He thought he understood him better than anyone else, even more than the High Priest and the Giant Brothers. But now he finds himself bewildered. He is struck by the realization that he does not know him at all. Indeed, he understands nothing. It could be said that apart from Gilgamesh himself, no one truly comprehends him, his arrogance, his confidence, or the weight he carries. Does such a person truly require guidance? He is entirely a capable king. Does he need me? Oh, past life. Can you tell me if you truly anticipated that the current Gilgamesh would be this way? Perhaps you did not foresee it either. For in this moment, Gilgamesh has completely upended Lei Zhe's previous impressions. Gilgamesh. The Golden Pikachu, what right do I have to call him such? What authority do I possess to jest with a king of his stature, having traversed two worlds? The realms of magic and moonlight. Even these two worlds have significantly altered my perspective, whether it is the enchanting Mitoi Ryoko or the Gilgamesh before me. My preconceived notions are continually being challenged and dismantled. Hey, Gilgamesh, do not perish on me. I did not come here to collect your corpse. Since he is your prey, ensure you take full responsibility. Should you dare to lose, I swear I will drag your body back to Uruk and hang it from the city gates as a warning. As he withdrew his cigarette, Lei Zhe gazed at the silhouette of Gilgamesh and declared, indeed, he does not intend to intervene any further. Even if Gilgamesh were to fall before him, he would remain passive, for that would be a disgrace. If Gilgamesh truly fails, his only fate is death, and Lei Zhe vows to return his corpse to Uruk, then cleanse this land of all its cities, offering the souls of all as a tribute in his honor. Humph. Rabble, do you truly believe this king would lose? Perhaps you should concern yourself with how to answer the remaining two questions I pose. Gilgamesh's voice was not loud, yet Lei Zhe heard it with clarity. Though Gilgamesh initially uttered a mere fragment, scraps, Ree smiled as he lit a cigarette, remarking, if you wish for me to address the remaining inquiries, you must ensure your survival. Should you lose your life, my friend, what answers could I possibly provide? Without you, the city of Uruk would surely descend into monotony. So do not perish. Tato observed Gilgamesh approaching, and for the first time, the rugged features of his face revealed no mockery, but rather an expression filled with admiration. Despite being merely in his 20s, Gilgamesh commanded the respect of all present. Such was the demeanor befitting a true king. In stark contrast, the feeble and obstinate king of Ur, though aged, clung desperately to his throne, rendering him all the more contemptible. This was the chasm that lay between them. It was no wonder that Uruk stood as the most prosperous and formidable city in the land. With such a king and such subjects, strength was an inevitability. O young king, should you choose to depart, I would spare you and your people. You ought not to perish here, for a more glorious future awaits you. Tato's voice resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of all, their gazes converging upon Gilgamesh, eager to discern the choice of this young monarch. Upon hearing Tato's words, Gilgamesh chuckled softly at first, the laughter swelling until it echoed around him, lingering in the air. Depart? Tato, are you jesting? Do you presume I am akin to that inept king of Ur? His laughter subsided as he fixed Tato with a piercing gaze. Ree smiled. Regardless of the circumstances, Gilgamesh remained Gilgamesh. To flee? To return to Uruk with a defeated remnant? Such a notion was inconceivable now, and would perpetually remain so. Tato, I am a king. Would you have a king flee before his subjects? Is that not an affront to me, to the people of Uruk? Should I acquiesce to your proposal? My subjects would not express gratitude. Instead, they would hold me in disdain for all eternity. Let us battle. Only one of us shall leave this place alive. The men of Ur and the people of Uruk can only permit one faction to survive. There exists no second option. With a brilliant flash, he launched himself from the ground, the sheer force fracturing the earth beneath him, charging towards Tato with the might of a freight truck, devoid of hesitation. Let the battle commence. Reese could do naught but smoke his cigarette, calmly observing the fierce clash unfolding before him. The conflict was extraordinarily intense, reminiscent of the brutal duels of a bygone era. The ordinary melee was transformed by the magical energies unleashed during each strike, and the searing currents of air became distinctly extraordinary. Feet grounded in the earth shattered the terrain, while the gusts from swinging arms etched their presence like blades of wind. Chunks of soil and debris soared through the air, even grazing Reese's cheek, as he absorbed the tumult around him. The chaos unleashed by the fierce battle between the two combatants wreaked havoc, trampling everything in its wake. The mere hand-to-hand combat between them altered the very landscape of the battleground, as if it had been ravaged by bombers, with numerous craters dotting the ground beneath their feet. In this moment, Rizel truly comprehended the essence of the mythic age and felt the presence of formidable beings in this world. Although he was fully capable of utterly defeating these two adversaries, his aura paled in comparison to theirs. Engrossed in their fierce struggle, the two warriors had forgotten everything around them. Their gazes were solely fixed upon one another, leaving no room for anything else. Gilgamesh's movements grew increasingly swift, and his strength surged, placing pressure upon Tato. Gilgamesh was indeed becoming stronger, subtly hinting at the potential to surpass Tato himself. This realization filled Tato with a sense of impending danger. Golden luminescence, akin to serpents, slithered across Gilgamesh's form. When this golden radiance faded, crimson tattoos emerged upon his chest, back, and arms, leaving Tato momentarily stunned. The appearance of these tattoos signified the awakening of divinity. The young king was awakening his divine essence amidst their conflict. This was utterly astonishing. It was crucial to understand that if his adversary awakened his divine nature, Tato would stand no chance. In this realm, the being with the highest divinity was none other than Gilgamesh. If he were to achieve complete awakening, no one on this land could rival him. He must be slain. Tato was consumed by this thought. His right arm swelled once more, preparing to unleash an attack capable of tearing apart space itself. Die, Gilgamesh! Tato roared as his right fist collided with Gilgamesh's face, vowing that this strike would surely bring about his demise. Rizel, witnessing this assault, felt his heart leap into his throat, consumed by a singular thought. This is the end. Gilgamesh was struck, propelled high into the air by the immense force, only to crash down at a distance. Yet, shortly after hitting the ground, he sat up and smiled. Tato, in disbelief, gazed at his own right arm, realizing that at the last moment, he had halted his attack, not of his own volition, but because a silver chain had pierced through space, ensnaring and binding his right arm, preventing his full power from being unleashed. Although Gilgamesh endured the blow, such force was insufficient to claim his life. A cigarette slipped from Rizel's lips as he silently observed the chain that had emerged from the void, binding Tato's arm. Tato was unaware of its nature, but Rizel understood all too well, for it was the divine artifact, the chains of heaven. Chapter 075, Digging the Wall and the Leakage of Royal Authority in My Lifetime. There are but two matters of which I can take great pride. The first is that I have a son who not only inherits my name, but also surpasses me. The second is my acquaintance with the king. Excerpt from the Epic of Three Kings, The Power of Uruk. The chains of heaven can be deemed as Gilgamesh's most significant artifact, second only to the Sword of Rupture, and it is one of the rare divine treasures. The artifact that Gilgamesh most trusts is indeed the chains of heaven, rather than the Sword of Rupture. In Rai's perspective, if the Sword of Rupture is akin to a cannon, representing the ultimate damage per second, then the chains of heaven serve as a crowd control technique, one that becomes increasingly formidable when facing strong opponents, nearly defying the heavens. The strength of the chains of heaven is contingent upon the divinity of the opponent. If the adversary is an ordinary human, the chains merely constitute a robust iron link. However, should the opponent possess divine attributes, the chains grow in strength proportionate to their divinity. This is an artifact renowned for its capacity to bind even gods. But what is the origin of this phenomenon? How could the chains of heaven manifest at such a moment? Rise is certain that Gilgamesh did not possess such a treasure earlier. If he had, would he have foolishly engaged in a direct confrontation with Tato? With the chains of heaven activated, he could have easily ensnared Tato with a tortoise-shell binding, torturing him at will. Why must he endure a beating before employing this power? If the chains of heaven had not existed previously, from whence did this artifact arise? Let us not entertain the notion that the chains were drawn here by Gilgamesh's celestial aura, traversing time and space to assist him without any conditions. nor the melodramatic trope of blood oaths to bind their allegiance. Such a scenario would indeed invite ridicule. As the saying goes, for matters unclear, consult Google. For external inquiries, turn to Baidu. Though Rise lacks both at his disposal, he possesses an equally formidable resource, the Book of Omniscience. Summoning the Book of Omniscience, Rise swiftly connected to the intelligent assistant and posed his query. Within a mere second, the book provided a remarkably detailed response, one that might elude even the most diligent searches on Baidu or Google. Upon awakening, an individual with divine attributes gains access to a unique power, which is not solely confined to the corporeal realm. It may also manifest as a special artifact. Gilgamesh's ability to summon the chains of heaven stems from the alignment of his soul's nature and divinity with that of the chains. Consequently, upon his divine awakening, the chains sensed his call and traversed the fabric of space to arrive here. This is the exceptional power he acquired upon awakening his divinity. Through the cold, mechanical elucidation of the intelligent assistant, Rise comprehended the origins of the chains of heaven. It turns out that this artifact, reputed to bind celestial beings, is a manifestation of Gilgamesh's awakened divine essence. No wonder he places greater trust in this chain over the more potent Sword of Rupture. Returning to the matter at hand. With the chains of heaven summoned, how far off could the Sword of Rupture be? The artifact that boasts the ability to reshape the universe. Should we not be cautious in our thoughts? No. Why do I find myself lacking decorum once more? That belongs to Gilgamesh. I shall not overstep my bounds. However, Lei Zhe believed that the black long straight sword of the divergent sword was indeed more formidable. Whether in its striking design or its powerful capabilities, it was simply unparalleled. As he observed Gilgamesh advancing towards Tattoo, Lei Zhe understood that this battle had reached its conclusion. Tattoo, possessing divine attributes, could never hope to escape the binding of the chains of heaven. Gilgamesh was now poised to deliver a divine execution, rendering any being with divine essence as mere lambs to the slaughter, utterly devoid of the capacity for resistance. With his left hand persistently tearing at the chains and snaring his right arm, Tattoo's expression was one of deep frustration. His once proud strength proved ineffective against the seemingly fragile chains, which he could not sever. What the hell is this? Let me go? As he gazed at the approaching Gilgamesh, Tattoo surged forward like an enraged bull. Yet at that moment, numerous chains pierced through the void, ensnaring Tattoo's limbs and pulling him outward, anchoring him in place. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gilgamesh's face, once nearly disfigured, was restored to its handsome visage, his proud smile unwavering. The awakening of his divine essence instantaneously healed his wounds, apart from a slight fatigue. He felt exceptionally well. Tattoo, this battle is mine. Observing Tattoo kneeling on the ground, Gilgamesh was overwhelmed with sheer joy, reveling in the realization of his unmatched prowess as an invincible king. At this moment, Lei Zhe felt quite disheartened. Gilgamesh truly embodied the essence of a protagonist, able to flourish even in the face of near defeat, unlocking his genetic potential and acquiring the chains of heaven, an extraordinary piece of equipment. What distinguished him from himself? Indeed, every era has its own hero. If he was the protagonist of the Demon King of Otaku, then Gilgamesh was the hero of another tale titled The Epic of Gilgamesh. Indeed, those who oppose the protagonist seldom meet a favorable end. Meeting their demise is all too easy. As expected, once Gilgamesh unleashed his wolf-like attributes, everyone else appeared as mere underlings with combat power barely exceeding 3. Lei Zhe discarded his cigarette, but raised his hand, and a golden longsword materialized, which he then thrust into the ground beside Gilgamesh's feet. Well, since victory was assured, the next step was to set an example. Tattoo was destined for demise, his fate irrevocable. Given Gilgamesh's disposition, it would be strange if he did not chop him into 108 pieces to feed the dogs. Today, the protagonist was Gilgamesh, and he would content himself with being a supporting character, providing the necessary tools for the execution. Gilgamesh drew forth the golden longsword and held it against Tattoo's neck. Despite Tattoo's kneeling position, he was hardly distinguishable from the standing Gilgamesh. I have declared that a king does not lose. Tattoo, it is you who have been vanquished. Do you have any final words? Whether to kill or to torture is your prerogative. Defeat is defeat, and Tattoo will offer no excuses. Tattoo truly was a man of honor, not resorting to pleas for mercy, instead seeking death directly after his failure. Then go ahead and meet your end. Upon finishing his words, Gilgamesh raised the longsword, aiming for Tattoo's neck. If the blow landed, even Tattoo would be reduced to mere fragments of a corpse. The imagined scene of a head soaring high, splattered with blood, failed to materialize. The golden sword halted merely a centimeter from Tato's neck. What is this? Young king, are you so inept that you cannot even take a life? Do you require my instruction? Tato remarked to Gilgamesh, his tone laced with derision. At this moment, he yearned only for death, from the instant he acknowledged his defeat. He had lost everything, his status, his reputation, and more. Uruk does not harbor failures, nor does this era, nor this world. In response to Tato's provocation, Gilgamesh smiled. Yet this time, his grin bore no disdain, nor did it exhibit the unpleasant arrogance he was known for. Tato, do you not realize that death resolves nothing? As the foremost warrior of Uruk, do you truly wish to evade reality through death? Tato, follow me. Follow in my footsteps, and I shall lead you to a new world. In that moment, King Gilgamesh exuded an undeniable majesty, gazing down upon the kneeling Tato with conviction. In the distance, Reza stood momentarily stunned by his words, before bursting into laughter. This fellow audaciously undermined Uruk's foundations, and he did so with such grandeur and power. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 76. The one with infinite swords. Facing only fools, it is indeed an absurd notion for a nation to be governed by three monarchs of equal power and stature. Yet, such a phenomenon did transpire in history, particularly during the extraordinary period of the ancient Uruk dynasty known as the Triumvirate of Kings. The epic of the Triumvirate chronicles all events of this era and the three sovereigns revered by the Uruk people for over 5 millennia. As a historian, I yearn to witness the splendor of that dazzling age. Alas, I am a victim of time's cruel hand. To me personally, the most intriguing account within this epic is the war that preceded the establishment of the Triumvirate. This conflict was pivotal, shaping the future of Uruk in profound ways. And it is here that the malevolent King Lei Zhe etched his indelible mark upon Sumerian history. While I hold a deep appreciation for this epic, I cannot help but regard certain aspects with skepticism. Can one truly contend against 3,000 foes? Even in an era where weaponry was rudimentary and warfare was confined to direct confrontation, such an extraordinary feat seems implausible. Perhaps this narrative is merely an exaggeration by the Uruk people, an embellishment to elevate their three monarchs to divine status. Excerpted from my research on Uruk, what holds paramount importance in this world? Talent. Indeed, talent. Tato, the foremost warrior of Uruk, undoubtedly embodies excellence. In terms of martial prowess, this formidable figure even surpasses the Anu brothers, the giants. In this tumultuous age, where valor is paramount, Tato's presence is irreplaceable. Yet, it is lamentable that this era spares no room for the vanquished, especially on the battlefield. Victors may hoist the heads of the defeated, ascending to greatness, while the defeated are left as forgotten corpses in desolate wilds, bereft of even a proper burial. Such is the tragic reality of existence in this age. Upon receiving Gilgamesh's overture, Tato was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a hearty laugh, a sound rich and robust yet tinged with self-mockery. Observing Tato's mirth, Gilgamesh chose not to interrupt, but instead drove the sword resting against his neck into the earth at his feet, declaring, "Even if I spare you, Uruk will not. They have no need for the defeated, not even you, Tato. Join me, and you shall discover that the ambitions of the king of Uruk are rather mundane. Our journey lies among the stars and the seas, not within the confines of this insignificant realm." Hey, Gilgamesh, how could you utter such words? You're sounding quite foolish. As the celestial fetters released Tato, retreating into another dimension, Gilgamesh stood before him, entirely unguarded. Should Tato choose that moment to strike, Gilgamesh would find himself utterly defenseless. He was gambling on Tato's decision to follow him, for should he allow Tato to escape, returning to Uruk would only lead to a swift demise. Yet Tato, as the esteemed champion of Uruk, would not compromise his dignity by emulating Gilgamesh's reckless gesture. Tato gazed at the young man before him, the most youthful yet exceptional king of this land. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. He found himself deeply moved by this young monarch's unique charisma, compared to Gilgamesh. The king of Uruk to whom he had once pledged allegiance seemed utterly insignificant. Perhaps aligning himself with this new ruler was a commendable choice, for death would render all else meaningless, and to perish here felt unjust. Adjusting his posture, Tato knelt on one knee, his majestic form bending as he lowered his gaze to Gilgamesh's feet. This act signified his submission and willingness to pledge loyalty, and though no fervent oaths were uttered, this silent declaration resonated with sincerity. Observing Tato's surrender and allegiance to Gilgamesh, Reza displayed a smile. Although Uruk had suffered considerable losses in this conflict, the addition of a formidable warrior like Tato brought some measure of recompense. In this era, those endowed with divine qualities were the true aces on the battlefield. Mere numbers could not bridge the gap between them. Ultimately, such an outcome was indeed a cause for celebration. However, Rees understood that Tattoo's choice to forsake Uruk meant a complete betrayal of his former city, and the Urukites present would not let this traitor escape unscathed. It appeared a fierce battle loomed ahead. Yet, as Gilgamesh showcased his might, one could not help but wonder what would become of our protagonist. Tattoo, have you truly surrendered? As the foremost warrior of Uruk, do you not feel a sense of shame? Warriors, the king of Uruk stands before us. Charge forth and rend him asunder. Whoever can claim his head shall be rewarded 10 coins. Indeed, it was predictable that events would unfold in this manner. The ultimate victor would not emerge from a duel, but rather from a collective struggle. When has any battle in the mountains been decided by the prowess of two alone? Ultimately, it would be a matter of numbers. In warfare, particularly in this era, strength in numbers reigns supreme unless one possesses an overwhelmingly superior quality. The adage beneath a generous reward, brave men shall emerge, holds true across ages. Though Gilgamesh and Tattoo were formidable, they were, after all, but two, and following an arduous battle. Both sides would likely find their stamina severely depleted. With circumstances as they were, what was there left to fear? One could simply charge alongside their comrades. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them and grant them the chance to strike down Gilgamesh. While not all harbored such thoughts, a considerable number certainly did. As Tattoo observed the throng of warriors, their faces alight with greed, rushing towards him, Gilgamesh remained unflinching. Drawing his longsword, he addressed Tattoo. Do you possess the strength for one more battle? His presence was commanding, and Rees felt the regal aura emanating from him even at a distance. How can you not? Such opportunities for a fierce clash are rare. Tattoo rose, surveying the advancing foes, once his own men, and replied, What is this atmosphere you conjure? Are we to enact a play of loyalty and treachery? You have become engrossed in your roles far too swiftly. The situation was truly exasperating. The distance between both sides was merely 40 or 50 meters, and in the blink of an eye, over 3,000 enemies had already surged forward. Yet Gilgamesh remained undaunted, even taking a step forward. Beside him stood Tattoo, eagerly rubbing his fists in anticipation. Meanwhile, the remaining Uruk warriors, led by the brothers Anu, charged out of Kolo City, intending to join the fray and protect their king. However, their distance was considerable. If fortune did not favor them, they might arrive only to find Gilgamesh's lifeless body. A cacophony of howls erupted from a group of Ur warriors as they brandished their weapons. Perceiving Gilgamesh as a prize worth 10 pieces of gold, an astonishing sum in this era, capable of purchasing 10 slaves, just as they were about to reach Gilgamesh, an unexpected event unfolded. With a piercing sound, a row of long swords shot forward, gliding more than a meter above the ground, soaring past both Gilgamesh and Tattoo, and striking into the ranks of the Ur warriors. In an instant, those at the forefront collapsed as though mown down like wheat. And even those fortunate enough to survive the onslaught were trampled by their compatriots in the ensuing chaos. Rise approached the dazed Gilgamesh and tossed away his cigarette, but with a grin, stating, Well done. Now, allow me to take over. I am more suited for this battle. With that, he strode forward. You scoundrel, do not disregard me. Gilgamesh attempted to protest, but was abruptly interrupted as Rise flicked his forehead. Though the blow was not severe, it was enough to topple Gilgamesh to the ground. In truth, Gilgamesh had been merely holding on. The awakening of his divinity had restored his battered body to its former state, yet his stamina remained diminished. He was now at the end of his rope. Should he engage in combat, even a few ordinary men could easily overpower him. In your current condition, stepping into battle would be tantamount to a death wish. Do you not realize that to them, you appear as an ATM? Have some self-awareness. It would be wiser for you to recover here or retreat to a hot spring. Rise remarked indifferently, observing Gilgamesh as he sat on the ground, glaring at him with fury. Tattoo stood nearby, pondering who this audacious man could be, daring to treat the king of Uruk in such a manner. With infinite swords at my disposal and facing mere fodder, Rise mused, unleashing an almost game-breaking technique once more. This battle held no suspense. Rise single-handedly dispatched the 3,000 foes, becoming an unparalleled force of destruction, while his experience points soared exponentially. Chapter 077. In this era, human life is worth less than a dog. A war effortlessly buried tens of thousands, a notion I had never contemplated in the past. Among them, half fell by their own hands. Although the so-called guilt has long dissipated, I cannot shake the feeling that humanity is exceedingly fragile. I cannot help but ponder that perhaps one day in the future, I too may meet my end. Such an event, yet to unfold, remains shrouded in uncertainty. For the future is perpetually in flux. In this era, human life is worth less than that of a dog. As Gilgamesh opened his eyes, he sat up abruptly, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing he was in a rather ordinary room, confusion washed over him, soon followed by a flood of memories that rushed back, reminding him of past events. Had the war seemingly come to an end? That last sudden intrusion of a man who single-handedly annihilated the enemy. What was that nearly grotesque method of attack? The deluge of swords raining down from the sky still sent shivers down Gilgamesh's spine. Even he could hardly have survived such an onslaught. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, jolting Gilgamesh from his reverie. Lei Zhe entered the room, carrying a steaming plate of food. Upon seeing Gilgamesh awake, a smile spread across his face. At last, you've awakened. You've been asleep for 3 days. Surely you must be famished? 3 days. I have slept for 3 days? Where am I? Are we still in Kuro City? Gilgamesh was momentarily taken aback by Lei Zhe's words before immediately questioning how he could have slept for such an extended period. It was utterly unacceptable. What if enemies appeared again? 3 days had passed since the war's conclusion. Surely, Uruk would have received news of the defeat. If so, what if the enemy dispatched another army? With only over 600 men at his disposal, death was imminent. Noticing Gilgamesh's evident distress, Lei Zhe chuckled. Placing the food before him, he then conjured a chair with a wave of his hand, reclining casually as he declared, "Rest assured, there is no threat remaining. Take a moment to relax. We shall resolve the remaining issues and return to Uruk." With that, Lei Zhe produced a cigarette, lighting it as he regarded the somewhat bewildered Gilgamesh. This was a rare sight. Did he not bring a camera? How he wished to capture this moment. Gazing down at the aromatic food in his hands, Gilgamesh realized he was indeed hungry. Without further ado, he began to devour the meal, soon discovering it was exceptionally delicious. Compared to what he had consumed in the past, this was a veritable feast. How is it? My culinary skills are quite commendable, are they not? I rarely cook. So you should consider yourself fortunate. Lei Zhe beamed at the ravenous Gilgamesh. He was confident in his cooking prowess. If ever he wished to abandon his reclusive lifestyle, becoming a chef could sustain him. Cooking well was not merely for his own benefit. He cared little for instant noodles. He relished the sight of others enjoying the dishes he prepared. That was a true delight. As Gilgamesh finished his meal and cast a glance towards Rize, a complex array of emotions washed over him. How could you dare to regard me with those dazzling eyes? Such a display is utterly incongruous with your persona. It seems I have underestimated Gilgamesh's capacity for food and his insatiable appetite. Rize retrieved some prepared dishes from his storage space, provisions that Naisha and her companions had previously prepared for him. The mere thought of this left Rize feeling rather vexed. That spatial pouch gifted by Naisha, which was supposedly endowed with infinite storage, contained a staggering 80% of mundane items and foodstuffs. Every time he opened the pouch to find an overwhelming assortment of snacks, beverages, grains, and meats, he couldn't help but wonder if those women truly feared he might starve. Surely, they could have exchanged some of these trifles for something of greater worth. Tearing open the packaging, Rize handed a piece of pork knuckle to Gilgamesh, who had no choice but to make do with it for the time being. Although it paled in comparison to more refined preparations, it was certainly superior to the fare of this era. Perhaps it was due to genuine hunger, for Gilgamesh's manner of eating was far from regal. Really, where was your kingly demeanor? If this scene were to be witnessed by future enthusiasts, your reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Observing Gilgamesh's unrefined consumption, Rize suddenly felt his own stomach grumbling. After offering 3 pieces of pork knuckle, Gilgamesh finally appeared satiated. Rize was not particularly concerned about his eating. It was merely the grotesque manner in which he did so that was quite disconcerting. Once his hunger was quelled, Gilgamesh finally uttered something sensible. Let us depart. 3 days have passed. If Uruk or any other city sends out troops, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. There's no rush, Rize replied. Once we tidy up this place, we shall leave. We must bear in mind that neglecting those corpses could lead to a plague, but it should be resolved shortly. Rize was completely unconcerned about Uruk. They wouldn't dare trouble him again. And the reason? It was quite simple. Tato had family in Uruk, and having surrendered to Uruk, if the king of Ur had learned of this, his family would surely face dire consequences. Thus, upon witnessing Rize's formidable prowess, Tato hoped he could rescue his family from Uruk. This was a request Rize could not refuse. To do so would surely dishearten Tato. Therefore, he embarked on a journey. The outcome predictable. He warned the family, left behind hundreds of Uruk corpses, and casually hung the king's head at the city gate, which ensured no one dared to confront him thereafter. This was precisely why Rize felt no trepidation about undermining others while remaining unafraid of retribution, unless, of course, those fools were truly witless. The wooden door creaked open, and Tato, unable to enter the small abode due to his massive frame, leaned his head inside to address the two within. My king, Lord Rize, everything has been taken care of. All the bodies have been incinerated. We should now take our leave. This was far quicker than anticipated. Yet, it was reasonable to assume the Urukans wished to leave as well. Had it not been for his orders, they would have paid little heed to the heap of corpses. Rees flicked away his cigarette butt and turned to Gilgamesh, saying, "All is in order. Let us return to Uruk." The young priest Zamyamu, who had been waiting outside, immediately scampered over to follow Lei Zhe as soon as he emerged, akin to a younger sibling trailing behind an older brother. However, the child's demeanor was far from jubilant. The trials of war had indeed imparted a measure of maturity upon him, although he still appeared quite juvenile. Lei Zhe harbored concerns that the boy might carry the shadows of war within him, considering how close he had brushed with death for the first time. Surely, he must have gleaned many insights from such an experience. Initially, Lei Zhe felt a swell of gratitude upon seeing the boy lively before him. Despite the evident melancholy and sorrow that cloaked him, survival was a beacon of hope. Living meant there was still a chance. In the recent conflict for the city of Kullo, a total of 234 warriors from Uruk had accompanied Gilgamesh into battle, yet only one, 013, remained alive, nearly half perishing in the struggle. Alongside the loss of 4 priests from the temple. In terms of losses, the Uruk people had gained significantly more, not to mention the allegiance of Tattoo. The spoils seized from Kullo alone made the endeavor seem worthwhile. In this era, where human life is often regarded as less valuable than that of a dog, death is merely a testament to one's misfortune or lack of strength. There exists no other explanation. The living may remember you, but they will not dwell eternally in sorrow. As evidenced by the current demeanor of the Uruk people, they clutched their gold and smiled at their comrades, while the deceased had been cremated, destined to fade from the memories of the living, save for their kin. Who else would remember them? Indeed, this age is both mad and twisted. Yet, this is the law of the jungle, despite one's protagonist aura, who can guarantee survival until the end and the establishment of a grand crystal palace. Just as Enkidu met his demise at the behest of the gods, would he have chosen death if he possessed power? Those who long for death are fools. Who truly wishes to perish? Ultimately, strength remains paramount, as asserted in the past. To live a life of ease and joy, free from burdens and pressures, one must possess power, the kind that could defy the heavens and slay deities. It seems I shall dwell in this world for quite some time. Thus, I must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Upon my return, I shall commence my training in martial arts. While I may not particularly relish close combat, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Reflecting on the future, when will Enkidu make his appearance? Gilgamesh diverges from historical accounts, leaving me uncertain of what Enkidu might accomplish. Could it be merely for the sake of camaraderie? Such thoughts are undoubtedly perplexing. Chapter 078, The Soul Sanctuary and Utopia. Among the myriad of epics, the most captivating undoubtedly is the Epic of Gilgamesh. This 5,000-word masterpiece narrates a time of twisted madness, while also recounting a utopia that seems to exist solely in dreams. In this epic, humanity does not worship celestial deities, but venerates those who sacrifice their lives for their country. Such a sentiment was undoubtedly unconventional in that era. However, it is precisely this almost grotesque faith that rendered Uruk the mightiest nation of its time. I am truly intrigued by the reasons that led them to forsake powerful gods in favor of venerating those mortal beings long since departed. Excerpted from the Vanished Utopia. 5 days have elapsed since the Battle of Kuro City, and 2 days have passed since Rees and Gilgamesh returned to Uruk. Upon his return, Rees immediately locked himself in his chamber, resuming his studies. Unlike his previous quest for martial arts manuals, this time he aimed to elevate the basic living standards and technology of this era. Thus, he delved into a plethora of related knowledge. He did not aspire to catapult Uruk's technological prowess to modern heights, creating airplanes or artillery, but he sought to surpass the capabilities of this era by several centuries, or at least advance Uruk from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age. Moreover, he began to explore various other fields of knowledge. His recent readings had been exceptionally eclectic, far more complex than merely studying martial arts. A knock echoed on the wooden door, prompting Rees to lift his head and rub his weary eyes. It seemed he had scarcely rested. Time felt as if it were slipping away swiftly. Rising to stretch his limbs, he called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and the young priest Zamyamu entered the room, first bowing before Rees, then producing a parchment scroll. "Master Rees, here is the list you requested. It contains the names of all those who perished in this battle." He laid the scroll upon Rees' desk and stepped back, awaiting further instructions. It must be said that after enduring the crucible of war, this young man has matured considerably. He bears the weight of bloodshed and the loss of lives, no longer embodying the innocence of his past. Yet, One can only hope he does not bear any lasting shadows or psychological scars from this experience. Well done. I appreciate your efforts, Rees remarked as he unfurled the scroll, gazing at the 1,000 names inscribed within. He nodded gravely, feeling the immense weight of the scroll. For each name represented a life extinguished. These individuals had devoted their lives to Uruk, but after their passing, who among the living would remember them, aside from their families? Rees rolled the scroll back up, storing it in his spatial pouch, then lit a cigarette, allowing his mind to wander as he meticulously refined his plans. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Zamumu, are you perplexed by my actions? Zamumu hesitated. I dare not. All right, I must confess, I preferred your former demeanor. Your current rigidity is somewhat difficult for me to endure. My intentions are to establish a belief for the people of Uruk. As he spoke, Lei Zhe rose and walked outside, instructing Zamumu to follow him. They arrived at a precipice overlooking the entirety of Uruk. Observing the city, which appeared modest beneath the sunlight, Lei Zhe turned to Zamumu and inquired, What do you see? This question was not solely directed at Zamumu. It was also a query posed to himself, as he contemplated what he had truly perceived. Perhaps the answers each individual holds are inherently diverse. Gazing down at the city, Zamumu remained silent, pondering for an extended period without responding to Lei Zhe's inquiry. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he opted for silence. Observing his demeanor, Lei Zhe chuckled and playfully gave Zamumu a gentle tap on the head. Noticing Zamumu's puzzled expression as he cradled his head, Lei Zhe remarked, I see a throng of the blind, pitiful souls aimlessly advancing without any discernible goal. Lighting a cigarette, Lei Zhe continued to survey the bustling crowd below. Zamumu, what do these common folk represent in your eyes? You may not yet grasp this concept, but I must convey that these industrious citizens are the true foundation and backbone of Uruk. Be it the priests, Gilgamesh, or even myself, we are merely fortunate individuals. However, the fortunate are but a minority. They are the true masters of this city. What is your perspective on this era, Zamumu? Perhaps you do not comprehend my words today, but I have faith that one day you will. The people of Uruk do not require Gilgamesh, nor me, nor any trivial distractions. What they seek is a purpose, a belief, a conviction for which they would willingly forsake everything. This is their true necessity. At this point, Lei Zhe retrieved the scroll inscribed with the names of over 1,000 individuals, unfurling it and reciting each name aloud. Each name echoed off the cliffs as he read with deliberate care, ensuring no one was overlooked, until he reached the final name. When the war concluded, aside from their kin, who would remember them? Who would recall those who sacrificed their lives for Uruk? Perhaps, in a few decades, even their relatives would forget. While it is true that one must look forward in life, one must not neglect the past, especially the sacrifices made by those who have departed this world in the quest for survival. My aspiration is to establish a faith for Uruk, a belief that can endure through the ages. Only then will the people of Uruk not lose their way after parting with Gilgamesh. Upon hearing this, Zamumu's eyes brightened with a flicker of understanding. Master Lei Zhe, how do you intend to achieve this? Will you lead the people of Uruk to believe in a new deity? A deity? Lei Zhe chuckled, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, his mirth tinged with disdain and irony, leaving Zamumu profoundly perplexed. Why should we worship a deity? For the sake of a cursed bull, those deities commanded Enkidu to take his own life, without question. Is that what divinity embodies? In their eyes, the lives lost for the death of a celestial bull are worth less than that of mere livestock. They are utterly unworthy of being called deities. They are merely a collection of selfish, superior beings. If they are indeed the so-called gods, then what does it matter if one learns to defy and slay the divine in a past life? Zamumu, remember this, always. The so-called gods are merely creatures with power surpassing that of humanity and lifespans that extend far beyond our own. When you possess strength that transcends theirs, when you can trample upon them at will, you too shall be a god. However, I must caution you not to be beguiled by this ludicrous title. For no matter how powerful you become, you remain but a human. The faith I wish to establish is not in those false deities, but in this. As I raise the scroll in my hand, sunlight cascades upon it, causing this unassuming parchment to shimmer with a golden radiance. Rise gazes intently at the scroll, then solemnly declares, I will make those who sacrificed for Uruk the embodiment of our collective faith. Only they are deserving of being remembered by all the people of Uruk. Eternally, this faith, impervious to the ravages of time, is precisely what I desire. Indeed, Rise intends to forge an entirely new belief system, one that venerates not those laughable deities, but rather those who have perished in the struggle for Uruk. He aims to instill in everyone a singular conviction, for the sake of this nation, for their own futures and those of their descendants, they must unhesitatingly offer everything. Perhaps this approach may seem extreme, yet it is entirely fitting for this distorted era. He believes he can achieve this, for in an age rife with chaotic beliefs, any reason can ignite hope within humanity and incite fervent worship. Through this adoration, Rise will construct a mighty nation. Once this is accomplished, Rise is confident that even in the future, the people of Uruk will stand resilient upon this land, for they will possess a reason and a goal to strive towards. Unlike the present, where they blindly follow. If Gilgamesh were to meet with misfortune, Uruk would collapse in an instant. Zamumo, I assure you that in the near future, you shall witness a wholly renewed Uruk, a nation inhabited by mortals so formidable that even the gods shall tremble. Uruk will become the sole sanctuary and utopia amidst this frenzied age. Chapter 79. The knowledgeable traveler can change the world. I have devoted over 2 decades to studying the history of Uruk, and while I am largely indifferent to other matters, there is one thing that captivates my interest. A ruler from the era of the 3 kings known as the Demon King, Lei Zhe. I have often pondered the feasibility of time travel to the past. If it is indeed implausible, then how can we explain the remarkable technological advancements of Uruk? Furthermore, how did he traverse from the east to reach Uruk on foot? Although the people of Uruk still refuse to acknowledge Lei Zhe as a traveler from another time, I cannot shake the feeling that this is the truth. Had the technological constraints of that era been less severe, perhaps he could have even constructed an aircraft. Truly, as the novels suggest, a knowledgeable traveler can change the world. As noon approached, Lei Zhe set aside the book in his hands and smiled at the dozens of priests seated on their small benches, diligently taking notes. Today's lesson concludes here. You must diligently study what I have imparted to you. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask. Our time is limited, so let us strive to disseminate this foundational knowledge throughout Uruk. Class is dismissed, but Zamumu, please stay behind. The priests gathered their belongings and departed, engaging in discussions about everything they had learned that day, each expressing differing opinions, which naturally led to debates and contradictions. Witnessing this, Lei Zhe felt immense satisfaction. Only through the clash of ideas can progress be made. Zamumu remained, uncertain of the purpose behind Lei Zhe's request, yet he refrained from inquiring. After long familiarity, he understood that Lei Zhe's actions were always purposeful. He simply needed to fulfill his role. Lei Zhe had been enjoying a relatively tranquil time lately. Ever since the conclusion of the last battle, Gilgamesh had not made an appearance, and Lei Zhe welcomed the respite. Focusing on teaching the priests knowledge that they could swiftly comprehend and readily apply. He was growing increasingly fond of the teaching profession after all. Is there not a certain honor in being respected? Indeed, the wise are always revered, regardless of the era. From his storage space, Lei Zhe retrieved 2 books that contained techniques for enhancing spiritual and magical powers. He had begun contemplating the idea of having the priests learn this knowledge. As for combat energy, he intended to consult with Gilgamesh to select a few soldiers for training. This volume contains methods for cultivating magical and spiritual abilities, along with some fundamental knowledge. Peruse these at your leisure. Tonight, come to my chamber, and I shall begin instructing you in these concepts, Lei Zhe said as he handed the 2 books to Zamumu. Upon receiving the books, Zamumu felt a surge of excitement. He had heard Lei Zhe discuss the enhancement of magical and spiritual powers multiple times in recent days, and he now understood the significance of these abilities for the priests. Gazing at the 2 books in his hands, Zamumu understood that the knowledge inscribed within them possessed the potential to transform the world. After gathering all his belongings, Lei Zhe reminded him once more, "All right, you may leave now. Remember to come to my room tonight. Do not forget." "Yes, Master Lei Zhe." Upon exiting the makeshift classroom, Lei Zhe made his way to Gilgamesh's palace. As he stepped inside, he discovered Gilgamesh lounging on his throne, seemingly in a reverie. Whether he was dreaming or not remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the smile gracing his lips evoked a sense of unease. This young man's demeanor had softened considerably of late, and he scarcely uttered the term scum anymore. "Why do you find your way here today?" Gilgamesh inquired, opening his eyes to regard Lei Zhe as he entered the grand hall. Since the last battle in Kuro City, the dynamic between them had evidently shifted, no longer characterized by the tense standoff that had marked their initial encounters. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Lei Zhe retrieved the documents he had compiled from his storage space and tossed them to Gilgamesh, eagerly awaiting his astonished reaction. Initially perplexed, Gilgamesh picked up the documents and began to peruse them. With each page turned, his eyes brightened, and by the conclusion, he bolted upright. Trembling slightly as he clutched the papers, his face flushed with excitement. "Is this all true? Are you certain you can accomplish this?" Casually settling into a seat, Lei Zhe crossed his legs and took a drag from his cigarette, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Does this question count as your second one? Should I provide an answer?" "You scoundrel." Although aware that Gilgamesh was merely teasing him, A flicker of indignation surged within him. Now, do not be angry. Everything written here is indeed authentic. Since I have penned it, I possess the means to realize it. So what do you say? Are you interested in giving it a try? Since the command of the army lies within your grasp, I must seek your permission. It would be far less troublesome if it were the temple. Though Lei Zhe had yet to gain Gilgamesh's full acknowledgement, he was already beginning to be accepted by the people of Uruk, and Gilgamesh did not intervene, seemingly in agreement with this burgeoning acceptance. This development brought great solace to the old priest Akababa, who envisioned a radiant future for Uruk. What is the earliest we might see results? Moreover, what do you mean by stating that those with divinity cannot cultivate? When it came to the issue of divinity, Lei Zhe found himself equally troubled. He had scoured every cultivation manual, only to discover that they conflicted with the concept of divinity, akin to the prohibition against using magic in the world of Toru Mijitsu no Index. Should a being with divinity attempt to cultivate fighting spirit, the most favorable outcome would be disability, while the worst could result in immediate death. However, this dilemma was not insurmountable. In fact, it was rather simple to resolve. How can we resolve it? By eliminating the gods of this world and allowing those with divinity to consume divine blood, the issue could be rectified. Does this not seem familiar to everyone? Indeed, after vanquishing the gods in the previous life within the world of Toru Mijitsu no Index, several women had partaken of divine blood, and from that moment forth, they were no longer confined to the realms of magic and abilities. As long as they possessed talent, they could wield both powers. However, Lei Zhe would certainly refrain from disclosing any divine matters to Gilgamesh. He could only concoct some excuse to brush it aside. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Moreover, what good would it do to inform him? Not to mention Gilgamesh, if all of humanity were to rise against the gods, they would be swiftly overwhelmed. Thus, such thoughts were futile, unless that individual from a past life were to emerge once more to vanquish the gods. Gilgamesh felt a profound sense of disappointment. If a being endowed with divine power could cultivate such abilities, he could become even stronger. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset, accepting that if he could not learn, then so be it. Regardless, he was still the mightiest king. After commanding the guards to summon the old priest Akababa, the giant brothers, and Tattoo, they commenced a discussion. The Temple of Sacrifice expressed its support for Lord Lei Zhe's proposal. The old priest, having reviewed Lei Zhe's credentials, promptly aligned himself with his cause, having been aware of Lei Zhe's intentions for quite some time. The giant brothers and Tattoo exchanged glances before opting to concur. As the information documented posed no harm to them, it was worth exploring, and thus, this altered proposal for Uruk was nearly approved. As for this outcome, Lei Zhe had anticipated it, hence he did not exhibit excessive excitement. Just then, a priest burst into the hall, kneeling before the assembly in a state of panic, exclaiming, "My king, the power of Zamyamu is spiraling out of control. Please, you must come and see." Chapter 080. The Perilous Awakening, the Fragmented Power at Times. I find myself pondering whether I am a virtuous individual or a nefarious one. Some assert that I am utterly irredeemable, a wretch who would elicit no tears even after 1,000 deaths. I do not refute this claim. However, others argue that I possess a benevolent heart, for I have saved their lives at least once. This conundrum has long eluded my understanding. Even I am unable to ascertain whether I am body goodness or villainy. Lei Zhe rampage? How could that be? That lad has he ingested any celestial treasures? What could possibly provoke such a frenzy? While Lei Zhe was lost in thought, Gilgamesh had already risen from his throne, hastening toward the Temple of Rituals, his demeanor exhibiting an unprecedented urgency that struck Lei Zhe as distinctly unusual. In any case, we should investigate further. The group swiftly arrived at Jamu's dwelling, and before they even stepped inside, their brows knitted in concern. They sensed that Jamu's small abode was suffused with a formidable force, one that was exceedingly chaotic, akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. Among the group, Lei Zhe and the elder priest perceived the most. The waves of energy emanating from within were unmistakably magical. Moreover, the potency was so dense it seemed almost tangible. This extraordinary magical energy instilled in Lei Zhe a sense of foreboding. Thanks to the eternal magic furnace, Lei Zhe could distinctly perceive the immense magical energy. For each breath he took filled his heart with several times more magic than that of his companions. This was merely from the exterior. Should he enter, the disparity might multiply tenfold. What in the world is happening? Just moments ago, everything was fine, and now this chaos ensues. At that moment, a shock wave of magical energy erupted from the house, radiating outward from the center. The not-so-sturdy earthen structure collapsed instantaneously, dust swirling in the air. Amidst the debris, Jamu floated naked, eyes closed, appearing profoundly distressed. His skin writhed as if countless serpents were slithering beneath the surface. This bizarre phenomenon contorted his body grotesquely. Furthermore, blood streamed from his orifices, his body convulsing violently, with some veins bursting, creating a scene of sheer horror. Gilgamesh, witnessing this unsettling sight, paused momentarily, then attempted to rush forward, only to be intercepted by Lei Zhe. Upon witnessing such a result, not only Rise, but even Gilgamesh gasped in astonishment. The ability to vaporize an object. What kind of power could possibly achieve that? Approaching it carelessly would surely result in instant annihilation. In light of this situation, everyone hesitated to draw near. Rise noticed Gilgamesh's evident anxiety, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a sense of urgency. What could possibly be troubling him? In that moment, Rise felt as though he had stumbled upon a tantalizing secret. There must be an underlying truth. Otherwise, how could someone of Gilgamesh's stature concern himself with a mere priest? However, now was not the time for gossip. Instantly, Rise reached out to the Book of Omniscience. Seeking answers, he was confident that the tome would hold the key to understanding, and with the assistance of its intelligence, he ultimately unearthed an answer that left him somewhat conflicted. The book revealed to Rise that certain individuals are inherently endowed with extraordinary powers, destined to achieve far greater feats than the average person. Gilgamesh exemplified this, as did Tatu, and even that little rascal, Zamumo. Yet, Zamumo's power was not of divine origin like Gilgamesh's. Instead, it was a different force known as magical essence. Unlike the divine nature of Gilgamesh, the awakening of this magical essence grants a substantial enhancement of both mental acuity and magical prowess. Were this talent to remain dormant, Zamumo would merely be an exceptional magician. However, once awakened, he would transcend the mere title of a magician. If divine nature is akin to a lock securing the human body, unlocking it unleashes a surge of physical power, then this magical essence serves as a lock on the human mind. Should this lock be released, the benefits conferred upon humanity would far surpass those of divine nature. Upon hearing this explanation, Rise could not help but ponder the legendary concept of the genetic lock. Could there be a connection between the two? Yet it seemed improbable. After all, the notion stemmed from a fictional narrative. How could it intertwine with this reality? Furthermore, how was it that he remained oblivious to the existence of magical essence in the original work? Was it possible that such a concept did not exist in the source material, but rather emerged as a result of this world's natural evolution? Indeed, while this realm was linked to the moonlit world, it was fundamentally a tangible reality. How foolish of him to constantly cling to the original narrative. This world was distinctly different. Even with a familiar Gilgamesh present, the circumstances were not the same. It appeared this realm concealed many undiscovered wonders. Setting aside his disjointed thoughts, Rise continued to delve deeper. The awakening of magical essence not only bestows formidable mental strength and magical energy, but also poses significant risks to the awakened. The human brain is the most intricate of instruments, and even minor damage could result in irrevocable consequences. Therefore, in comparison to the awakening of divine nature, the awakening of magical essence is considerably more perilous. Of course, neither divine nor magical powers are accessible to all. Only those chosen have the opportunity to awaken them. The circumstances that trigger such awakenings remain shrouded in mystery, yet it is often in the face of life and death that one unlocks the long-concealed potential, stepping into an entirely new world. Those who awaken with a demonic essence, much like those who experience a divine awakening, gain a certain power, the nature of which remains entirely unknown. The paramount concern for Lei Zhe is ensuring a safe passage through this awakening. He certainly does not wish for the young man to become a fool, for such a fate would render the ensuing days exceedingly dull. The Book of Omniscience, unusually silent for a moment, then continued, "There is no method to ensure a safe awakening, but..." "What do you mean by but?" "Speak plainly. If you are willing to share half of your rule power with this young man, his chances of a successful awakening could increase by 50%. However, you must consider this carefully. The rule power is your greatest reliance at present. You should fully comprehend what it means to possess an incomplete rule power, do you not?" Lei Zhe was momentarily taken aback by the words of the Book of Omniscience. Share half of his rule power. Was this demand not excessively high? The rule power was his only trump card. To relinquish half of it, Lei Zhe hesitated, as would any individual in such a dilemma. He was uncertain whether this course of action was truly worthwhile. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the contorted face of Zamumo, twisted in agony, he sighed. "Tell me what to do. Are you certain? Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me what to do before I change my mind." Under the guidance of the Book of Omniscience, Lei Zhe closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Eventually, a white orb of light materialized in his mind, representing his rule power. with intent. This orb was divided in two. Upon opening his eyes, he found a faintly glowing sphere resting in his right palm. Before the eyes of the onlookers, this orb floated to Zha Mu Mu's forehead, merging seamlessly with him, leaving behind a golden mark that flickered like flames upon his brow. In that moment, the previously tumultuous demonic energy was instantaneously absorbed into Zha Mu Mu's body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly until he collapsed into a deep slumber upon the ruins. Lei Zhe, however, found himself in a dire state. His complexion was pale and ghastly. At the instant of merging his rule power with Zha Mu Mu, he felt as though his soul was being torn apart, with a portion of it vanishing entirely. Damn it, what a tremendous loss. It seems I am indeed ill-suited to be a virtuous person. Upon sensing his own power, Lei Zhe was astonished to realize that the process of creating rules had undergone a bizarre transformation, one that left him uncertain whether it was an enhancement or a decline. Chapter 081. The awakening of abilities resembles alchemy magic, often regarded as miracles, distinguishes itself from mere tricks through its formidable and enigmatic nature. It represents the pinnacle of aspiration for magicians, the ultimate destination they seek to attain. The phenomenon that transforms the impossible into the possible is termed magic. Any outcomes achievable through mere time and resources do not qualify as such. In the nascent stages of civilization, the majority of magicians were practitioners of magic. Yet now only 5 remain. These individuals are elusive, their whereabouts known to but a few, but their existence is assured, perhaps even in our midst. In a room, Reese sat contemplatively upon his bed. The power of rules had been halved, leaving Reese uncertain whether this transformation was a boon or a bane. The diminishment of strength coincided with a form of elevation, a paradox that was nonetheless comprehensible. The rule power he now wielded diverged significantly from its original, complete form. It resembled more closely the unlimited blade works of a coyote. This was an evolved version of the unlimited blade. In days past, he could conjure weapons of any shape, ability, or size at will, contingent upon his familiarity with the object. Presently, he could only create items he had previously observed, and alterations to their abilities were no longer feasible. Their potency and special effects were considerably weaker than their original counterparts. Within his mind lay a vivid list, detailing every weapon, melee, and armor, shields or armor, he had encountered in the past. When the need arose, he could summon these items by merely accessing their data, allowing for almost instantaneous creation. However, he found himself unable to fabricate intricate machinery. Even with a thorough understanding, he could not integrate such designs into his mental compendium. The prospect of filtering through each design in his mind for every use proved rather cumbersome. Thus, Ree's current abilities resembled a more advanced version of unlimited blade works, allowing him to create cold weapons, armor, and shields without expending any magical energy. Yet, should these items incorporate advanced technology, the situation would differ entirely. For instance, a Jedi's lightsaber. Moreover, the items he conjured were ephemeral, mere projections of a fantasy, lacking permanence. Although devoid of time constraints, their strength was inevitably a shade weaker than the originals. Additionally, there were no limitations on the range of creation. The previous 100-meter restriction had vanished entirely. This left Reese pondering whether his abilities had truly evolved or regressed. In his view, the changes seemed minimal. After all, he remained an area of effect, AoE, wielder of the unlimited blade. The alterations fell within an acceptable range, and he perceived no significant loss. Thus he chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside the room. Lord Reese, Zamumu has awakened. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Upon arriving at Zamu's new abode, Lei Zhe immediately discovered that Gilgamesh was also present. He sat silently beside the bed, fixated on Zamu, who lay with his eyes closed. This peculiar demeanor cast an unsettling atmosphere over the room. One might wonder what a child could possibly find so captivating about another. Could it be a rather unsavory inclination? If such were the case, this narrative might well be subject to censorship. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkward tension, Lei Zhe inadvertently startled Gilgamesh, who rose with an irritated glance before striding out. As they brushed past one another, Lei Zhe would wager a celestial promise that Gilgamesh had huffed disdainfully at him. What on earth was happening? Why did he feel like the villain in this scenario? Once Gilgamesh vanished, Lei Zhe took a seat and addressed the feigning Zamu. Enough of this charade. Gilgamesh has departed. Indeed, upon hearing Lei Zhe's words, Zamu opened his eyes and sat up, exhaling a long sigh. His countenance reflected his discomfort as he remarked, "Finally, the king has left. You have no idea how long he stared at me. I was nearly unnerved. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been left in the dark about when he would leave." Observing Zamu's fearful demeanor, Lei Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. If Gilgamesh were to learn of Zamu's treatment towards him, he would undoubtedly be inclined to draw his sword. Yet, it was indeed peculiar. Lei Zhe had never witnessed such an expression from Gilgamesh, nor had he ever contemplated the reason behind it. The gaze that resembled one directed towards a family member was undeniably intriguing. Could there be some obscure history or gossip behind this? Was this what they referred to as a dark past? With that thought, Lei Zhe suddenly inquired, Zamu, does Gilgamesh have a brother? A brother? Zamu appeared momentarily perplexed. Reflecting before responding, I've heard that the king had a younger brother, 6 years his junior, though tragically, the child perished shortly after birth. Oh, so that was the case? It dawned on Lei Zhe that Zamu was, in fact, 6 years younger than Gilgamesh. Perhaps the affection meant for the brother had been redirected towards Zamu? If so, it would certainly explain the concern and complexity in Gilgamesh's gaze. But then again, that was a matter for them to resolve. Best not to meddle. Subsequently, Lei Zhe inquired about the incident involving the surge of power, only to find himself bemused by the explanation. It turned out that after acquiring 2 tomes, Zamu had commenced his training without any systematic study. Consequently, the overwhelming influx of magical energy he absorbed during his initial attempt had unleashed the latent demonic nature within him, leading to the catastrophic events that followed. The awakening of this demonic essence nearly cost Zamu his life. Listening to this exasperating explanation, Lei Zhe was rendered speechless. He felt an overwhelming urge to drag the boy from the bed and deliver a sound thrashing. To think that a mere oversight had resulted in him relinquishing half of his rule power. Waiting a little longer would not have harmed him. Was it not said that he would be taught in the evening? Patience is a virtue, after all. However, it is now too late to utter any words. Surely this young man has learned his lesson by now. Since you are unharmed, it must signify that the insidious power has fully awakened, correct? By the way, what kind of power have you obtained? Allow me to witness it. Upon hearing Lei Zhe's words, Zamu immediately rose from his bed and retrieved a piece of wood, holding it in his hand. Just as Lei Zhe pondered what he intended to do, the piece of wood in Zamu's grasp began to transform, twisting and finally solidifying. The original piece of wood vanished, replaced by a lifelike wooden carving that stood in Zamu's hand, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lei Zhe himself. Lei Zhe was taken aback. Throughout the entire process, Zamu had not uttered a single incantation. He merely summoned a modicum of magical energy to coalesce within the wood, and thus it underwent a metamorphosis into a wooden sculpture. Witnessing such an ability, Lei Zhe was instantly reminded of the alchemists in Fullmetal Alchemist, who could master such techniques only after opening the gate of truth. The process of alchemy consists of 3 steps: comprehension, decomposition, and reconstruction. Similarly, magic adheres to a parallel structure: magical energy, mental power, and incantations. Yet, what Zamu had just accomplished utterly shattered the conventions of magic. He merely manipulated magical energy and mental strength to alter the physical form of the material, entirely bypassing the necessity for incantations that would typically guide these 2 forces. To speak of this as mere magic would be a misnomer. It has transcended into the realm of alchemy, has it not? Indeed, this is a most intriguing ability. Just as Lei Zhe was enveloped in contemplation, a long-awaited voice suddenly emerged. Though still tinged with a chill, it was markedly different from the mechanical tone previously exhibited. The voice belonged to the Slumbering Index. Chapter 082, Rules and Principles. What constitutes true power? Is it the ability to shatter a mountain with a single blow? That does not equate to invincibility. Can one obliterate an entire region? Even Piccolo met his demise at the hands of Son Goku. Is annihilating the earth the pinnacle of strength? Such notions are laughable. Even the old ones pose no challenge to you. Is it sufficient to destroy a star system? In Tenjin Toppa Gurren Lagann, star systems are wielded like mere toys. Even if one were to triumph over Tenjin Toppa, there exist other realms, such as the world of giant robots, awaiting your encounter. Has the cosmos become incapable of restraining you? Congratulations. You have finally earned the right to venture into the realm of Western comics. In a previous life. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lei Zhe was momentarily stunned. Was today to be filled with unexpected surprises? First, Zamu acquired abilities akin to alchemy, followed by the sudden awakening of the Slumbering Index. Was it merely a coincidence that such peculiar events converged upon this day? How did you awaken? Wasn't Index supposed to remain in slumber to evade the attention of the divine? Is it truly safe for you to awaken like this? Additionally, it appears she is aware of Zamu's secret abilities. Could it possibly relate to alchemy? I sensed the presence of rules, which prompted me to investigate what was occurring. To my astonishment, I encountered such an intriguing power. Lei, have you imparted your creative rules to this young man? Index communicated with Lei Zhe mentally, her voice brimming with excitement. akin to discovering a new toy. Is it truly all right for you to manifest like this? Please, provide me with an explanation. I'm currently experiencing a headache. The appearance of Index was fortuitous, as it afforded him the opportunity to inquire about the nature of this power. Well, due to the interference of the rules in this space, my emergence is of no concern. As for this young man's situation, Index fell silent for a moment, as if perusing some information, but she soon provided her answer. To explain, it might take some time, so I shall be concise. This young man, at the moment of his demonic awakening, accepted your rule's power, granting his demonic essence the characteristic of creation. Upon awakening, he will communicate with the root of this world, and once fully awakened, he will attain abilities commensurate with his essence. I am uncertain of what abilities he would have originally received, but due to your rule's influence, he is destined to acquire powers related to creation. To put it in terms of the Full Metal Alchemist universe, this young man has opened the door to truth, glimpsing its essence. He can now forego incantations and directly utilize mental and magical energy to form anything he desires, albeit at a cost. The principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. While this may not strictly fall within the realm of alchemy, it is quite similar. Upon hearing Index's explanation, Lei Zhe was taken aback. Wait. He seems to be incurring no cost at all, at least, from what I can see. Zamumu has neither lost limbs nor suffered from internal injuries. Is he truly connecting with the root to attain truth? Isn't that an extraordinary stroke of luck? Why am I not granted such fortune? Where is my demonic essence, my friend? Awaken already, you fool. Why is such good fortune not bestowed upon me? Gilgamesh awakened his divine nature, acquiring the game-changing artifact, the Chains of Heaven, while Zamumu's demonic essence awakened, granting him powers akin to alchemy. Is our protagonist not rather unworthy of the audience's favor? Moreover, due to his communication with the source, his power transcends the realm of rules and enters the domain of laws. There exists a fundamental distinction between rules and laws, akin to you. He can wield magic to create, albeit contingent upon the availability of materials. For instance, with a piece of iron, he could forge a sword or a handgun. Furthermore, since his creations are exchanged for physical matter, they can endure indefinitely, provided he is given quality materials. He could even craft divine artifacts, an ability that the power of rules cannot rival. Hence, it is imperative to wisely harness his capabilities. Rules and laws. Reyes found himself perplexed. What exactly is the difference? It seemed he had never pondered this question before. What sets them apart? According to Index's explanation, it appeared that this lad possessed powers surpassing his own. Hey, I am the protagonist of this narrative, after all. How dare the author endow such extraordinary abilities upon him? It renders my role as the protagonist rather pitiable. Reyes had come to realize that Zamumu's abilities transcended the realm of sorcery, reaching the pinnacle of magic. Could this young man become the world's first magician? It seemed that many had speculated about this online in the past, with the first of the 5 laws being term negation of the void. While Zamumu's powers were not entirely identical, they bore a striking resemblance, did they not? Seemingly aware of Rey's thoughts, Index elucidated the differences between the two. What are laws? Laws are eternal, unchanging. They have existed since the inception of this world, manifesting in various forms. When an individual attains a certain level of strength and comprehends the laws of heaven and earth, they may choose to merge with them and wield their power. It's akin to a stone being sculpted into a statue. This, too, is a law. The young man acquired his abilities in a similar manner. He merely simplified or even eliminated the process, forcibly obtaining results through magic. As for rules, they are human constructs. A powerful individual can transcend the boundaries of laws to reach another realm. Such is the nature of your strength. Both are creative forces, with rules. One can conjure from thin air without the need for materials or processes, instantly manifesting their desires. The items you create thus escape the constraints of laws, or rather, obliterate them entirely. This delineates the divergent natures of these two powers. In summary, laws align with the natural order, while rules defy it. By merging with laws, one can become one with the universe. By grasping rules, one can liberate themselves from earthly constraints. Ultimately, the choice lies entirely within the individual. Which is stronger, laws or rules? Moreover, how many types of rules did one possess in a past life? Can an individual wield multiple rules? After a moment of silence, Reyes promptly posed a series of questions, realizing that he had overlooked much. He recalled having stated in a previous life that the power of creation was but one among many of his rules. Laws and rules are, in truth, of equal stature. Their efficacy depends on the user's application and the interplay of various abilities. Indeed, one can possess multiple laws and rules, contingent upon fate and insight. As for him, he possesses 6 entirely distinct rules. In my view, The power of creation stands as the weakest among all his rules. Although at his level, the concept of power boundaries becomes somewhat obsolete. The act of creation, while convenient, indeed lacks the potency of the other 5 rules. Upon hearing Index's words, beads of sweat streamed down Ri's forehead. Possessing 6 types of rules, and yet Index perceives the power of creation as the feeblest. Is this a jest taken too far? Can such an astonishing anomaly still be considered weak? If that is the case, what then constitutes strength? Ri's pondered, what does strength mean to you? The thought of creating worlds with a mere notion, obliterating space with a single utterance, vanquishing lives with a mere gesture, shattering the void with a step, reversing the cycle of reincarnation with a flick of the hand, and disturbing the very fabric of causality. Does this not qualify as powerful? He has already achieved this. Yet if your aspirations are directed towards such a trivial perspective, I must confess, your vision is lamentably narrow. A long journey lies ahead of you. After uttering a profoundly meaningful statement, Index succumbed to slumber once more. Ri's lingered in his thoughts, her words echoing persistently within his mind. With a mere thought, create worlds. With a word, annihilate space. With a gesture, slay the multitude. With a step, fracture the void. With a flick, reverse the cycle of reincarnation. With a turn of the hand, disrupt the cycle of causality. Can this not be deemed powerful? If this does not qualify, then what indeed constitutes strength? Ri's found it inconceivable that anyone could surpass such limits. In his previous life, had he truly reached such heights? The disparity between himself and such a being is indeed vast. Chapter 083. The Clay Girl, Enkidu. Alialu washed her hands, took clay, and cast it upon the ground, fashioning from the earth the magnificent figure of Enkidu. He drew strength from Ninurta, his body adorned with hair, his locks cascading like a woman's, curling like the waves, akin to Nin's sun. He recognized no one, had no home, and donned tattered garments. He grazed alongside antelopes, brushed shoulders with wild beasts, gathered at the watering holes, and reveled in the presence of livestock, his countenance brightening at the sight of water. His name was Enkidu. In the heart of the forest, 2 figures advanced in tandem, Ri's and the young priest, Zamamu. It had been over a month since Zamamu's awakening of magical powers. Following that moment of empowerment, he became Ri's pupil, diligently learning various disciplines and skills at his side. To facilitate his studies, he had moved into Ri's abode, shadowing him daily. The news of Zamamu becoming Ri's student spread swiftly through the temple, inciting envy among the other priests. To receive direct tutelage from Ri's was a monumental honor, for the prophecy foretold that Ri's would be the master of the other 2 kings. To be his student signified a status akin to that of royalty. The elder priest Akababa was particularly pleased, as Zamamu was destined to be the next high priest, and being under Ri's guidance was a source of great satisfaction for him. However, not all gazes were warm. Gilgamesh cast a wary eye upon Ri's. He was certain he had not provoked Gilgamesh, yet lately, every encounter was met with grumbling, suggestive of jealousy. What was the cause of this discontent? Was it truly related to the presence of Zamamu? The tension was palpable, and Gilgamesh's demeanor left Ri's in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, plans for the city of Uruk had solidified. Under Ri's instruction, the priests commenced their training with 2 ancient texts, while selected members of the military began to grasp the art of fighting spirit. Although the manuals were compiled by Ri's, he had not practiced them himself, navigating this uncharted territory with cautious optimism. Despite some unforeseen challenges, fortune favored him. Among the 300 chosen individuals, over 100 had awakened their fighting spirit, and 20 had advanced to the stage of externalization. It must be noted that the fighting spirit was an immensely powerful force. The 20 individuals who achieved this level could shatter boulders with a single punch and leap 6 to 7 meters with ease, rendering the city walls virtually obsolete, incapable of impeding their advance. Observing such remarkable outcomes, Gilgamesh promptly advocated for the training of all Uruk citizens under 30, regardless of gender. This decisive action earned Ri's admiration. Regarding the cultivation of mental and magical powers, Lei Zhe has temporarily refrained from allowing Gilgamesh to disseminate this knowledge. His intention is to establish a school, exclusively enrolling children aged 10 to 15, as this age group is more adept at sensing the presence of magical energy. If their talents are sufficient, these children could undoubtedly become the new magicians. Furthermore, advancements in other fields are continually progressing, though I shall not elaborate on that. Lei Zhe firmly believes that as long as the people of Uruk absorb the knowledge he imparts, they could potentially outpace other civilizations by centuries, perhaps even an entire era. Once everything is in place, Lei Zhe begins to wander through the forests, plains, and deserts outside the city with Zamamu, driven by the quest to locate the prophesied Enkidu. He is uncertain when this figure will manifest, Does he have to wait indefinitely? It is far better to take the initiative than to wait passively for fortune to strike. Surely, a person as conspicuous as Enkidu should be relatively easy to find? After searching for over half a month without a single clue, Lei Zhe finds himself exceedingly frustrated. Is the narrative immutable, leaving him to await the other's arrival? If that is the case, how long must he endure this wait? Zamyamu trails behind Lei Zhe, his thoughts enveloped in the recent knowledge he has acquired. He realizes he has entered a new realm and can continue to progress. However, lost in contemplation, he fails to notice Lei Zhe has halted and collides into him. My apologies, teacher. Zamyamu quickly takes 2 steps back, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his inattentiveness. You little rascal. Lei Zhe chuckles helplessly. There is no denying Zamyamu's talent. His understanding of magic, as well as his mental and magical prowess, is exceptional. Furthermore, the boy excels in martial arts, mastering techniques after merely observing them 2 or 3 times, which leaves Lei Zhe, a novice in martial skills, enviously awestruck. Why does it seem that this world is teeming with prodigies? Every individual appears to surpass him. Gilgamesh's regal aura captivates him and evokes a sense of shame, while Zamyamu's displayed talents make him wish to burrow into the earth and never resurface. In Lei Zhe's eyes, these 2 are the protagonists of an epic tale, both defying the odds, endowed with the protagonist's halo, module, and innate gifts. Lei Zhe is confident that, given time, Zamyamu could surpass many in martial arts as well. Observing the sky, he points toward a distant stream and says to Zamyamu, "We shall not return to the city today. Let us camp there for the night and enjoy a meal." "Yes, teacher." After a satisfying dinner, Lei Zhe leans against a stone, smoking and gazing at the resplendent night sky, a sight he could not witness in his previous world. Zamyamu sits cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation, diligently cultivating his mental strength. The boy is commendable in every aspect, though perhaps a tad too zealous. In comparison to Zamyamu, Lei Zhe feels rather indolent. He abandoned martial training after merely 3 days. It appears he is indeed not cut out for cultivation. How long must he linger in this world? Recently, I have completely adapted to life here and the people around me. If one day I were to depart, would I feel sorrow? After my disappearance, how many would remember me? How perplexing it is to find myself suddenly engulfed in such melancholy. Is it truly because I have become so intertwined with this world? Indeed, I am but a transient soul. Perhaps I have become too enamored with it. Just as Lei Zhe was lost in thought, the previously tranquil night was abruptly pierced by a melody. The soft, lilting song reverberated, awakening both him and the meditating Zamyamu. The forest stirred in unrest as wild beasts emerged from the shadows, enchanted, moving in unison towards a singular direction, drawn by the alluring sound. What Lei Zhe witnessed next would be etched in his memory forever. Upon a massive stone, a young maiden sat with her legs drawn to her chest, her head slightly tilted upwards, gazing at the luminous full moon. Her silvery hair cascaded behind her, and a captivating smile graced her lips as she hummed an unknown tune. When she raised her hand, small birds alighted upon her palm, swaying to the rhythm of her song. When she lowered her gaze, fierce beasts crouched before her, wagging their tails in submission, offering low, reverent growls. Sensing a gaze upon her, the maiden turned her head and looked directly at Lei Zhe. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. The song ceased, and the maiden gracefully leaped down from the stone by the riverbank. The enthralled beasts parted, creating a pathway for her through their ranks. Barefoot, she walked upon the grass, occasionally caressing the seemingly ferocious creatures that now behaved as docile as kittens, basking in her gentle touch. The girl, clad in a flowing white robe, halted before Lei Zhe and spoke. "I did not expect to encounter outsiders in this perilous forest at night. You should leave at once, or you might lose your life." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, imbued with an almost magical quality that enveloped one in comfort, rendering them entranced. Zamyamu, who had been spellbound by the song, suddenly regained his senses and stepped protectively in front of Lei Zhe, gripping a piece of iron that transformed into a sword, eyeing the maiden warily. The sudden appearance of this ethereal beauty instilled within him an inexplicable sense of pressure and threat. He feared she might pose danger to Lei Zhe. As Zamyamu adopted a defensive stance, revealing his animosity, the beasts surrounding the maiden mirrored his actions. They lowered their bodies, bearing fangs and claws, and emitted primal growls, presenting a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Gazing upon the maiden, who resembled a sprite, bathed in moonlight that illuminated her features with exquisite clarity, Lei Zhe felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, his mind swirling with echoes from a past life. "Stay here, and you shall meet Saber." Indeed, Saber, he had encountered Saber. This maiden bore an uncanny resemblance to Saber, save for her long, nearly floor-length white hair, and the absence of that whimsical lock atop her head that beckoned to be toyed with. She was, in every essence, Saber. Observing Lei Zhe's silence and noting the hostility exhibited by Zhao Mu, the young girl remained unfazed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ferocious beasts surrounding her immediately ceased their aggressive stances and vanished into the depths of the forest. She then intended to turn away, remarking to the intruders, "Depart at dawn, or you shall meet your demise." After lightly patting Zhao Mu on the shoulder, Lei Zhe urged him to step back. Taking a couple of steps forward, he addressed the departing girl. "Who are you? Might you share your name with me?" Lei Zhe was perplexed by his own inquiry. If pressed for a justification, he would confess that he felt an inexplicable infatuation, indeed, a clutch of love at first sight. Even in the presence of Naisha, or when interacting with other women from his past, he had never experienced such sentiments. At that moment, a voice deep within his heart urged him to hold on to this girl. The young lady halted her steps and, turning back with a smile, replied to Lei Zhe, "My name is Enkidu.